Ladies and gentlemen, gents and Johns, welcome to week number 2 of EGFC Season 5. This is going to be the Valorant side of things here happening on Twitch. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Anton. We have a huge lineup happening for you here. Week 1 was a banger, and we're expecting week 2 to be much of the same. Anton, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited to see the matchups that we're gonna have here today because it's gonna be a longer day than last week, as most people know. We had a couple forfeits and a couple of games that just didn't end up happening last week. So we had an amazing, I want to say, an amazing 2 first matches because those games were honestly interesting to say the least. Some of them are close, some of them are not, right? Both series last week actually had a really close game. One of them went to overtime 13-15, and the other one was similarly close, not quite to OT, but it almost got there. And then the other match in the same series, they were both 2-0s, but one game was close and then one game was just not. Like, I think 13-6 first map, and then the second one was, I don't know, 3-13 or something like that. So whatever the case, I mean, they had some great games. I think they had a sunset last week as well to debut on the EGFC Season 5. So super exciting stuff. And now, this week, unfortunately, so far, we already have the map bans, but we don't have one of the new maps. We don't have a sunset just quite yet. But we do have some interesting stuff because if we're going to get to the matchups real quick, we do have 3 exciting games for you guys here this week. Auburn versus Arlington to kick us off. BGSU and Delaware right after that, and William and Mary and Hawaii all the way at the end of the day. It's going to be a long day of Val Strive.
Yeah, it's going to be a juicy one indeed, and long is good. We're expecting a lot of great matchups, like you said, and it's what keeps me on my toes and keeps me excited. And jumping ahead, let's get a little bit more specific, hone in on this Auburn versus University of Arlington situation here, and look at that matchup in a bit more detail. Map-wise, you mentioned it yourself, Anton. So we had UTA banning the Sunset. We had Auburn banning Split. UTA picked Descent. Auburn picked Lotus off of that, and you'll see this after coming up in a moment. And UTA banned the Breeze, and that Decider became Haven. So, we lost a lot of my favorite maps, kind of heartbreaking. So that's your 1, 2, and 3 map lineup. You saw the rosters before. A lot of familiar faces all across the board. It's going to be a great week nonetheless. So getting off with Descent, it's a happy place to start, Anton. No one's going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that can be debated for, I think, half of chat, right? Because 50% would completely agree with you. I think most of the player base absolutely loves this map. It's one of the classics. It's literally one of the oldest maps that is in the pool, at least in development, right? So it is literally the staple map of Valorant. We've got Ascent, first up, Lotus, one of the latest ones, and not exactly a Sunset or anything like that, not a Breeze, not off of the reworks, but still, I think as soon as it came out, a lot of teams were actually quite nice to it, I think, in comparison to a lot of the other maps, at least. But before we get to that, we will have this, of course. So standard stuff, likely going to be across the board. I don't think we're going to expect any surprises here. I mean, you obviously already see the Sova hovers, the Omen hovers, and Instalock Jet from 7. We're all very, very familiar with those. But yeah, it's literally just, I mean, look at that. This is the comp that is on Ascent every single time. You don't see variations. If you do, sometimes they usually don't work. So every single team is going to stick with this. Poison's going to tease us with the breach a little bit, but I'm pretty sure he's going to lock in that KO right when the game starts. But yeah, this is standard stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much churned this pot of butter for since beta, 3-4 years now this game's been out, and we've very much refined the agent pool. So much like you, let's just get through this agent selection, accept our fate, which is the agents you're seeing here, and get on with it and have a good time. I'm excited. I mean, caster feelings count a little bit. I'm a huge fan of Ascent. It's always been a warm place in my heart, and it's a good starting point to get a baseline as to how these two teams are going to perform in this best of 3 series. Obviously, we love the 3 mappers. We love it when it goes the distance, but it's Ascent that kind of sets that playing field. And then getting into that second map, which is obviously going to be what I'm most excited for, is that Lotus is going to be very, very fun to watch. I'm all about that map. It's new, it's diverse. I haven't seen too much of it, so to see it on map number 2 gives me a nice change. And then I have Haven, which is one of my all-time favorite Decider maps. A very intricate map, very complex, very Lotus-esque in some shape and form, but still a ton of fun, much more close-knit and tight quarters too, which keeps it exciting. So yeah, for the viewers that are joining us here, y'all are in for a great series this fantastic evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to add on to what you're saying as well, this is really going to be like the test of the standard between these two teams, the test of the fundamentals, how all these teams really just know their Val, right? Because that's literally the definition of Ascent. And as soon as we get into Lotus, it's going to be who can innovate a little bit more. Arlington, obviously, in the entire map select, they wanted to keep it safe. They picked the Ascent. They banned out the Sunset, so they want no surprises here. So I expect them to have at least a minor advantage coming to this map number 1. But we'll end up seeing, because it is going to be just a test of skill. There's no different comps here. It's literally mirror comp across the board. And already Arlington keeping it nice and simple, starting with their KJ lurk outside this B main, with the turret pointing towards B and Cats. And everyone looking towards mid right now, other than even the KJ. Literally every single player going for mid control.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great. I mean, mid control of Ascent is very, very strong when capitalizing. In this case, on Pistol, look at the Jet dashing right on through, getting into the nitty-gritty of things, trying to get that marking control. iGod going to clear out that logs. Very nice job, but Lurk has some great control as well on Sidewalk, getting the 1 and the 2-piece trade comes out. So all things said and done, great stuff across the board, right back to that 3v3 early on.
Nice. Quick take. Auburn are fast on their feet, though. Already double on the flank. Turret's been taken out, so all of Arlington understand what's going on right now. They're all stuck on the site, though, and they have to play this perfectly if they want to end up winning this round. Julian's ready with a pop flash, goes for it. Seven's got an angle, and he can win the first fight. Crad, excuse me, does just that. And they keep at least 7 alive. But what in the world is that flick? That is inhuman. He needs one more, and one more bullet at that as well. He spots him, but the check is just half. Jaquavius gets that, and that was so damn fast from 7. I don't know where he lands those first 2 frags coming in from B main, but whatever the case, he makes that round look almost doable, and only because he's so low on health does he lose that one, but that got so darn close.
Very, very close. I love the way that pistol kind of penned itself out. We got that mid control that keeps things exciting. We had that B take in the end. Everything was looking really good, and it boiled down, like you said, to that very tight 1v1. Happy times all across the board, but with that first pistol round out of the way, we get ahead with some more buys coming out from the side of UT Arlington. I love Krad's AK buy there, along with Javacuous. It's my kind of vibe is around 2 AK, so let's see how they can make those guns sing.
Rifle, I mean, they got to keep themselves alive. Just barely able to win that round mechanically. Right at the very end. And Calypso starts out real nice. Right before that smoke goes down, takes the head off of iGod. They still keep the 2 rifles, and they even return a frag back through that smoke. Auburn just want to wait for any kind of mistake. Arlington should not be making another one. But they are actually leaving this weapon. While KJ leaves the lurk, the turret's going to be spotting if anyone from Auburn wants to retrieve this gun, but I don't think that's going to end up happening. Poison tries for some shots through the smoke, gives up the position, isn't going to take any damage, and Rue actually gets 2 on the site.
1 enemy remaining.
Beautiful stuff here now as we watch this rest of this unfold. It's down to Jaquavius to get on site. Clear out Heaven has that rifle to make it work. Trying to tap away, but the double peek coming out of Auburn from up above and down below is really good to bring that round together. So very quickly shutting down those AKs. They pick up those 2 weapons as well. Financially happy times for Auburn as they get into this 3rd round, and it makes that buy just a little bit easier. They get to save some funds for the future.
I really don't know what to say about these last couple rounds. Like, first round, 7 gets a ridiculous like aim labs flick of the day play to try and take back that B site, and this time Rue gets a triple kill with the guys walking in through A main, and all he has is a classic. I would expect he right clicks the first 2 guys, but that's how they win the Thrifty. And now, because Arlington went for an NA buy, I mean, that's what most people call it, the 2 rifles on the 2nd round, that really just puts their economy on the back foot. They get an entry into B main. There's another fight happening. Crad takes a lot of damage. Somehow, the lesser weapons are coming out with the opening kills on these last couple rounds. And Calypso is not afraid. He's still wanting to give some fights, and he's actually gotten dinked through the wall. Rue with the 2nd kill, though, and he at least trades 1 back and drops the spike in mid.
Yeah, a bit of a traumatizing situation here. That B member is critical in that round. We did not want to lose that from UT Arlington's side, so they're going to have to go ahead and slow things down. They still got a minute on that clock. Ample opportunity. You can see that Omen now shifting around through spawn, looking to kind of do a bit of an A collapse, but there is a friendly amount of KJ utility set up there in tree room as well with the turret and everything else, so they have to be very cautious as they make their way in through tree here. Is Julian being patient, pop flashing things in. Poison hears that, and by now is calling for rotates. KJ shifting. You can see Sova making a move as well, so 42, they're very much committed to the site, Anson.
Oh, Jet Dash. It goes nowhere. They're all still here, and it's a lineup for Poison. He's got it any day of the week, and Crad, he puts it a smoke down to try and either walk in or TP into. And Poison was better, which means he's going to play inside of it. But the timing is a little bit rough, but he's got it anyways. Quad kill, easy shots for Poison there.
Easy come, easy go. Of course, that round was just well set up. Poison definitely held that site down. Didn't even need that KJ utility. It was almost destined for trouble with Poison getting the kills, and of course that util still present from the KJ, like we mentioned. It was signed, sealed, and delivered for UT Arlington. So coming now into this fourth round, we're equalized all across the board, mostly in terms of weapons. Sans one full armor buy from Crad. Also starting to build up 2 here, Anton. So keep that in mind as we start to peer into this round. A couple orbs and a couple kills, and we can get a very spicy late round situation unfolding as they're posting up for this B take.
Seven wants to go for an op pick in mid, but no one's there. Everyone from Arlington is it's a replica of their first round take, their pistol round onto this B site. Fast into it. iGod's already in, closing the doors. Seven gets a shot through the smoke. I think he actually peeked through it and got a dash off, which means he stays alive. Lurk can't find the same success on the site though, so the site has been taken.
Yeah, there's something simple and very primitive about a B take like this. Dropping your smoke on market and spawn, dashing right in, getting Jet to wrap around on stairs, and immediately pinch that site, and it's yours for the taking. And now on the back foot is a retake from the side of Auburn. Crad has a bit of a situation to deal with now, trying to make it back around and join the rest of the team, sending smokes around downtown to keep them busy, blocking off stairs, and Seven's very, very cautious now, knowing that Omen's coming off the back end, missing the shot, and that could be trouble as Crad starts to gain some more space.
Time's ticking though. These guys, playing right. I think he saw his shoulder or something, or he goes for a blind spam. But whatever the case, it works. iGod even makes some more stuff work. Crad all the way around the world. He's actually managed to make it back to the site in time. Auburn not going quick enough to be able to secure that. And now it's 2-2. Arlington, a little bit of a slip up there, but all good, and ends up taking the site and the round for themselves. It's been a curious first couple rounds here. 4 rounds in a row. Auburn with an eco, and winning out the eco round as well, and the follow-up. And now Arlington finally pull it back. Now it's full rifles across the board, like you mentioned. Ults are building up. Jacobius finally has this lockdown after so many rounds, after that KJ nerf. Not going to happen very often, but here we go towards the B side again. Might be looking for just a quick entry, as the Jet has been taking an angle. He's got the first kill, though. And everyone else has been pinged up by this dart. Lurk has got a free frag. Even some more damage from the second player that was jumping out of B main right as that was happening. But already 20 seconds haven't even gone down, and there's already 2 members dead on Arlington.
Yeah, spectacular. So Auburn in a position where they can just hold. They can definitely take it easy. I love the setup on A, by the way, with the KO and KJ setup. It's a very, in a way, aggressive yet passive. They can choose to engage if they wish with pop flashes and whatever else, but they can also give up a site and play a retake, save that utility for flashing on over and getting back in. But like you mentioned, with those 2 early picks coming out here, this is where the fine folks of Auburn can go ahead and kick their legs up and chill a bit and see what they can deal with UT Arlington now. Slowly starting to creep in. They've already made noise and committed to B main. 52 on the clock. The dart pings them out as well. That's trouble all across the board. Damage taken. Not looking too good for UTA.
What do they even do here, man? Seven's got a frag through the smoke practically. There's a smoke in the middle for the Omen to TP into, but there's no way you're going to go for that kind of play in a 2 versus 5. And looking at their money right now, it's not exactly the most healthy in the world. They've got another buy in the back of their pockets if they end up losing this. And Krad's actually got a kill on the flank. So keeping their opponent's money honest as well is quite important. So any exits they can get would be quite helpful, but Seven's gonna cut him off here. Is he able to get one? Finds both. Nice aim, and just cleans up. Quad kill for him. And yeah, they keep their own money honest for the side of Auburn. Arlington just got completely shredded in the first 15 seconds of that round. Big pause, understandable at that.
Yeah, gigapause indeed. Let's take a look and kind of break things down a bit. So far, it's been very, very to the point types of takes from UT Arlington, right? They had a very convincing B take. I love what iGod did dashing in, and that's the kind of stuff I think they need to stick to. When they start to work things slow and give a bit of control to the side of Auburn, things tend to go sideways. Like you mentioned from the previous last round, the 2 kills. The aim of 7 is on point, right? You've had Crad, I believe now we've mentioned the word lurk twice out of the past 5 rounds, which I think is too many in a way. I'd love to see that Omen be a bit more engaged, offer flash entries for the team, because at the end of the day, yes, they do have the KO, but I do need to see that Omen be a bit more of a participant in these site takes and using teleports, using some means to close the gap and get in on site. Auburn's good at waiting. They're very, very patient, but I think where UT Arlington's going to shine if they start doing some more fast takes and not being subject to recon dart Odin blasts or getting pushed on and losing map control, because once it's too little too late, you can't rotate out of any of these places.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The lurks haven't really been that successful. They haven't had the map control to be able to go for the rotates if something goes wrong, which is why they're just stuck in B main the entire time. Like, yeah, like we know, we can see the entire minimap. No one else is anywhere but that B main. But even still, these guys don't understand that, right? They can't just know psychically that no one's gone on a flank super wide in their spawn, so they have to just try and commit. And Auburn, they're just sitting pretty. They don't need to push or anything like that. But this, again, they're confident, so they're going to pop flash through mid. There's a 3-man aggression. It's a big fight here, but there's a lot of stuff working out for Arlington until Poison takes 2 back and drops Spike. Does he know Jaquavius is here? He's going to find out very soon.
Yeah, the ping goes off, and he does indeed. Jaquavius like, nope, not interested in peeking after that. Lurk also getting some more control. Very cool on 5 rounds, and I'd say in some shape or form 5 unique rounds from Auburn. There's been a different approach to each of them, whether it was the Odin spam, whether it's a double triple push mid off of short. There's been something very, very fresh, and that's keeping UT Arlington very much on their toes. And although they can be running a default or a B setup, they're just getting caught off guard because they think that Tiles is free for the taking the past 3 rounds, but it's not. It's a great change up from Auburn as Lurk is continuing to stick true to the name and go Odin hunting and getting crad down to that 2v1 now with Poison deep. Jaquavius cleans it. Ultimate available versus ultimate available of that Sova. Let's see how far this KJ can make it with that spike.
It's going to be timing. Lurk is going to catch him. Here, he's got plenty of time. Can he land the shots? That's the question. Of course he can. Odin's not going to miss that kind of thing. And that got close, but the cross at the end of the day, yeah, it's just like the coin flip at the end. That round was kind of just like TDM at the end of the day. Like this Omen walked through A, and yeah, fine, he finally got some space in, but that triple fight in mid with 2 kills happening for Arlington, but then they got traded double by Poison. It's just, that one was really, really weird. There's not much in-depth stuff you can really dig in. It's just everyone just went for fights and either killed someone or died. So here we have a big eco from Arlington, because that was a big swing on for Auburn as well to be able to win. Very nicely done. Seven's got the knives, which means he's going to stick with the judge and pop those blades right at the start of the round. And Arlington, it's, again, how deep can you really get, right? They're just trying to fight. Big flash coming through. God can't see a thing. And they're delayed even harder inside that catwalk position. And this KJ, you can tell in his brain, he wants to push this smoke.
Yeah, Auburn read that really well. The mid got smoked out, and they said, all right, cool, mid control lost, not a problem. We'll deal with something else. Getting up close and personal. The dart and the fragment, oh so close to killing it. Poison getting that pick on Jaquavius, and 7 through the smoke with the judge. The gavel has decided the fate of UT Arlington, 5-2. I love that quick little change up from Auburn. Despite that mid smoke, right, you can see UT Arlington learn something. Like, okay, these guys like mid control. They want to push, we'll smoke it off. Well, guess what? Auburn's going to go the other way. They come in from that long, flank it, and bring home that round.
Well, this is a little bit a mess. I'm not gonna lie. From Arlington, they're getting shoved in from pretty much every single angle right now. This is a 3-lane map, right? You got B main, you got mid, and you got A, kind of catwalk, but that's pretty much mid. Arlington are kind of just picking one spot lately, and they're just getting pushed from the other sides. And even when they try and go for a default and they walk up somewhere, they get pushed from everywhere else, and they still lose the fights. So now with the 4 agents suppressed, these guys know everything that's happening, right? They're missing one, so maybe that's why we see Auburn just kind of careful. But they're just pointing all their guns at this A main. How are they going to get in? iGod's made it through, but the ult's going to claim another life.
The timing on that Omen smoke as well onto Tree Room is brutal. Calypso now getting another one. Pop flash in for Poison. Gets the one with the trade. Happy times, but there is so much presence from the side of Auburn just waiting to capitalize on the entries. Really good job. Quick rotations. Short control was MIA that round. 5-man long was basically a funnel into a very, very, very tiny bottle of doom. And they got crushed off of it, like you said. 6-2, momentum picking up for Auburn. They're feeling great. The money continues to build. Got to be careful now. This is Ascent. Like I said, we talked about this before. Very, very level fun map to play, but it does take time to build, and things can change at half switch too. So don't get too ahead of yourselves, but appreciate the beauty of what Auburn's doing right now.
Yeah, this is very true. I mean, Auburn, you can see they're just confident, right? They're actually just taking every fight that they possibly can. They're walking up. This Jet is alone in B main. If he spots someone, the Odin's going to start spamming. Arlington, I think they talked about it, and they're like, okay, maybe we should just start playing it slower, which is what they're doing. If we're getting pushed from every single place, just take some fights. Just try and get some kills. 7's gonna up. The first engage is the sniper rifle, which is a little bit unlucky, gotta admit, because they're taking fights pretty much everywhere. And Catwalk also loses. Arlington can't win. They actually can't find a single place where they can get in, take a fight, and get a kill. It is that simple right now.
Facts, Anton. And at the end of the day, if you can't win your 1s, you're not going to be able to win your 2s and 3s unless you have something special in your pocket. Calypso holding this little pixel angle, getting juicy with it. Gets one onto Julian, but here's that paranoia coming in. Blinding Calypso, but have no fear. Poison is here. Crad, quick pick as well, but look on your back end, look on your front end. Auburn is every which way possible, 2-2 pinching on that catwalk, and they pick up their 7th. The momentum continues. The confidence is there. 7 getting an early pick. Shutdowns all across the map. It is trouble in Ascent Town right now.
You know, it's like usually I do really have some more stuff to say about these games, right? Usually it's like, oh, this team is doing something so well, like Auburn, oh, they're actually just making all these like really crazy plays happen, and it's like, I don't even think that's happening. They're just playing it super simple. The first engage is always winning a fight. If they're not, they have someone walking up on their backs just getting kills, like Poison did that one round in mid. And now, yet again, op first engage. We have an Odin to back up the operator that's literally sitting behind this guy, and he's walking all the way up. He sees his shoulder. Somehow he misses, and that is very lucky for Arlington, but Lurk is still here with the machine gun.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna go Burr. It's gonna dome so many of the opposition.
Down,
You see Arlington getting wiped. They can't deal with Lurk. They haven't been able to shut that Odin down in 4 or 5 rounds now. And 7 doesn't even need to have a single worry. No sweat off the brow. Yes, there is a KJ ultimate, but wait a minute. Close proximity. Crad, nice gap closing. Gets the 1, but down to that 1v3 now.
What did he do? What did he do? They have no answers. Every single layer that Auburn put in, like, they did the same thing last round. Kind of. The Odin was backside last round, but it was still kind of the support play. You send a Jet up if he happens to get a kill, or he doesn't get a kill. You have the Odin spam. This time it's inside B main instead of at the back of the site. But you can see it's like, it's thought out. It's not like Auburn are just like no brain running in. At some point, maybe that's what they're doing. But at the start, they're showing their respect, and as soon as they realize that maybe we don't have to do that anymore, then they start walking up. And that's just like Valorant Masterclass, right? They kind of already understand their level as opposed to their opponents. And this is what they're doing. This guy is up cat. He's walking out of the smoke, out of the double cat smoke, and trying to get a pick through tiles. It doesn't make any sense.
7 feeling super adventurous here, going out deep for the pick and committing to it. Gets out unscathed, and that's the kind of stuff that has value. That op can definitely one and done despite holding it, and there it is. One and done to the face of IGOT. After all that contest on short, still managed to pick 1, and Omen ulting into sight, canceling out. Smokes are here. Dart for Calypso, and nothing is too worrisome just yet. They're being very, very cautious on this tree take. Historically, it hasn't worked, and there's still so much utility on site and on. They try and get on, it's going to be a big problem. And oh my, 7 is still on site, holding it. He picks up in the 3.
One enemy remaining.
Every duel.
Spike down A.
Truly.
What do they do? Okay, Krad's got 1. Can he get a second? He spots a shoulder, and he knows he's low. But yeah, I mean, he kind of just already understands that there's everyone here. He's gonna make the 1v4 play. Like, he has to try, and he's been stuck in the corner now. Has to try and go for a fight. He acts very quickly, which is great. Smokes his back. The decision making is very fast here, which is the most important part, because he knows he's being encroached on by both sides. Here's the reload as well, but smart by the Omen to make it to the other side of the smoke. Doesn't matter. Crad reads it. And now he's in a 1v2, but 14 seconds left. He's just gotta go. He doesn't have time to make any more decisions, and he's gonna get caught on the cross again by Lesova. Yet another time, and through the shock dart. Everything Auburn does is perfect. They cannot sin.
Lurk has got it figured
Last
out.
round
Not even
in the
having to
half.
shoot a bullet. A little shock dart to bring it home. 9-2 now. You're half off to the last round. I would love to see the 3 here, Anton. That may make me feel really good for UTA. Give them something to work with in the next half, because it's not a lot of padding. 2 rounds ain't a comfortable feeling, to say the least. So getting in, they're going to buy what they can and hope for the best. I'm curious to now see, after a very, very strong defensive side with Auburn, what are they gonna bring on attack? Because if they're this diverse on attack as they have been on defense, we're in for a great couple pistol rounds as well.
Is this true? We're gonna have to see in a little bit, because they still have 1 more round to get through. I have faith, honestly. Auburn hasn't really shown any sign of wavering so far. They're setting up strong A defense right now with the KJ, who's been so successful with the setup pretty much in tree every single round. I don't really think he's moved. So Arlington, they just haven't been able to go A very often. They actually get him this time. All right, best chance of them winning a round in quite a while.
Yeah, a lot of utility dumped in. Heaven is smoked off, which is great. Rue's still gotten to pick off of things as well. Here's the lockdowns from the defensive side of things. iGod's got to be very careful. That good old lockdown down with the Omen ultimate, or the Sova ultimate, perhaps. We'll see how it works out. No, it's actually going to finish its lockdown fully.
Okay, well,
Sure.
Jet's dead. What do they do? Julian's here, and they have a soul ball. That's pretty much what they're working on right now. Julian's full line. There's nothing. Okay, there's nothing. One tag, but it's already half, and the next guy can just tank all the shots. There's really no hope. And that is a perfect retake from Auburn. Jet got a little bit greedy, going for that weapon, and
Switching sides.
It's salt in the wound. I don't know what to say.
It's okay. Not much to say. I mean, the situation, the tail end of that round was rough to begin with the knife, but the lockdown and not having the Sova ultimate there to break it and stop at least one of the detains and the control that they had was kind of questioning to me. Why not get rid of that lockdown, Anton? I don't know the logic, but perhaps playing post-plant, obviously, but maybe I would have just preferred a different approach. But alas, 10-2, we've gotten to this point. Let's see how Pistol pans out. We got to get a very, very, very strong start coming out of UT Arlington if they want to come out of these gates swinging.
Yeah, man, wow. I mean, at least Auburn in our attack round. So the things that they're doing is they probably make more sense on this half because they're unwavering aggression on the defense. It's just not used to playing against it. That could be a possibility. And now this is more standard, right? Because Auburn's they're meant to push. This is what they're supposed to do. So just if Arlington hold on, pop flash in, they're doing a fight. Jaquavius wants to go for another kill with the flash, but dodged in by both these guys in the corner, and they get both kills. It's a lottery for them right now, and they're just landing all the numbers.
With a nice little shot on Poison. Happy times fighting to generator. Good shutdowns here, Anton. Pump the brakes for a second here. UT Arlington very much in the running now for this round. They are, however, on that defensive side and now have to go way back to B. You have Lurk here holding the slipperiest angle. Do they hard clear it? They do. That's good enough. Yeah, happy time. So that's good clearing it out. And now they only have 2 more members to worry about on this retake.
Miss flash, but not miss shots. All right, they gotta get this. It's 3, right? I'm not to curse them or anything, but Calypso, too much to do. Well done from Arlington. It got a little scary inside of Amen, not gonna lie. But it worried me a little bit when they lost 2 lives there, even after throwing so much utility. And even like they threw both the flashes, the mollies, they had a double peek as well. And neither could get a frag, but then the guys on the A side just held it down. And it even got more scary because they had a lurk by lurks all the way up to mid. But like you mentioned, like the great hard clear, like you just want to keep running, like no stop. There's really nothing you can lose at this point, so just throw everything at the wall. That's what Arlington are doing, but that's probably what Auburn is also doing because they have a sheriff and a couple frenzies, so they're gonna be trying some stuff, some shenanigans throughout this B site.
Yeah, and rightfully so. They've earned these guns. They are very much in a Auburn type position on round number 2 here, so we'll see how it works out. Kaboober looking like there's a dart lineup about to go down. I'm curious where that's going to land as well, but alas, let's see. Following things into B now, posted up. I like the silence though here, Anton. This is great from Auburn. Very quiet. Smoke goes out to halt them. We'll see if Jeff decides to commit to the dash to button and everyone else follows through. There it is. Dashing, following the smoke right in. Brad! Mental with that hit. Oh my goodness! Lurk style, clapping some cheeks to the smoke.
Perhaps they've won this round.
Last player standing.
This is a maybe.
Spike down B.
It might be perfect. It might be absolutely flawless. Like not even just kills, but also execution. That was absolutely gorgeous from them. Ready with the machine gun through the spawn smoke and line up just to deny any quick entry from Auburn. That's exactly what it did. That's the only way. I mean, he might get a lucky spray here and there, but he did get 2 wall hacks. Great assist from the Sova. Great job by Arlington to lock that one down. There's a long ways to go though. I mean, they got 6 rounds left before they even tie it up. And now with the lesser buy and full rifles for Auburn, how much more can be done? Because there's a 5-man stack outside this B. Perhaps they go for another B split through mid, through B main. And it's going to be a slightly weak defense here. They have the similar weaponry, right? Krad's still in the spawn smoke with an Ares, but don't think Auburn's going to fall for that again. So they're going for a split here. That's going to be first line of defense.
UT Arlington a little bit more patient, not just pushing as we've seen in the past. My God, gonna win the battle with the Bulldog, getting that Phantom out of the way of Calypso. Dashing back to safety, Kaboober's there to back things up, Poison out of market, nice enemy control out there from the attacker squad now. Mover stuck, Omen ultimate, stuck in the back end, gotta get this pick on the Omen or else we have a lot of trouble on our hands. Jumping down to Root, shot dart, buying some space, Root clears things out very, very nicely for Auburn, gaining that B plan opportunity as Julian and Co are now wrapping in for that retake. There should be some decent utility in the form of flashes, especially to entry back in, but a very low HP Omen makes it just a bit harder, Anton.
Krad's at least got their Ares to maybe spam through the wall a little bit. Some rifles dropped here and there as well to make sure that he can maintain his ammo count. the one-way here is going to be so hellish to get through. They managed to actually make it
One enemy
time.
remaining.
Ruin 7 though, team up for 2, and now it's pretty much all but done. Exits are what Crad can ask for, and he's got 1. Can he keep the money honest? He's at very low HP. 1 bullet left to take him down, but Lurk almost
One
showing
enemy
the
remaining.
edge of his shoulder, and Crad's got both. That's important. I don't think he can get the defuse here, but at least keeps the money in check. And he's gonna go down, which means he's gonna lose his own gun as well. But Arlington, having not bought up into that round, actually, he survived. This is huge. Look at the money for Auburn. They all have about 300, 600 apiece. Even though they won that round, they're not gonna be able to be able to full invest here.
Yeah, I think you said it yourself, Anton. Like, I think it was round 3 of the previous half. Keeping economy in check is so critical, and Crowd's got to be very happy. A, with the score that he's posting right now, which keeps the team's morale high and keeps that momentum going in their favor, but knowing that they have a chance now with big weapons in their hands to go ahead and bring this round to its end and pick up a 5th. They're in this for the run. I believe like they need to bring now some of the X factor what Auburn brought in our previous half. Some crazy pushes, some oddball 2-3 mid splits, something to keep the opposition on their toes. That's just not a default type setup. I think that'd be very cool for them. But alas, we'll see how the round unfolds. A ping goes off, Anton, and so far nothing too major.
What has happened there, though? I think there was a dink through the wall with the sheriff. Like 3 of them have sheriffs, and he's just gotten chunked now to like 28. Nice shots, I guess. Julian spotted some across from 7. Not much threat. As Julian individually has not been performing very well. Can he have his first pop-off moment here? He's going to get flashed off the angle and pushed by 7. Is there a trade? Big one from Crad. Keeps himself alive and keeps Tree under lock and key for the defense.
I love that flash support to get the entry. Like, that's the kind of stuff you like your teammates calling out for. Buys you that space, and they're going to go ahead and respect the space that they've earned for this time being now. Spike is down towards top mid, and Calypso. Oh boy. Brace thyself. Trouble's coming. This Jet's about to get a nasty wake-up call in a second. Clear your right. Oh my goodness. The other side as well would be great, Calypso. My God. Connecting on the shot at last. Calypso had that clear happen with the situation. Now radius in sight for the
Last
last
player standing.
Thought he got
Spike
killed.
down
No.
A.
Rue picks it up with the Sheriff, keeping Auburn in the running for this round.
Is a 1-2. And he's got a machine gun. Drops it. Wants to opt for the rifle. I respect that. TP to pick up the spike. And still, there have been no weapons recovered, so Auburn is sitting on and off. Lurk has just gotten this in his hand. What's the timing? Oh! So good for Kaboober, but he just can't land the shots, and Auburn survived with
Match
20
point.
health between these two players.
It's a lot. It's a moment of, had there been just an extra second taken to put that crosshair in the right neighborhood, I totally felt that clutch coming in all the way. The last one was so low, and we hit that timeout now. Conversations need to take place. I, at this point, don't know what else to say, minus the fact that really love to see UT Arlington do what Auburn did. I mentioned it last round. Wake up a little bit. Go for a nice 3-2 split. Do something pushy. But the caveat here, Anton, is there's no money to support that. So you're just going to go ahead and have to piece together a very, very rough economy buy and hope that you can bring this round together and have enough money and not lose people in the process. Because, like you said, keeping the finances in check, if Auburn decides to clap everybody on UT Arlington and not leave them on the board for the pickup, they're going to be financially messed up the next round after as well.
Yeah, it's such a funny circumstance what happened these last couple rounds as well, because like the one round where Auburn win is the round where they fully invested and everyone died. But the thing is, the same thing just happened, but it was even worse for Arlington because like they didn't win the round, but they still fully invested because they had the money to do so. It's such an awkward circumstance, and they reset themselves kind of in that scenario, and now it's last round, so there's no more room to work with. They have to fully invest anyways, so it could happen again. Like even if they win the round and they lose people, it's the same deal. Like they're gonna end up being broke. Somehow they are. Silva's facing the B main wall. They don't have a machine gun or anything, so they're just gonna get pushed in. Auburn going very fast, but iGod, same thing up through mid. These guys have to hold on site if they want the spike to activate.
Yeah, Auburn, quick take here to seal the deal, not needing any opportunity to think, process the round, digest anything of any type. Just pushing Crad here.
Last player standing.
Calypso 7 picks it up, and it's down to the top fragger Crad here to clutch it out. Gets tagged out, 16 HP. Paper mashing walls with a sentinel. It's been very difficult to contest through the walls and going ahead with the TP away towards B. Let's see how far Crad can make it to kill 3 and hop on this defuse.
In one bullet. Where could he really go from? Yeah, not mid. Silva's there. He's about to go through all the
Attackers
options,
win.
but 7 doesn't want to waste that amount of time, so 13-4 for Auburn. Auburn. Very convincing first map victory.
Yeah, convincing is an understatement. Happy times on Ascent. We've got our baseline. Auburn looking really good. Now we go on to Lotus. This is where I'm going to get excited to see what Auburn can build on and if they have the same type of prowess that they had on their first half on Ascent. I saw a team that was so comfortable on both sides of this map, and that made me wonder, is Lotus a very similar situation, but a bit more complex, a bit of a larger map? And at the end of the day, this is a Auburn pick as well. So keep that in the back of your minds. This was a UTA pick on Ascent. Auburn's got the next one. Where are we going? TBD, but a great first map to start us off, Anton.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. Let's let these players take a little bit of a breather because I think they're going to end up needing that. That was a very swift first map, but also took the wind out of us. I'm pretty sure out of them as well. So after this quick break, we'll see Lotus and maybe if we need one more coming up after that. But for the time being, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends of EGF. We continue on in this best of 3 series. Anton and I are A-OK. The teams are looking mighty on prepped here to get onto the map number 2. So, recap for those that are just joining, albeit I think we've been pretty chill so far, not too many comers and goers. Things have been interesting, to say the least. We saw Auburn absolutely clap the likes of UT Arlington on Ascent. It was an absolutely roller coaster of a match. They brought an amazing attack, an amazing defense, very diverse, and they played their defense, which I look forward to on a team, right? Playing a strategized attack side's fun and all, Anton, but seeing how a team brings strats and pushes and different types of approaches to defense is what kind of tells me about their overall play style and how they come together as a team. So getting on to Lotus now, exciting times. We'll see how that carries forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these two teams, God, like I don't think you could put it any better. Like Auburn, absolutely, they really did clap them, and I like how you put it as well. They had an amazing attack half and also an amazing defense half. I think that's true, right? We didn't get to see much of their attack, but honestly, they played the defense like an attack. They just walked up everywhere. They walked up all the 3 lanes. They took a fight in a lane. If they won, if they lost, whatever the case, the other 2 lanes were pushing. And then as soon as it stopped working, or well. It never did, right? It didn't stop working, but they still changed it up. Like Auburn didn't push every single time. Maybe they read into the fact that Arlington might think that, and they're like, okay, let's just play back and let's wait for Auburn to push into us. But then they preemptively change, and they're the ones playing passively, and Auburn are just sitting on sites waiting for Arlington to walk into their crosshairs, which did end up happening. That was literally what happened towards the end of the first half. And then when they got to attack, I mean, they're still good at it. That's what they were doing the entire time. So it's just. Ascent, at some point, I think in that map, Arlington were probably like, okay, let's just start resetting and let's get our mentals back in check and let's go. Would say could go next, and now we're next, and we can see a lot of very interesting stuff here because this is unorthodox, to say the least. There is an arena in the hands of Crad. Whatever they talked about in the halftime, maybe they're like, okay, this guy is the dude that's absolutely hard carrying us right now, which he was. He was one of the only players with double digits on their team, while everyone else was just solidify. I don't know what I was trying to say. They're solidly underneath the entirety of Auburn in terms of the scoreboard. But if that's what they want to go for, it might work. Like it actually truly might work because he was popping off. He was dropping the numbers, and now we have him on the agent that's meant to drop numbers. And they're going to be taking a couple entry duels here between 2 of the smokers with a lot of utility support all the way up by main. They have all this map control, and now B and C site can be reinforced very quickly if they want to.
Yeah, and these Vipers are going to create a bit of a messy situation with the crisscrossing pizza walls to mess things up. So you got to keep your eyes peeled as to how fakes are going to be thrown, but quickly heading back towards that C site. Very, very direct take now. Go ahead and push on through as Auburn. They have that site control. I think it was smoked off, and we see a bit of an aggressive pulse here from Rue, getting pinched up and absolutely clapped by the huge retake. I love the decisiveness of UTA on that.
One enemy remaining.
Being held down for the time being. Trades
Spike
all across
down,
the board,
C.
down to the last KJ to have to deal with the position, and Jaquavius, as quickly as the attack took that C site, the defense was there to swarm it and take it back. Like, that was all of a 20-second round.
Yeah, great stuff from the side of Arlington. That's exactly what we want to see, right? Because that first game, honestly, that did not show what they were capable of. Absolutely not. Like, we've seen them last season, right, in EGF Season 4. And these guys, some of the top dogs, Arlington, probably known across the country, a lot of different names here that are fairly I don't know what to say. Like, no one across the board. Yeah, I don't want to say the same word twice, but even still, that's pretty much what it means. Auburn, 13-4 definitely doesn't show, right? Because here, Arlington, they have enough gusto to make these rounds work, to make the aggression work, and it happens again. Rue's already up with the classic, though, and he's done the same thing in the last half. And that has become an absolute disaster. Remember that round where Arlington won the pistol and all of a sudden Rue decides to get a 3K with the classic inside A? The same thing kind of happened, except he wasn't the only one to chime in this time. And now guns recovered across the board. Arlington is in a 1 versus 4. Jaquavius can he get a second? Calypso pushes all the way up heaven on their own eco. And they keep 3 alive and Thrifty, recovering 3 guns.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I mean, this is a great way to get the entire situation lined up now. Coming into this for Auburn, they played such a strong defense when we were watching them on Ascent. Now with the attack coming in, this is where they get their chance to shine early on strategically, I think. They didn't get really too many rounds to flex on Ascent to really show us what they're made of in terms of their strats and approaches the site takes. But I will continue to keep my eye on these Viper walls because the time will come where they're going to be absolutely chaotic. And this crisscross that you're seeing now set up at A has been, I believe, the 3rd round in a row we've seen it. So Splitting the site like that, interesting. Blocks off door, gives you some potential to get onto tree, but it creates a bit of a situation. As you can see, it's bought a lot of time for the rest of the attackers to get on the key site and collapse on through.
They're already on, man. They're jumping up into heaven. iGod's getting pushed out of the smoke, and he's getting spammed. You want to push him out of the
Spike
corner, you know
planted.
where he has to stand, so it's just nice little micro mechanics coming out from the entirety of Auburn. This retake should be almost impossible. Jaquavius does get one, spotted inside the B main, and everyone kind of pushed in on this lane position. But they have to get the kills before they can do anything else.
Last
Button
player
reload.
standing.
Julian can't find it, and now 1 versus 3 again for Jaquavius. The mechanics just aren't there. Ace for Calypso, silently in the background, just racking up the kills one by one, but he gets every single one of them, and now Auburn up to 2.
Clean stuff. Very, very forward and direct from Calypso. Looking very, very strong. I mean, this is where we get to see, you know what? I'm gonna hold my words together. I'm not gonna jump too ahead of myself. I have a very sticky feeling as to how this is gonna unfold for the side of UT Arlington, but let's see how it pans out. With the setup that they have on A and how these walls have been playing out, they're gonna have to start getting aggressive. And looking at those 3 people posted up, I really want them to start pushing and looking to get control of at least one of these 3 sites. It's kind of like Haven-esque in a way, Anton. You have a lot of ground to cover, and eliminating one of the 3 positions is gonna really help you narrow things down. So let's see if that happens.
Like, they're trying to do the same thing, right? Because they did it round 1. It worked to charm. They drove Auburn away, and they drove them to C. And that's what they're at right now. Since there's no control they main from side of Auburn, Auburn can just know that because they sent all this stuff through. Now they reinforce the site very heavily, but with this Viper's Pit, because he got aced round 3, they've already gotten on, and you can't really hold that if you're Arlington, so they just have to wait for some kind of retake. But it makes it even harder when their smoker is dead and also their Reyna. That is not what you want to start off the round. And I say start because it was about a minute on the clock when the spike got planted. It was pretty much the start of the round. And it's already a 3 on 5. They got a 2 and a 1 on 4.
Julian now in trouble, getting pushed out. Not a lot of room to work here as Calypso and Co just collapse right on through. With the entry potential that this team has, bringing together that Raze along with that Viper, it creates a very traumatizing experience for any defender. It doesn't matter what your counter comp is. You're not going to be able to stop that gap closing potential that Raze is going to bring. I really want to see Crad bring forward some of that 7-style jet play from Ascent. You're a Reyna. You thrive on getting in and getting out. You need to get in position, set the crosshair in the right place, tap ahead, and go back into safety. That's the purpose of the dismiss. It's not going to work well in open spaces. There's 15 people around you. You got to look for great opening picks to make it worth it.
I think the rough thing for the side of Arlington is like Auburn are not slowing down, right? It might be a new map, but they have their confidence. And look at these guys. They're fighting. They're waiting for the Reyna eye. It's might get caught. No, 7's fast enough. Poison with a pop flash. Blinds 4 people. And they know that they know how much stuff is here. So I love this, right? They're still showing respect to Arlington. They are confident, but they know when they can't take a fight. And they're running right back towards A site with the spike. Jaquavius is the only one here.
Yeah, preach. I love that. You said yourself. Now, Jaquavius eliminated by 7. The Stinger at a distance does not capitalize over the Vandal. As we watch the rest of the round unfold as Julian gets the 1 and the breaks of things. The rotates are coming in. Everybody from spawn. This could be a funnel situation for Auburn to capitalize. Calypso so aggressive. Bit of a snake fight as well to zone things out and buy some more time for Lurk to do what Lurk does best. Crad shuts it down, but it might be too little too late here, Chief, as that space has been bought fully from Auburn.
Time though. There's still plenty of it. And Julian has the weapon to make this fight happen. Can he find the shots? He can. 1 on 2 for the Reyna. Brad knows he's up in heaven, but the running gun. I know it's the Modern Warfare 3 beta right now, but I don't think this guy pre-ordered, and he's playing a different game. What's happening?
What's happening is Auburn's just running things down and so confident with their shot. On Ascent, you said it yourself. When it became a 1v1 duel, a 3v3, a 2v2, 4v4, whatever the numbers were, whatever the odds were, Auburn was there to back each other up. They're winning the individual gunfights. I love how there was 2 members pushed up aggressively on spawn, not leaving opportunity for anything to go sideways. They blocked off the major choke points. They knew where they were coming from, and they held it together completely. The scoreline speaks to it now. 4-1. We do have that race showstopper and a lockdown available too, so that can create a nice situation for them here in this round as well.
You should run.
It took a while. But Auburn are finally not taking a kill in the first 20 seconds. Lockdown 2B. Yeah, it's a big fake though. It's drawing everyone from Arlington. I mean, the mind games are so strong. One lockdown.
I've got your
like a
trail.
wall, and everyone's at B. And they just stroll onto the A site and get a free plant.
Spike
Pretty
planted.
straightforward there, Chief. And with the free plant, look how aggressive 7 is pushing through. He's going to hold this very tight angle, not giving a single inch and forcing nearly everybody in the to go up and around towards spawn. Still fighting for space, still keeping the gap close for the 1, for the 2, almost the 3. Jacoby to shut things down, but the deed is done now. Julian's got for a solo mission here. Quick little showstopper to shut down Poison, gains the tree room control, and that's good to start, but now they know exactly where the rest of the people are. Do we have one lineup? We have the Fabius going on side play. We do Calypso though winning the battle for the 1 and for the 2. And bringing it together for Auburn. Anton, your words remain oh so true. When it comes to the tightest of situations, Auburn's got an answer, no matter the odds.
It's such a close round though. Jacobius made it doable because he gets the lurk kill on C. I don't know why is the guy lurking. Like maybe they thought that they wouldn't bite on the bait through B, but Arlington did. They got into the A site. Okay, unlucky. We lost a guy on C site, but we had the post plant here. And honestly, the only reason why I really did get close is because Auburn were just going for kills. They don't even care. Like when they get the spike down, they're peeking. This Raze is sitting on stairs, getting like a multi-frag with an ult and then the gun. It is not even slowing down. He's walking through this Viper's pit, man.
My goodness.
What are you doing when you're Jacobius? It's like who walks through that? Why?
It truly is that moment of why. You know, like, why is this happening to me? Why is this person walking through something they're not supposed to walk through? For the most part. Unless you're Auburn, in which case it doesn't matter. Everything's irrelevant. Poison now getting nice and aggressive, getting some great control on Waterfall. iGod has been called out to be low HP. Going from the angle, and yeah, it's going to be tough for iGod to get anywhere at all. Tight control solidified. They do have an Omen ultimate as well if they want to use it, albeit not permanent. Fighting for control out of door. Calypso absolutely shut things down nicely, and Lurk just doming Crad through the box, not even giving that Reyna a chance to breathe.
It must be so just annoying to play against what Auburn is doing right now, because like Auburn, yeah, like I was mentioning a couple rounds ago, I didn't get to finish because Auburn just hit the site, but like their confidence is so through the roof that they have such a round buffer that they could like throw 3 rounds and be fine, and even in their heads they'll still be fine if they throw 3 rounds. So they're just doing whatever they want, and because of that, like Arlington just nothing. I don't think anything makes sense in their head right now. Like they'll walk the Viper's pit through the Viper Molly. Like who does that? It doesn't make any sense, and they still make it work. So they're still gonna keep doing it. 7 is backside, and he gets the kill. It is infuriating. Like, how do you fight this? You can't.
No, you have a Raze that knows how to solo play. You have the rest of Auburn that knows to work his 2s and 3s and push to get control. And it is truly relentless. But now on the backside, Waterfall is Raze 7 from the tightest angle. A little bit of a sneaky push. Rain getting caught out with the utility. And the fight goes on for Crad now. Fully entranced up here. Let's see if this Reyna can do what Reynas do best. My favorite agent in the game, high key, not gonna lie. Has a lot to work with though. Needs to get on the defuse. Needs to deal with 2 of the members of Auburn, but it's a lot, Anton. It's a lot to process for Crad.
Oh, he's got to check the angles. Yeah, it's tough to check. And when Auburn's playing like this, there's no telling where they could be or couldn't be. They could literally be standing on the most random box in the world. It's so hard to come up with an answer too. Yeah, like,
it is. I know exactly where you're coming from, and in my head I'm like, yeah, I got it, because you're right. Processing all the infinite places that you can be on Lotus, right? Especially on B site. There's so many options. You could be hiding behind a box towards site entrance. You could be sitting by the door. You could be around the corner by the hallway into B. You could be, spawn. You could be up top. You could be door. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating to digest. And Crad can't do everything, right? Crad's just one Empress Reyna trying to figure out life. So tough, alas. And we see, you know what I mean? It's just, I feel for this UT Arlington squad right now. I truly do.
Let's see, sheriffs, rockets, and rifles. A lot of headshots there for Auburn. I can't even talk at this point, man. 7 is post-plant solo up in heaven, because why not? Who cares? They're winning the round anyways. Poison, is he gonna get checked? Absolutely not. Even if he does, he gets every single kill. That's not an easy angle, by the way. Up top, headshot angle with the rifle. Got their mechanics under lock and key, and like Arlington, they're like the only solution they really have. Like I said, what Auburn is doing should not be working, but it doesn't matter because it is. you remember what Bren said that one? I don't know if you like the Twitter meme. Like I think everyone knows it at this point. But like in this game, yeah, you can be all nerdy and be like, oh, you have this lineup here. Like all Reddit, it's like, oh, you have a 53% statistically chance to win the round when you take aim in. Like if you get shot, you die.
Yeah.
And Auburn's
That's
doing
the
that
bottom
quite
line.
well.
Yeah, it doesn't get any more. I mean, this is a first-person shooter, not a first-person tactical strategy game. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, whatever you want to do it. But the gun will reign supreme, all in, all out. And Auburn here, confidence to the roof. They're just swinging as ones and twos. And you're gonna build on what you said in the previous round, Antoine. The one difference with Auburn going up against UTA is in that awkward angle that ended up bringing forward so many kills for Poison.
Spike planted.
The difference is when Auburn goes somewhere, they go as 2 and 3, and usually there's more than one person peeking an angle at any given time. They cascade into these picks and they give opportunity to Auburn to capitalize. So UTA, if they want to change things up, they need to start working together in larger quantities to be able to do it. And yeah, Jaquavius, I don't blame the situation. That's very much a crowd-like position to be in. You're in a 1v4. There's so much to worry about, including the bomb. You're just kind of waiting to get an exit and do some economy damage, but it doesn't matter because there's so much money on the side of Auburn too that at this point you're just here for the ride.
Yeah, 8K, 8K, 7K. 7 is like he's just solo buying rifles because like you see, look at his death line. It's 7, while everyone else is 3 and 5. He's just peeking everything and he doesn't really care. So he's just buying up his own weapon. Not optimal economy, but nothing about this team is optimal. The only reason they're 9 and 1 is because they're just throwing the textbook out the window. If you want to play textbook Val, you have to make sure you like actually punish your opponents when they do this stuff, because he is rando TPing stairs and getting a kill. This guy's stunned on sight. He's got that frag. Jaquavius can't even find the kill onto the vulnerable Raze with a stinger right in front of him. There you go. He's got one. And it's a 1-on-3 with this guy up in heaven taunting him as well. All right, now it's a little bit doable, but Poison's planting on B site, and now the clock is ticking.
Hold up here. I just want to talk on that TP here while Julian tries to do some quick tax returns and figure out life right now. That TP was so smart. It was in a completely open space that forced the opposition to be in a place where they can't peek and shoot it. So it bought opportunity, a bit of an X factor in the window to keep them on their toes, and then after that, gave you a chance to win a gun battle. And Lurk here holding the door. Of course, Julian can't do anything. But that Omen ult is so different and so fun. And that's what's been getting Auburn
last round before
doing
the switch.
things that are out of the box. You know, walking through a Viper's snake bite or a poison orb or whatever it may be that continues to leave UTA guessing as to what do I do now? Like, am I going to really wide swing an Omen in the open? No, because I'm going to get clapped for long. But it don't matter because then Rue wins the gunfight. It's super traumatizing. There is nothing nice about what Auburn's doing. They're absolutely punishing UTA for everything that they got.
Yeah, it's like most plays in this game are like intrinsically just a high risk, high reward. Like when you take a big risk, you can have a big reward.
I agree.
And that's what they're just doing every single round. Everything's a big risk, like walking through Viper's pit, TPing in the middle of nowhere. And the fact that it's working, like the fact that it's high risk actually doesn't matter because the risk isn't like. It's not going the other direction, right? Look at what's happened here. Is this guy's walked through B? He's walked through B past the Astra. I don't know if the comms have come through. It doesn't look like they have because neither of the C players are actually looking in link at all. Which means the B site is free. They know someone's in the B, but these rotates from C are dead.
It was free.
Spike
I mean,
down,
you saw
B.
Crowd running with knife out, thinking everything's all good and fine and B's covered, but there's a hole in the defense, and that's a problem. I got now, zoned out here, shooting across the fringes, and see, immediately, 7 goes to the peak, somebody's out of main and help things out. You can't beat that kind of stuff.
Planted.
That's just team.
Oh, 1-on-2, 1 low, so it's a little bit doable. The nade's not going to catch. The bullets are from Lurk, and there's a lot of ones on the scoreboard, but they're all on one side of the scoreboard. It's all Auburn all day.
Switching sides.
Needless to say, Arlington need the pistol. That's kind of all there is to it.
Yep, +1 to that one, Anton. I can't go ahead and deny or look at the numbers and the stats. They definitely need the pistol, and 10 more to follow it. So, crossing fingers that we get that out of UTA, or else we're not getting that map 3 on Haven that we also want. But at this point, pistol's got to be it. I will go ahead and applaud Auburn again for their efforts. They've brought forward fantastic gunplay, fantastic team synergy, and that's what I think as a team I pride myself on, you know, is having good chemistry to work together and to be able to support each other in precarious situations. And that's all come together with just how synergized they are on these swings and how well they can take a side.
Enemy control coming out from Auburn. They check their check boxes and they are playing hopscotch. This is like, okay. If anyone new here is watching the stream, like if anyone's new to the game and watching the stream, that's not how you're supposed to jump peek, by the way. That's absolutely a terrible jump peek. They're just hopping up and down while crouched. Like, but it doesn't matter because they're confident anyways. Look at that. And 3 kill. Poison gets traded. Arlington with a chance in the pistol. But they've had this chance a lot. They are very good in pistol rounds, I will say that.
Nice. Lurk managing to get one of the 2 in that battle. Close proximity. Calypso getting Jaquavius. Rain now. 22 hit points in a dream. It's down to Calypso and Rue here. 49 seconds, and you can see the attackers are absolutely running it back over to that A site, and it's been relatively red. You can see the Omen's got a good position as well at long, and we'll see if they can synergize with the Viper coming out of door here in a second. Still, the wall is up, which is not in the most optimal position, but alas, it's something.
They spot the Viper.
Yep.
But they don't know about the other guys, so they're still going to be looking elsewhere. Omen smoke to cover stairs, and now Crad wants to play through it. If he hears his paranoia, he might actually walk through.
Last player standing.
Oh, goodness me. Crad, that shot would have borderline sealed it. With a Devour to follow things up as well, bringing that Reyna back up to full health, I would have had full confidence in that 2v1 clutch.
Match point.
Tough shot to miss. Auburn again winning the gun battles in pistol style, and off they go. They dump the entire bank. Credit cards, loans, line of credits, whatever they got, they're going to go ahead and spend it out here to seal the deal and take home this 13-1 victory.
Oh, man. This one's rough.
Definitely is.
Jeez. This is like the pinnacle of the Bren statement, you get shot, you die. There's literally nothing else to it. That is, like, some people go and get coaching, like, oh, how do I rank up? 90% of the time it's unreal. Like, that's all you gotta do, is you gotta shoot them in the head. Look at what they're doing. I mean, Arlington, they've done that. All right, here we go. This is one of the best rounds that we've had so far. They come in with the lesser weapons and they land every single headshot. It's a 5-on-3, and Auburn have well, no, they don't actually. There's a rifle in the hands of Jaquavius. But everything else, yeah, there's a bunch of weaker weapons here. They can't land a shot. Jaquavius here to save.
Spike planted.
Now 2-on-4, and they're both coming from
Last
opposite
player
directions.
standing.
And now it's just Poison. Spots out one, and he lands the first. But now low HP, as well as getting stared at by 3 players. They got a little bit tight. Caught with the util in hand. But iGod's got it, and Arlington stay alive for the time being.
They do, and I'm going to go ahead and, not necessarily counter your point, but maybe build on it with that coaching comment. I do believe that to a certain extent, it is about landing the shot. I don't disagree, Anton, but what was the difference that round? We saw 5 walk out of one location together and work together to shut down the aggression. So where the coaching comes in is the idea of being able to back each other up, how to clear angles together as a team, where to use utility, when to use it. So I think that aspect of it is critical, but you can't dismiss, building on your point and kind of counteracting at the same time is what Auburn's been able to do with their shot. They're impeccable with their ones and they know how to connect. Where there's lacking or opportunity for UTA is those chances to punish for those mistakes and to work together in larger numbers to capitalize where Auburn decides to feel that they're good at, which is very aggressive, fast take, high pace pushes.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think, like, just to add on the point, I don't mean coaching is useless. Like, I just want to point that out there. Like, I think
fair.
there's definitely room for more brain power in the game, like, for sure. Like, I see so many smart people that are like, what am I doing wrong? And it's like, maybe you're not doing something wrong. Maybe you just can't execute on the thing that you want to do, right? Because look at this idea. They show to at C, get an orb, and they run back. Let's see if they can land the shot. So that's the point. That's gonna matter. But they go into astral form in tree. They haven't cleared it. Now they can at least run back. They're making the quick decision to run back after finding a lot of resistance on the site. They got a kill. Fair enough. The Raze is now gone. So the mega fast entry back in the retake is no longer available. And they have an Empress. This is a big chance for Arlington to end up winning this round. The Killjoy utility is still going to pop. He's very quick response in this linked position. And he's going to open the door off that as well. But he's going to go down.
Beauty. You like to see him to keep that Empress nice and hungry. Looking for more. Jaquavius winning that battle against Poison. Hasty sheriff shots coming
One
on the short
enemy
crowd.
remaining.
Great spot. Holding the slippery angle in the root. Calypso has lineup with Jaquavius on sight. Solidifies that round. Quick decision making, like you said, Anton, resulted in a good situation. That take on Tree, though, could have been good. Could have been great if they had some front sight wraparound potential, something to distract the folks on tree and gain that sight control back, smoking off stairs, smoking off spawn, and just having to worry about drop area on A and potentially wrapping. But instead, they chose to abort an ejecto and go for the other end. So happy times across the board. They get their third, but it's going to be rough now. This is match point. They're going to have to take 9 rounds consecutive, as you can see.
Yeah, Auburn are pretty much just forcing every single round now because max loss bonus. You're not going to reach anything else. There's no reset here.
Nope.
And they're going to have full rifles, half armor across the board. Fast up to C again. This time more attention being shown by the defense. 2 here. But they back right up. And now they're finally a couple rounds that they got shown what for. They're saying, all right, we're going to chill. We're going to actually play our game and let you guys walk into us. And that's exactly what Arlington are going to have to do. It's very, very this is the most normal round that we've seen this entire day, honestly. With 2-on-2, KJ's locking down the B site and C with some support with the utility. And Arlington just going in for some map control, likely claiming the C orb as well. And even poking with the Viper. That could be a bit risky because he's alone. The door is going to open and they have a lot of... Yeah, this is... Like, this really proves... Arlington has a good sense of macro for the game, right? They know what to do. They know what kind of fakes they want to throw. They know where they want to throw presence. And then Auburn completely break that by pushing out of A.
Auburn's playing defense, but in an aggressive manner, right? They've been posted up aggressive long A that entire round. So they're still sticking true to the roots of what side they're on. They're just playing it a little bit more upfront and personal.
30 seconds
hard
left
to react to, right? I mean, you could expect to push regardless of how you play that early round because of how much time was given up. But the lack of map control made it opportunistic for them to be able to get those picks. So now down to Poison and Co. 3v2, tapping it. Brad has the angle. Nice job. Poison getting
Last
to
player
Casey
standing.
on the 1. Jaquavius waking up and getting the
10
2 now. It's
seconds
down
left.
to Calypso in the 1v2 situation. Jaquavius committing to the cause right before that wall goes up. Brings home the 4K and brings home the 4th. Well done for the side of UTA.
They're actually doing it. They punished the mistakes from Auburn. I can't believe this. They got a long ways to go, but this is a great start. It's happening. I want to believe. I think I will believe when it gets to 8. But so far, they've proven that they can actually wake up and take some fights. Because, like, Auburn, like, they're making such low percentage play. Like, that double push A main should not work. The fact that the Rays got 2 is absolutely ridiculous. And before, they would not have got punished. They would have won the round. But this round, they finally, Arlington just shoot them back. And it works out for them, and I love that. I love to see this from them. They get another entry from this double aggression. There's a guy in tree. Are they going to go together? Because Seven's walking through the door. You know he is, and he's getting a kill with it. And the rocket! But thank goodness iGod's there.
See, they learned to punish the lock push. They knew that Auburn plays it aggressive. They sent a whole bunch of people there to deal with it early on. They were able to trade off the door. You're 100% right, Anton. They're learning and they're adapting, and they're landing the shot to back it up. So with that 4v2 now, going for the plant, Calypso coming off the backside. But they do have some great coverage. You can see there's a lurking crowd at the door. It's going to keep Calypso at bay. Having to worry about the one. That's a shot, though. Galactical. Down to the 1v3. They have the intel and they have the patience here with the numbers to back it up.
Fast is he on the trigger? 6 shooter in hand, only 2 left in the chamber, but he goes for the reload. And now he's got more than enough for all these kills. It's being very methodical.
I love the warning shots, by the way. iGod just pops the shot saying, yo, I'm watching this, be careful. Calypso walks out and in the end doesn't connect on anything. Great awareness, great punishment. 5 rounds, the momentum is starting to pipe up and build ever so slowly here. It's taken a hot minute. This is map number 2, but they're holding their own. That's the most important part, and they're starting to work together more and more as this round goes on, or this map goes on.
It is really lovely to see. And like every round that Auburn lose, I don't know if it's really gonna affect their mental. Like they're up a lot right now. But Arlington, I think they're gonna be happy about this. They can be a little bit more confident in their own play style. I think there's gonna be a little bit of a tech pause with the disconnect, but that just gives us a little bit more time to relax. And for Auburn, a little bit more time to work into the fact that they're winning rounds now, which is nice. You see a couple very aggressive pushes there, a couple confidence, literally just pure confidence plays, which is what you want to see in this kind of instance, right? Because Arlington, like that's one of the things that they have kind of run out of, and Auburn haven't, and that's the main difference, right? They're both, we can see Crad has woken up. He's 9-14, which might not seem very nice, but he was dropping a solid donut towards the start of the map. So now to see them all pretty much chiming in and all getting the kills, and Jaquavius especially trying to match Calypso's number in the top of the opponent's scoreboard, this is great. And they're solo peeking, which in reality, of course, it's not a good thing to do, but Auburn is doing it and it's working. So you just kind of have to punch them back in the face. Like, nothing makes sense in this game. It's whoever has the bigger muscles. And Arlington are finally, they're showing and they're flexing, which is great to see. That I really want to get deeper into it, but there's really nothing else to say. Like, it's not complex at all. Auburn are kind of walking into them. This time they're on defense, right? It's not like Ascent defense where they're walking into them and it's working, because it's like, it's a simple map and there's not many angles to watch. This one's a little bit more complex, so I think that's why Arlington are having a bit more success. But also, they're just ready for the things that Auburn are doing. Like, when they're going for the A main pushes, you still see Auburn walking up in D. It's not different. They're doing the same thing, but you see the Rays looking behind them this time and catching the solo flank of Lurk. So this is like everything. Finally, it might have taken a while, and I would have loved to see it a little bit sooner. But at least they're doing it, which gives me a lot of hope for the chances they have coming up.
110% with you. There's a lot of good positive things here to watch out for. You can see the respect, though, still from UTA. They're just prodding and poking, but watch on that long A, same type of stuff from Auburn. They're double pushed up with the Rays and the Omen. Great control. They're going to play that aggressive post for the time being and see what they can get out of the opposition. And let's see if they respect it. I can see initially they are. They're starting to migrate off that long A. They know Sky's there now as that flash comes in as well. And that should be enough to say, yo, B's a good opportunity. Worry about door. Worry about some of the other choke points. Smoke it. And let's get on this thing.
Okay, the spam, though. Because they know so many are towards that A site. Might deter them a little bit.
Down,
they do
B.
get a trade. 1-for-1 in sight. The rain is still alive. Big importance there. And the plant going down. Retake ults, how many are there? Absolutely none. But the shots come through for Poison, and Julian goes down first. 8 HP in the sky, not able to heal himself, but Lurk gets another kill.
One enemy
so making it
remaining.
even easier for the team of Auburn. Now a 1-on-4, but Krad's the best player to do it. Spots 2, knows exactly where the rest of the team is. Well, this guy's on the spike, taken out! And this is great. Low HP for the Sky. All he's got to do is land a couple more bullets, but Calypso is sticking this. He's sticking it all the way through. Needs to get him off. It's not going to happen. That is how the map ends. Auburn, the ultimate disrespect at the end. 13-5. It got close. Arlington finally started to wake up. But Auburn's saying no and completely shut that map down.
Yeah, I think the beauty of that matchup really came down to those last 3-4 rounds. We saw a really good turn of events from UTA. They definitely started bringing some of the heat and started showing us what they're all about, that they can adapt, that they can learn. But Auburn was just one notch hotter tonight, and they were really, really sharp on their 1v1s. They were incredible working together as a team. I am so happy to say that seeing, like, it makes me great. You know, it gives me a good feeling inside when I see teams that are able to synergize, swing together, and work together. It just shows that there's chemistry there, that there is life in it. But GG's across the board. UTA put up a great battle, and they've shown prowess. They've shown that they can ride with the toughest of the tough, and it does take time to get going, Anton. This just wasn't their night, but you said it yourself. They understand the macro. They understand the bigger picture in play here, and we expect in future weeks for them to be able to perform and bring us some more good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And congratulations to Auburn as well. They played an absolutely amazing game. These guys, oh god, they didn't slow down. I don't even know what to say. I'm not gonna blame you guys if it's hard to follow, because for us it was hard to follow as well. For me, it zoomed by just like a freaking, it was a race car. These 2 maps in total, they took half an hour. That is kind of unheard of. Maybe your ranked games are like that, because ranked is a little bit of a clown fiesta sometimes, but these are fast games, man. Like, each round, remember, buy time is like 45 seconds per pistol round, and then 20 every other round, and you've got 1 minute 40 on the clock. They're playing every round like it's like 1 minute 30. It is such a zoomer fashion from these guys, and they make it work as well. I mean, these guys, they know exactly what they're doing. They know the shots can land, and they're supremely confident to back it up, and it's great to see. So 2-0, very swift for the side of Auburn, so congratulations to them. But I think we will take a short little break before we actually have an interview with one of the members on Auburn, one of the best players as well. Calypso is going to be talking to us right after this quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. Quick break, and here we are with the interview. We have the fantastic Calypso joining Anton and I here, and we're going to get him in to ask some questions. And Calypso, how are you doing? Congratulations on the win, by the way.
Pretty good, pretty good. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Really happy to see it. I just want to keep a very high level question to open things up and just get your insight on it. We saw you guys super synergize. You guys were locked in terms of how you work together as a team. Your shots were absolutely impeccable, no matter the scenario or what it came down to. Give me some insight on, I guess you can talk about map 1, map 2, whatever you please. What is the Auburn approach to the game of Valorant? What is your guys' main focus? What have you worked on the most building up to this week? And how do you guys come together as a team to work so concisely and to be able to take these rounds so flawlessly?
I think we really try and take a main interest on playing very fluid and aggressive. We don't really have a super set game plan going into every game since every team plays differently. But for us, we always want to try and keep our enemies on their toes. Seeing that we push a lot and make a lot of aggression, we love to take space, and we really emphasize on ecos, which I think reflected today, since I think we won almost every eco after we lost the pistol round. And on Ascent, that's not our strongest map, but we felt like the aggression was working out for most of our defensive rounds, and we were taking a lot of space, which forced them into the things that I was calling, and it ended up working out pretty well.
Love that. I mean,
I-
I can count like easily probably 10 or 15 instances of each of those things that you said you focused on my hands, because you guys definitely did fight for space on Lotus, especially at long. You guys were impeccable on your fighting for space on ecos and getting aggressive on middle on Ascent. And you guys had no fear about adventuring in 1v1s like 7 on that jet, making adventurous plays and being confident in yourself. So good on you good on you guys for that. It was a really, really great series to watch for us. I'll pass it off to Anton for the second question.
Yeah, I guess to add on to that as well. I mean, obviously it works, right? You guys are absolutely unrelenting this entire day. You guys were pushing every single angle. Like outside, if the enemies were outside B, you just walked out A, walked out of mid, and every single time it just ended up working. Did you guys have a backup plan? Like if on the off chance these guys start shooting you back in the face and it starts not working, what's the thing behind? What's the second option? Like, do you guys have that, or is it just we're going to be unrelenting and just crush our opponents so hard that they have no choice but to give us that kind of respect?
I feel like I model our playstyle comparable to Paper X, how they just keep shoving it, the pushes very hard no matter what. I don't think we really have a backup plan because it makes the enemy team very uncomfortable when they don't have any space to work with, so they panic a lot. So yeah, I don't think we really have a backup plan because no one's been able to stop the aggression yet.
Love it. I mean, that's exciting. And you can say again, for those that watch the 2 series and can go ahead and take some highlight clips in their mind, and if they were actively watching, you can totally see that be exactly the case. And you did mention you guys walk into every game with an open mind and not a set approach, and allows you to adapt and build on your gameplay. So that's really cool. I do appreciate that Paper X style gameplay, and you guys try to mirror that or to follow in suit. So last question for the evening before we send you off here. Any shout outs, anything you want to mention here in week 2 on desk and on cam?
Yeah, I really want to shout out our duelist player. No matter how many kills he has, Seven's always gonna be with first bloods. He's always on the top of the leaderboard with first bloods. If he has 10 kills, he has 10 first bloods. So he really carries us through with the aggression, and I love his play style. I love how he's not scared to take any 1v1. So shout out to Seven.
That hit home. I'm not gonna lie, I felt that, and I really respect that. And the one thing you guys did do well is you stuck true to your roles, and you guys were so committed to what you were trying to accomplish as an individual. And that's, Anton, we talked about coaching throughout the game, that whole idea of things to work on. As in the one thing that I really love is seeing team members that stick true to their roles and they'll follow through with it. So bravo on that. I'm not going to drag it on too much longer. Calypso, congratulations to you and the team. You guys did absolutely excellent this evening.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All the best. Take it easy.
Bye.
Great. And on that note, Anton, that sums up the first series here. We have so much more Valorant to come. It's going to be a bit of a break, though. And unless you have any closing thoughts, you're welcome to send us away and give our viewers a chance to recoup, recalibrate.
No, I guess, well, to end it off, congratulations to Auburn again. I do have to say, like, as much as I was harping on them, making absolutely no sense the entire day, you gotta really give it to them to be able to play like that and also make it work at the same time. It really does show to their skill, because, like, again, like I mentioned, high risk, high reward, right? But the risk comes with the drawback. If you get punished, it's a really big drawback, but they just didn't. So when they take these high risks and they just Oh my god, I sound like a broken record. They just make it work, and there's nothing else behind that, right? It's not like, oh, there's like some backup plan. Like he literally said, there is no backup plan. No one has been able to punish them so far, and they're just doing this. And I love what he's mentioning, like Paper X and all this stuff. They are legitimately one of my favorite teams to watch, like probably right next to Fnatic, because Paper X are the epitome of doing the things that really should not be working in the game and doing it so well that your opponents don't have an answer, because it's like doing a math problem and coming out with a 1 + 1 = 3, but then you have this weird weird nomenclature where it somehow actually works and is mathematically sound. Like when you look at that and you're like, no, it doesn't. But these guys are proving it with some ridiculous proof that's like 10 pages long. So Auburn, great job to them. With that, I'm going to stop talking about this because it's going to take me the entire day to harp on them. But for the time being, you guys, thank you so much for watching our first series of the day. It is only our first one. We've got more matches coming up very, very soon after this break. But for the time being, you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. The second series of the evening begins right now. We are moving ahead, advancing onwards. Going to be BGSU Bowling Green State University. Say that 3 times fast. Going up against University of Delaware. The series is going to be absolutely delectable. Before we go too far, let's take a quick look, Anton, at the schedule and talk about a little bit of what we saw and also what we have coming up.
Of course, first game, if you guys weren't here for that, Auburn, decisive 2-0 victory. It was a very, very swift one at that. That's why we had the long break in between these two matches. But yeah, they had a very nice one against University of Texas Arlington. And now, second game of the day, BGSU Falcons going up against Delaware. And Delaware, obviously, returning name to the scene, the BGSU. I think these guys are new this season. I'm not entirely sure, but a lot of familiar faces on their opponent's side. But for now, this is going to be the second game of the day, and later. Time being, this one, standard stuff, right? We got the rosters here. Of course, most of you guys are probably going to recognize if you've watched Season 4 of EGFC. Guyangi, Doom, Kevster, Harissa, Lucas on the side of Delaware, and their opponents, newcomers, Bowling Green. Sense, it's going to be an interesting name to say, the straight face, but Poo Toilet, Puck a Punch, No Comply, and Banana Kush. All fresh faces, but this is going to be, I think it's going to be a good game. I don't know about you, Strive. I have faith in this one.
You always need to have faith, Anton. If you're walking into a cast without faith, you're doing things wrong. Let's go ahead and quickly touch on some of the maps here tonight, because that is, of course, getting to the real meat and potatoes of this subject. We have a great little lineup here. Ascent, Haven, and Split is going to be on the go. UD is going to be starting the defense on the Ascent matchup. We're going to have BGSU attacking on Haven, with the Split decider being BGSU on that defense. So I'm looking forward to this one. The first map here is a BGSU pick, so let's keep it easy. We started on Ascent in the previous series. We're hitting it again, but I'm happy to see that Haven sandwich there in the middle. It's one of my favorite all-time maps. We didn't get to see it in the last series. Looks like the Valorant gods are delivering it to us this time.
Absolutely. And if speaking of the Valorant gods, I mean, this is going to deliver exactly what we're going to see every single time, isn't it? Well, I say that. Bowling Green seem to want to flip the script a little bit. Cypher instead of a KJ, and it looks like they're hovering a fade rather than one of the other initiators. Blue Toilet still hasn't gone for any set of selection yet, but they're already going against the grain, so to say. Cypher, we do see some teams play it, like V1 like it, Mel likes it on in Game Changers, some other teams, I think. Honestly, there's not many people that can make it work on Ascent, I think, because KJ provides so much utility. You have the hard stall and whatever site you choose to put her on. You can put her in tree, like most like the team did last map, or you just run a cam like up a B main and no one looks up or something like that. So there's definitely some stuff you can do with him. It's gonna be a KO second. So the only difference here being the Sova versus the Fade for the wall hacks. But if you can make it work, you can make it work. It really doesn't matter. Sova probably favored for the darts. The fact that you can dart from the back of B and spam through the entire wall, stuff through B main as well. But a Fade is all right. You've got some synergy there. With you could have brought a Raze, but they have a Jet. It's okay. It is a little bit surprising to me, but maybe Senses is more comfortable on the agent, but it's fair enough. They can do what they want to, and Bowling Green, once again, they're going against the grain a little bit, bringing out some unique compositions for the map that is oh so staple to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see this comp. Love to see things looking very familiar and happy for the both of us here, Anton. Let's just see how things start to pan us out. There's not too much to talk about when it comes to the agents at these point in days. I think we've really become comfortable with Ascent. It's all fun in the games until it all gets down to round number 1 when things can go a little bit wonky. So yeah, I'm super keen on it. People to look out for, and for me, some familiar faces, of course, is going to be on this side with Goyanki, Kester, Doom, Lucas, and Harissa. Coming in from EGFC Season 4. I have a bit of a story to build up on that one, and I didn't get to mention it last matchup, but as you watch these teams, build a story in your mind. Start to remember some names, some maps, some strats, some standout moments, and you get to kind of see the evolution of these teams as the season progresses.
Absolutely. So it's good to see them back, of course. Reoccurring names are always very nice to follow and keep up with throughout a scene, especially through something like this where we have season after season. But speaking of, fast up to A main. Starting out the season for these guys. Nothing connecting, actually, leaving a couple lurking, but it's a very heavy aggression towards A for the side of Bowling Green right now. There's no lurk. Maybe the Cypher wants to go hunting, but there's going to be 3 detected in A main. There's a lot of information gathered from the initial defense of Delaware.
Yeah, it's good stuff here. And you can see they're still pretty flexible. They haven't committed hard down. They're actually running away towards top middle here. A lot of attentiveness, and you can see the bodies already shifting towards short and such to make sure things are covered. A quick rotate to A is very imminent and possible. We'll see how it pans out as that minute timer hits on Anton.
Slow going. And they look to want to re-exec because they do not have any control towards B main at all. It take way too long. Don't want anything to do with that, but first engage for Kevster.
Down mid.
Gets 2 kills with some assists from Harissa. Done very nicely, and even detects another one on the catwalk. But the A main is already breached. There's a trade back and forth. He only gets 1 in return. Make that a second on the site itself. And the Spike now last standing. Getting a gun. Harissa might be a bit greedy here, but it's all good. They're all available for this A site defense, and technically 20 seconds is hypothetically against B site, but not at this point. Not anymore. The first kill spot known. Yeah, Harissa gets that. Nice job from the entire team of Delaware locking down that A.
Yeah, spectacular. Really good mobility. I mean, I love how they start to shift over early and cover all their bases, expecting the imminent rotation towards mid and A site respectfully. Happy times. Let's see how they can progress into round number 2 here. We'll see BGSU play relatively standard, I think, in these pistol rounds, not looking for anything too major, just keeping it frosty. And I do like how we've got the simple KJ B setup going on for the defensive side. I'm a fan of the KJ on B. I didn't quite like it on Tree in the last matchup, Anton. I feel like B itself has a lot more value as a major site versus one choke point going in towards A, if you know what I mean.
Speaking of value, though, that's instant value coming up from the Marshall Kevster with an op on the second round practically. So no comply, not able to comply with the terms and conditions that Kevster puts out for this round. Yeah, I think I agree with you, especially like because I mean, occasionally you can run Tree every single round. Like I think 1 or 2 rounds and a half, it's like yeah, it's good. Like you can lock it down. But if you do it every single round and you don't get punished, it's a little bit on your opponents, which is fair enough. But yeah, definitely changing it up a couple of rounds. It's going to be that KJ taking an engage in mid, and Lucas has got the better weapon, so gets the better of his opponent. Sense falls, and then some follow-up. There's also follow-up from the defense. Lucas is mowing them down. Harissa with a little assist at the end. And again, another round done well. No one dropping from the side of Delaware, 2-0. Clean stuff.
Yep, tidy as can be. We move ahead. Let's see how gun round pans out now here for the BGSU team. So far, not so bueno. I mean, there's been a lot of good aggression coming up from the defensive side, really stopping BGSU in their tracks, which has made it difficult to gain any kind of traction, Anton. Now, this is what I also will point out really quickly. I want to say the KJ shift over to the A site. You love to see it. Keeping the controller mobile and keeping the enemy on their toes. Going to leave them guessing, and they might walk into a bit of a mess right now.
Fast mid play. No one's here to receive. That, in and of itself, it does give a lot of information towards Delaware. They know exactly where this hit's coming. There is a lurk top mid. Cypher's going to make his way all the way towards that A main. Slowly getting that exec down, and they have made their way on. Stamp smoke at the time, pretty much nothing for the time being. The spike is going to try and make its way forward. Doom catches a teammate, but the spike does get to the back of the site and get planted.
Spike planted.
Door closed and things are good now. In a post plant, optimal as can be for BGSU. They're going to go ahead and post it up. Smokes are still alive, though, for the side of Delaware, so blocking off that long chokehold point could be a problem for the retake, but alas, we'll see how it works. Harissa waiting for an entry potential, giving some time for the opposition to smoke things out and cover bases. But here we go. Harissa, pop flash into the site. We go. Anton, puck a punch for the one. Coach is long at need.
Last player standing.
Oh, shots landing for the entirety of Delaware, though. But they don't know. Kuko is so down here inside of hell. And as soon as he reveals his location, Goyangi claims that kill towards the end and wins out the bonus round for the side of Delaware. Rifles picked up. A very nice boon of the economy for the side of Delaware.
Yeah, supremely good. I do like how they were so patient, Anton. Really being diligent on tree room, using the flashes from that KJ to get in it. Or not the KJ, sorry. The... Oh
KO.
My goodness. KO, thank you. The letter K.
Same K.
Like same K. It got stuck in my mouth. Yeah, the KO there to flash on through and get that sight right on back. So as much as I thought the smokes would be a problem blocking them off, they really dealt with it super well and worked as a team to retake.
Yeah, the thing is, Bowling Green played that well as well. I mean, they know the smokes are up, so they can't play all offsite, so they put 2 in hell. The gunshots is landing from the side of Delaware. Lucas with the pistol, no less, and getting 2 headshots off of that. So this is very nicely played. Now we go with the rifles, and Bowling Green are the ones that have to make stuff work with pistols. Banana Kush is on the Cypher. It would be the agent that you want to be lurking, but Lucas is taking that fight ever so confidently and removes him from the equation instantly. And the rest of the team, I don't know if there's a sixth sense or whatever, but they expect something else towards that B, and they rotate right back towards Catwalk, where it is a little bit empty, but Delaware are aware of this hole in their defense.
Yeah, they did move that space towards B main, and I think they read the room really well, Anton, shifting the focus to the A, like you said. They fought on that tree, going up through now, see if they can get that site control they fought so hard for. But not so much. Shifting focus now, leaving, making a move onward towards middle, and go ahead and see if they can hit this site or at least get on through market and up mid, and they do now, pushing heavily on through. Kevster shutting it down, and every opportunity that they get is being absolutely devoured by University of
Ooh, devoured is the perfect word. I mean, look at the logistics of that round. What has happened there? They got pushed away from B, back towards Cat. They got pushed away from there as well. They run back in towards mid while the entirety of Delaware is circling them like sharks. They're pretty much putting themselves into the mouth of an angler. And that is beautiful stuff from Delaware. I mean, not losing a single fight, of course. That would have been hard for Bowling Green no matter what happened there. But they had lesser weapons, so it's even more difficult. But Delaware making the great heads-up plays to go pushing on the extremities as soon as they do have the man advantage. Some people might say it's a bit of a risk, which it is, but they're going for information, and they know they can win the fights anyway. So now, fast click A is completely denied by that one little paranoia. There is a KO ulti to drive the rest of the defenders off the site. The fact that it can be itself taken. But with the post plant, it's going to be 5 versus 5, and the entirety of Delaware is going to have everything they need to go for this retake.
Yeah, they have everything, including that KJ lockdown too, so keep an eye on that. There's no Sova on the opposition or ultimate even available to shut it, so that's a darn near site, free site retake, and here it is coming out now in the good old standard position of the tree, getting the bird's eye view of the execution now. Let's see how much they can, how much space they can cover with the smoke blocking off the other area now. Pushing through, they have to fight for the space, and they do. Clearing out hell oh so patiently on bottom. With that, site is there, and there is a huge number of the opposition sitting at long. They don't know how much they're going to fare through this smoke, and it's spam fest at this point.
How much more util is there, though? Doesn't quite matter. There's nothing left at this point. Not need to land for comply, and they do. He's keeping the economy honest. That's a nice triple kill from the Fade to end off that round, but there is another victory from Delaware, able to secure all the frags of the smoke. And when you get to a situation like that, where you know you have a lockdown, you know you have both smokers up, and even some more from the Jets as well. Remember, mentioned there was all the util in the world for Delaware to make that retake happen. With the lockdown, you have to get off the site. You don't have any option. You don't have lineups from the Sova to be able to destroy it or whatever. And Delaware understand that. And Bowling Green are just, they're coin flipping at that point. And that's exactly what had happened. Delaware able to land the frags in time to be able to secure that round. And even though they lose all the men, they have five. They literally have 5 rounds in a row, and they're even getting more kills off of that as well. So the economy is not even close to a problem.
No, far from it actually, Anton. And with these tricks that Kev's just pulling out and continuing to pull out now, getting mana cushion as well, there is no breathing room left for BGSU. They're trying to play it slow, not working. They're trying to play it fast, not working. And of course, the paper mache walls of Ascent lend itself super well to that Odin play as well. And with the pinch and the mid control gained, it's easy cruising for Delaware.
Ooh. KO actually gets away from the counterpart inside of mid. So there technically is some room to work with at this point. Delaware are pushing very, very aggressively. There's 3 people sitting inside of mid right now, and the only line of defense to keep these guys from getting to A site themselves is technically the Omen. I don't know if the KO can actually spot all the way to top mid, but because of that, there's nowhere really to go. They have to cross for anyone from Delaware to turn around, and they're going right back towards the meat grinder.
Spike down,
Lucas
mid.
gets it, and there's another one to try and secure that as well. They hear the TP. Poke punch. It's only a matter of time, buddy. First headshot lands. It's a
30 seconds left.
1v4 was the first problem. Kepster being on your rear end is another one, and 3 people being in mid was the third. So the checklist is signed, sealed, and delivered. 6-0. I mean, talk to me, Anton. Walk me through what UD is doing correctly. What can BGSU do differently, and how can they approach this to gain a couple rounds?
Honestly, like, okay, looking at the last map, right? Looking at the last matchup, Auburn, they were winning the map by just being absolute, like, maniacal idiots and just running in and getting kills. Delaware are winning this map by being fundamentally sound around every single corner. And I have my biases. I like watching this kind of gameplay. They're being so, like, locked down. Everywhere is being watched. They are not leaving a single hole, and they're not taking risks that they don't need to take, right? Everything makes sense. This angle, you could say it's a risk, but this guy's got an op. Who's going to op on Bowling Green? No one has the money for it right now, so it's calculated. And even this B main spam, they don't have the money to counter spam, so it's not like this is a risk either. Everything that Delaware is doing is just so clean. And even that little lineup right there, driving them away from B main. Where are they gonna go next? Probably tiles. Put the op there, and now Kevster, I think he spotted the cross.
And see, oh, that's a nice little touch this mid too. The secondary problem to this is that I don't see anything from BGSU in terms of smoke to block off.
I know exactly.
Right? You can't just leave a jet naked in the open to get an optic and like that. It's gonna happen. They're not utilizing that smoke early on to gain some control, and that leaves them naked and exposed. And alas, where we are now in this 4v3, low HP KO and site control off yet again to the side of Delaware.
Spike
It
planted.
is a little bit of a blessing they managed to get in the site in the first place. Doom, again, no risk, keeps his own life. Maybe if you saw Auburn play that same scenario, you see the guy actually like push forward with the Odin. But in this case, he goes all the way back, waits for the rest of the team to confirm this kill on the Cypher. There's no way that Banana is getting a single kill there. And Kevster looking for the ace, actually. He's got the first 2 with the op, wants to finish off with the blades, and spots the last one. Beautiful stop from the Jet on the team of Delaware. Secures every single frag and brings Delaware up to 7. Still flawless on this map.
dare I say this is kind of reminiscent of the previous one. I know you said, you know, they have a different play style, but mind you, they're in a position where I think they occupy much of the same desires. They do like to fight for control. They do like to get space, but they don't necessarily do it as early on in the round. The moment they have a single whiff of where BGSU is going, that's when they make their move. And they're chipping away at the opposition too, like you said. The Odin spam is working superbly great. Seeing the Jet Kevster get a double picking short. So those types of things need to be halted very quickly from BGSU if they want to gain some ground. Use those smokes nice and early. Utilize that fade utility. Cypher can set up trips for the flanks. These are things that can all come together and cascade into opportunity. And like we talked about in the previous matchup, it's about working in numbers and having synergy. You're not going to land every shot by yourself, but you're sure as heck better off with two.
Well, Kester, he technically did have a guy behind him. He had the Omen, if I'm correct. Harissa was available for backup if she needed to. But Kester's good enough for that shot. Top flash going through, and it's gonna land. This guy is having fun. It's a shooting gallery in front of him right now. Like you mentioned, no smokes, no flashes to try and get him off angles. And it's very early fundamentals that are failing right now for the side of Bowling Green. But at least Sense gets one back. Again, all the strats and the smarts do work until you get shot in the face. And they cross mid with that one pick. And the only person available for this B defense is now the Sova. Not even the KJ bot's able to help because that was the first one to go down. But there is a machine gun and a lot of bullets in the hands of Doom.
Doom here, super patient. Frontier to one. Sense just so quickly on that tight angle. Pucker punch follows it up onto Goyangi, and on the retake we go now. Delaware
Spike planted.
on the hunt to deal with the spike and the defuse. Walking on through. Kevster's got a great little position with that op in hand. Super strong. Swapping weapons in here. Gonna meet up with
Last player standing.
Nice try. That's a first. And that is a nice little cleanup. Harissa, way too much to do in that 1 versus 3. The Odin even picked up by Banana, wanting to maybe regress on the B main, spam through the wall. You always know that there is technically a risk that you can get counter spammed when any of the attackers have that Odin, but it looks like they want to look towards this A this time after that win. And Kevster reinvesting in the op because they have so many rounds in a row. Bowling Green stopping the bleeding for now. But because of the fact that Delaware have been winning that many, this is not even close to a reset round. Two players might look like their economy is a bit in shambles, but look at Gyeonggi and Doom. They have 4.7, 4.8 on each of them. So they have some buffer, even though their buys haven't exactly been optimized. But I think it's okay for the time being, especially as that knife does not land. So they don't know where exactly this KO is after throwing that one knife into A main. But it looks like they're going to walk into it. Smoke down. There you go. That's exactly what you want to see. But they want to get aggressive. It's not a flash in Harissa's hands, but there are bullets flying out of the smoke.
Smoked off, and I like how the noise is still totally cut. Let the Owl drone get some information. Smoke phase here. 3 smokes to safety. We gotta go. We're lingering too on the tree unit.
Flash now, finally, and that's
Spike
Pucker punch
down
going down.
A.
Spike now dropped inside a tree.
One
And
enemy
while that split
remaining.
push had an idea to it, doesn't look like it's too fruitful. And 1v5 again, and no comply. He's got 2. He's done this spray down before, but he can't rack up as many as he did prior. Doom comes out with 3. And instantly, as soon as Bowling Green went around, they get ripped out from under them.
Yeah, absolutely shanked there, Chief. Really tough round to swallow, and it looks like the best success we've seen out of the side of BGSU has been truly when they're getting on a site quickly and they're able to hold it. And that's when they make it through. The problem is getting to that point. They get shut down so quickly from Delaware that crossing any of these major boundary points has been next to impossible. I still don't fully follow why we're not utilizing the 2 flashes that are available, right? You have the Omen, you have the KO. Use those at every possible opportunity at points where the angles can be, and just go ahead and close them off one by one and enter a site. It should be pretty systematic in a way.
Oh, speaking of systematic, I mean, this guy just sees wall hacks and he goes for the shots, and it's good enough. Doom able to open, Rufus closes, and even some more bullets. He's got as many as he possibly wants in this magazine, going for some extra spam back in the site, just in case he can catch someone straggling. And speaking of, that is basically what their health is at right now. 20, and if I'm correct, 78. So they have killed the combined total of 1 player's worth of health without armor. Spike is making its way all the way to the A site. He's likely going to be able to
One
have
enemy
the money
remaining.
no matter what. But in a 1 versus 5, once again, don't know if he needed that exactly, but I think Butola is actually going for the round win. Going back instead of going for the plant. No gun in hand. No reason to save.
Trust the
But
process.
spot,
Anton.
yeah, they know he's here. They know he's here.
Firmly believe that this classic is going to connect for at least one.
Got him.
30 seconds left.
You're how? I think Scribe is psychic here.
You have to believe. The classic's there. You just got to have faith in it. But it's no bueno, Chief. What's not there is a tighter matchup between these two teams. 9-1 now. Icing on the cake, though, BGSU does have some great ults on the board. Hopefully they can use this to their advantage and go ahead and get on a site, at least semi-successfully, get a plant down one more time and repeat history for that one round they were able to take.
This is true. There's some big ults as well. I mean, KO ults, Cypher for some wall hacks, for some information, and you can basically insert a player wherever you want with the Omen ult, which is not the worst thing in the world based on how these guys are playing. Maybe this round might be a bit weird because they're running a 3-2 setup, and mid is the only thing that's kind of open, but there is a KJ bot, which is fairly. This is how most teams play KJ. You don't see the tree setup. You're completely right every single round most of the time. But here, Bowling Green are running into it. So far the default's going fairly well. The defenders are aware of it though. Koyami is first up to the plate to take a kill, and Sense goes. And there's more looking at this market door. Doom also follows up on that frag. And these guys are going back. They're running back to Cat again.
A lot of struggles here for BGSC. They're constantly having to abort plans one after another. They're losing bodies in awkward positions. Kevster shuts down the KO and ultimate form. Gonna go ahead and do its deed, but it's not enough as the swing comes out. Harissa from the side of Tree Room has got the covered. Kevster's going for a bit of a aerial activity.
remaining.
Bing bong on your forehead. And all is good in Kevster land if you got some verticality. 10-1 now.
Last round in the
Showing off at
half.
this point. Delaware putting on an absolute masterclass for us here on how to play Ascent defense. This is great stuff. Bowling Green, they gotta figure something out, man. They gotta maybe slow it down, maybe send some lurks somewhere. They have the Cypher, which is the hands down best lurk agent in the entire game, but right now they're playing very they're playing simple, right? Take map control, try and hit a site, and it hasn't been working. They need to do a little bit more. And like you mentioned, they have to put the smokes down for this op because Kevster has had free reign on this thing for so long. And even through mid, there's going to be a knife. He's not going to do the dash, but he's not going to need a dash if he just lands every single bullet. Another peek, Comply barely lives from that one. And they're going to try and dash on him, but he's going to go for another re-peek. So aggressive. And he still stays alive until Banana finally catches him, but there's a trade right back.
Yeah, there's always a fallback plan when it comes to the side of Delaware. They're really working together and having opportunities to trade each other out. Like I said, still posting up, keeping it frosty, seeing what BGSU can do. Again, aborting plan very quickly. They've lost one in B, they've lost one at mid, and seems like A is the answer. Fade a little bit late to the party. Comply now looking to join up, but Tree Room, no problem. Harissa's there, just jiggles out so nicely for the pick.
Stopping. They know exactly where you are. And Duck a Punch is playing in the smoke again. But these guys have to feel aware. Top flash into it. It's so smart. It's so perfect. But it doesn't get caught. Somehow, there's a chance now. 2-on-2. The Jet's getting spammed. And Sense barely lives from that one. Duck a Punch is the one that has to survive. That has to just play their life. Another round in the smoke. Here's both. Finally one falls. But he goes down in return. And the spam from Doom gets both heads. And that one got tight. But Delaware, they do not lose rounds in this fashion.
The spike is diffused.
And that smoke situation that generated became a bit of a ringer on the rosy, but in the end, Ashes, they did fall down. It continues on for Delaware's streak, 11-1. Tough half for BGSU, Anton. It's been thematic this evening, at least on Ascent. We haven't seen anything too great in these first halves, and a lot of struggles, but one can only hope that Pistol brings goodness, and we can proceed ahead and give BGSU a chance to bounce back into this game.
Yeah, their saving grace is the fact that this is probably one of the most defender-sided maps so far. Maybe Breeze, you can make an argument nowadays because it's so new, but also because it's so new, some teams know how to attack on it better. So I would still say Ascent really takes the cake for that. These guys have two sheriffs. They're still confident. I'd love to see that. Respect it. No compliant sense, both with the one-tap weapons at long range, if you can land the headshots no matter what, no matter if you have armor or whatever. And the double bodies, very powerful. But it's going to be a fast D. Dash right up with that Omen Paranoia, and it looks like the KO is going to get caught. Bullet's got no chance. And the solo defender on this B site is just the Cypher. It's going to be a very difficult hold as he knows what's coming to him.
And Chris posted up, about to get flooded if things start picking up pace. A lot of patience though Delaware not necessarily flooding sight and looking to do anything too quickly. Here comes the pinch down from Goyangi. Doom, nice shock dart. You love to see it when utility comes out on a pistol. And that's 2 clean picks coming out for Delaware as they're on pace to take this round as well.
Still waiting.
Well, the sheriff's also falling. Comply's got to take the place.
Still waiting.
2-on-5.
Where are
Good start. While Hacks going through. They're not quite popping. So Kevster is going to
Last
get
player
the
standing.
position. And even got a kill off of it and a second. Great turn. Kevster really showing off in the last couple rounds. And he's putting the numbers up, man. 22-5. This guy is not slowing down.
No, far from it, actually. It looks like we're just picking up pace, and we still have another map to come after this, and a potential third if things can come back and tie us through. I don't have much to share, Anton. Delaware just really securing rounds cleanly, working together. Their shots are on point, reminiscent of our previous series. It's a match point for them, and you can see just how confident they are here. They're going to go ahead and hopefully walk on through and take this all the way to the end, unless BGSU is going to do some funny stuff for us.
There is an unorthodox force. 2 stingers. And a bucket inside of the toilet. But yeah, the insta blind. Delaware just want to go fast instead of the same. Cypher's been spotted on the site and up on the high ground. Kevster needs to take a little bit of time before he closes it out. In fact, Kush gets 1. Keeps it honest. 4-on-3 for the post play. And now they've lost their best player in the form of Kevster. Let's see if everyone else can manage to clutch up when the rest of Bowling Green have something to say about coming back into it.
Through. Goyangi gonna go ahead and beat it to a pulp there. Smash that avocado.
1 enemy remaining.
Absolutely mush those bananas. Crushing the opposition. Going on through. Shock dart. Doom with style points.
Attackers
Goes ahead
win.
and takes the match for Delaware. That's a great 13-1.
Nice and clean off. That was, oh my god, that was more one-sided than our first game. But I think I loved watching that more than our first game because Delaware were playing so well, right? They're playing just fundamentals around the entire map, and I think the first matchup you ran into that and you look at it and you're like, I can't find a solution to these problems that we're facing right now. This one though, I think there were solutions, right? Bowling Green, they had some options. They could maybe go for some more defaulty plays on their attack instead of just trying to barrel down one site. They went for some rush plays, which it could have worked in some instances, but they lost the op duels most of the time at the entering of rounds. And like you mentioned, the flashes weren't there, the smokes weren't there to try and take them off of angles. So there's multiple different things that they could have done that they just didn't end up doing in Delaware. When something isn't broke, you don't need to fix it. They weren't getting too aggressive when they didn't need to be, but when they could be, and when they knew that it wouldn't really get punished, when there's like a 5v4 or a 5v3, and they know that, okay, even if we do get completely shut down in mid, we have enough players just holding on the sites just to make sure we can win the round. So Delaware are just playing this fundamentally beautifully, and that's 13-1. I mean, what more is there to say?
Not much, man. Confidence is king, and that's the bottom line. They played it well, like you said yourself. That's going to take us off for this map here. We're going to go into our second map of the series in a moment. But before we do, a quick break, a refresher, and a snack, and we're going to be right back with you with more Valorant. Welcome back, everybody. Map number 2 of the series. It is time now to put a scent behind us and look forward to the fantastic land of Haven. This is a UD pick, so not only did they style on things on a scent on a map that wasn't their choice, but they're going to be going up on, starting on the defensive side. BGSU going to be attacking. I'm looking forward to it here, Chief. I mean, this is the closeout opportunity for Delaware, obviously, and the chance for BGSU to step back into the court and fight for that third map.
Absolutely. This is a chance for BGSU to really strut their stuff, right? Because the first map, honestly, their own map pick, they did not look too good on it. I gotta admit, the Ascent, most people, most teams have a fundamental understanding of how to play this map because it's so old, right? We talk about it being a staple, how it's the most played map in most leagues. And yeah, BGSU, they did not have many answers for the standard stuff that Delaware was running. You got the KJ default in mid, the lockdown, and everything happening inside the A site, which most teams have like lineups for with the shock darts, or you go for some aggression through tree door, and it just did not come true. So for Haven, they really need to show us something. They're on the attack again. Same sides for the map of Haven as we started on Ascent. So these guys gonna have to take the initiative, take the map control that they want. It was quite simple on Ascent, and in a Haven, it really cannot be, because one, you have 3 sites, so intrinsically it's a bit more complex, but also the fact that I think taking control of the mains in this map, and the fact that the orbs are very actually attacker-sided most of the time, other than maybe the A main orb, but you can argue that the attack can like flash over. You have Sova darts that you can throw, which they're actually going to have a Sova this round. Love to see that. There's a lot of stuff that you can do on the attack to make sure that you have the orb control locked down. So if these guys have the plans going in, if they have some plays that they know that they have in their playbook with the alts that they have on their team, then it should be better for them. I would expect at least better than a 113. We'll have to see what they're bringing out, because this comp almost a mirror. Lucas is on the KJ versus Banana Kush once again on the Cypher, but you're gonna have to see this guy again on the attack. Put in some of those lurks, put in some aggression somewhere else on the map, maybe even if it's quiet, even if you just have to walk in through a door somewhere and not make any noise and be somehow in the defender spawn. Do that kind of stuff. And then when you put these ideas in Delaware's head, when you make them aware of the fact that, oh, we have to watch our backs, we can't just go for 5-man rotates every single time, because that's what BGSU are doing. They're just sending 5-man to a site. When that kind of stuff happening, then Bowling Green have a lot more of a chance of getting on the sites and getting to the place where you mentioned they were good at, the post plants that they need to end up holding. Because that is the one little hurdle. As soon as they get past that, we're going to start to see rounds start racking up.
Yeah, based on the previous matchup though, that little hurdle was actually gigantic, man. I mean, it was far from little. It was a leap over the Grand Canyon, is what it felt like. So I just want to start with step 1, which is getting onto the site, and I'll go ahead and start worrying about the rest of it after, because I can't even think that far right now. There's a lot of work to be done in this matchup for the side of BGSU. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb, to say the least. But let's see how things pan out initially here for them. On this attack side, looking very much B-sided. I like the solo KJ play as well on that end, leaving B a little bit open and rotating for the breach as well. So the setup looks pretty prime and tasty. We'll see if they can hold it off.
Revealing area.
It's a heavy A stack from the defense, and it looks like Bowling Green are making the correct decision. They're doing the thing that worries me a little bit, because they are 5-man through C, which is what they were doing on Ascent, and that's the thing that didn't end up working for them. But they've chosen the correct site. Gamble stack on the A site by Delaware. No one is here. KJ is the only player on the site. But okay. I don't know what to say about that one. I got nothing, man.
Spike
Nope,
planted.
nothing to say, Chief. Spike's down now, planted. See if BGSU can hold it off. So wait, going back, we've gone through hurdle 1. We're on site. Let's see how they fare on the post. Lucas is being super patient as well. Just waiting for the rest of the team to flank around. This is good, actually. Knowing the smoke is up, if they can kill this Omen on the long, that would be superb for them to hold off.
He does get away, just barely. They're gonna speed up though, and he's spotted another player inside the garage. Big stun! Lucas is gonna peek off of that, and the tag means that Hunters can't get away. At the back of the site, he's shooting the dart. Too busy doing everything else that you need to do, and Delaware just get back on the site with 5 people strong.
Great patience.
Flawless.
BD did what they did previously. Waited for the team to reconvene as a group of 4. Used that utility to set each other up at a long, and from there was an absolute floodfest from long C to come up and retake that site. And the decision to go on the flank, knowing Smokes was alive, I also applaud that, right? Typically, you want your smoker to be playing the long distance range, looking to block off some of the longer sight lines, obviously, and give some opportunity to hold off at least and run the timer down as best you can. But on that note, UD, unfazed to pick up that first round.
Yeah, it's great to see, because even though the gamble didn't work, they have a backup plan, and that is what makes you a consistent team, right? Having these backup plans. I'm gonna be curious to see when Auburn get a team that can shoot them back.
There they are.
What's gonna happen? What happens when they play Delaware? What happens when they come up against a team with this kind of depth in their playbook, right? Fast up to A might be quite simple for now, but they leave Kevster here able to receive, and he gets every single one. Only one left to
Spike
find. It's
down
another.
A.
On for the ace. He doesn't know where he is. They gotta find him first. But the Cypher's wrapped all the way around. Has technically spike control, but the weaponry is not in his favor. So the breach, likely gonna first contact, is gonna spawn him out, and he's gonna call Kevster to come claim his prize. Only one left, only half health. All he needs is a few bullets, and he's got a second ace in a single series in this day.
Come, my minion. Come collect your rightfully deserved ace. You've earned it, Kevster. Bravo. Clean work. We get the replay as well. Everything was superb for Kevster there with the Spectre. Spraying him down, getting aggressive, chasing the final frag, and all is good. Happy times. Getting into gun round here, though. Anton, time to shine. Let's see it. Bring me the goods, BGSC. Give me some early picks and make me feel nice and fuzzy inside.
This guy wants to walk a mid. Look at what they're doing there. Triple, quadruple inside garage. It's going to be a plethora of flashes and some smokes likely in window to make sure that Kevster can get down. And everyone from Bowling Green is either going to be scared of this or they're going to speed up towards the They have to make the decision now. That's a quick shot. Quick punishment. And with that, they all make their way onto the A site.
Yeah, great lawn chair moment. You know, you want to get aggressive, take a seat. Like, this is our time to shine. You can't be pushing us when we got primaries in our hand. And with that pick as well, with the numbers in their favor, getting that A site plant down, getting the full control. But
Spike
lo and behold,
planted.
here comes the retake from spawn, and it's going to be nice and interesting coming out of these major choke points from down below and up above in heaven.
Most of the defense means that Bowling Green cannot opt to play completely off the site. They don't have their ults ready to be able to hold from over there. But at least they lose the jet. So it's going to be very difficult to get back into these choke points. Lucas is getting aggressive through this cage. And there's actually no trip to be able to get any kills through this smoke as well. And he's able to get on, but he doesn't have the bonus. Gets revealed, but gets the first kill. Human Gayami trying to get back in, but the stuns are so good from the breaches. Two more left to find. And Bucket Punches gets one, but the last player can't find a single. As Delaware are going for this defuse, I don't think they have time actually. Bowling Green hold off for long enough.
Cascading series of events there that looked so good, but they didn't have enough momentum and steam behind them. It started off with that first peak. I believe it was Lucas running in from spawn, coming around to clear, was left completely naked and unsupported and was killed without a trade coming about a second or two later, which is problematic, right? On a retake, that's not the UD we saw previously. They were so good at being synergized on the retakes and supporting each other. It was odd to see Lucas odd man out there as that KJ being the first man in without an immediate trade to back it up. So lesson learned, we move on, and that little stun battle was also a huge time consumer for that round as well, which made it that much more difficult. But shaking it off, that's great for BGSU. They're feeling happy knowing they got a first round in their pocket early on.
That is true. But looking at their economy, I mean, that is one of the worst rounds that you could possibly win, which sounds weird to say, but everyone's got sheriffs. They do not have enough money to buy up. And this is a huge swing round because BGSU, no matter what, they will be able to buy next round. And if they get kills like that, Delaware are going to be in a world of hurt because they're the ones that have to buy up because everyone went down except for one. Kevster with the op is another big investment. And with
Spike
that,
planted.
B site plant, op is going to have to try and retake. Does he choose to try and go for a rifle here? Because there is one on the ground.
Questions remain as Kevster and Co coming out from A-Lane side. Looking for almost help. Kevster, nice one and done. You like to see it. Bladestorm, Doom opening things up. Cubby and Grass is the agenda to care for here. They do have the Omen to smoke it off. Not choosing to block the entrance, but rather smoke the bomb. You like to see it. Looking for opportunity to jiggle in the shake. Banana Kush going demon mode, but is it enough? Not so much.
Oh, holy, okay. They're honestly all just having fun at this point. Delaware are not even worried about keeping weapons, but the op at least survives to the next round. That's all that's important. They have enough money to rebuy on everyone else. Maybe Lucas loses out on the full armor. Technically, he could get bought, but he doesn't really care. He's confident enough on that. So fair enough. Bowling Green end up, I think, idea was there was great, right? Go for a B-site plant, go fast. We know we have bad guns. We want to get up and close and personal as fast as we possibly can, and they managed to get the spike down, which means their economy takes a little bit more, it gets a little bit more. So that's good. So they, even still, their ideas are looking better, I would say, on the map of Haven than on Ascent, which is ironic because Ascent was their pick. But if they look good on this map, then fair enough. They do what they want, and we take what we can get, which is pretty much what they're asking in this round. They've already got a round, which means they're doing better than they did on Ascent because it took them a while to get one. But now, full rifles across the board, and they get another round where Delaware have to win because their economy is still not too pretty because they did end up throwing a couple guns away at the end there. Bowling Green still doing very well towards the exits, even if they're not winning. And with that attention towards A, keeps 3 on the side of Delaware. They rotate right back, put some pressure on Garage. That does pull one over. It's going to take some time to get one. It could have been good, but Lucas secures that Garage position.
Grenade out.
Great for them. Kevster continuing to keep pressure on as well, shutting down Long C. And that halts the Garage pinch plan right in its feet. Going to send VGSU retreating, looking for a B opportunity. They do get to site, but Banana Kush here has been pretty hot recently. No comply. Ooh. Hello. Spray transfer. Not so much, but Putola has the 1 and the 2. Goyangi, quick trade. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Let's get aggressive. Let's go ahead and spice things up. And no, instead they're being patient, just using it to buy some time here, Anton.
They could have acted off of it, but at least these 2 guys on Delaware stay alive. And they kind of have an idea on where Banana Kush is now. Can he dodge this
Player
aftershock?
standing.
That's a resounding no. Big spam coming through the wall, and Putwillet needs to finish up. Needs
One
to find
enemy
forward, and
remaining.
they're able to secure it. There's a third, but Doom with the headshot follow-up. Good trades and good fundamentals still from Delaware. Even though Bowling Green are doing so many more things right in this map, they still cannot cross the finish line in a single round.
Tough round to swallow for BGSU. Everything was looking really good on that clutch, and I applaud Putola for picking the aggressive spot in Cubby, not wanting to play the distance and really believing in the shot. Just came a little bit short, but they're there. They're ever so slightly tasting these moments of victory. Like they're so close. So whether it's a missed defuse opportunity, whether it's a close 1v1 like that, they're keeping it tight, and that's still a positive thing to appreciate. Coming off that situation, let's just see how they pan out. You said the money's becoming a problem, and it truly is an issue for BGSU now. They have their marshals, they have their sheriffs, and that's about all that doctors wrote for them. So we'll see if they can make it in their favor. Kevster continuing to be aggressive and doing what Jets do best as well.
He is so darn good. It's not even fair. This team, he's the first line of defense most of the time, gets a kill. You can always trust him to be good for 1. And even through Garage, they're trying to walk back. Okay, ops on A, we're not going to go there. Smoke finally down to make sure that there's not going to be a second instance of that happening. And they do make their way on the B site once more. Sova's up to the mid, but he's going to join the rest of his team here. And with that lockdown, where are they going to go? Are they going to walk into this A site aggression? There's 3 people strong on this A link.
Looks like they have non-choices. You were very much right. It involves walking into crosshairs. What other choice do you have, unless you enjoy getting locked on a lovely Friday evening?
Flawless.
Jeez, this is looking a little bit rough. It's the first quarter, right? We've gone through 6 rounds. This is another half of the half. Bowling Green, like I mentioned before, they're doing a lot more things right. They're actually sending, like I mentioned, they're sending lurks in, right? The Cypher walking in through B a couple rounds, and even taking some attention to Garage, just making some plays happen. You guys are on attack. This is the team that has to take the initiative and actually do something with your time, because Delaware, they can AFK on the site for a minute 40 and they win the round. Bowling Green are the ones that have to try and find something. And one of the main problems they're having right now is Kevster. Look at this guy. He's taking fights, and they aren't. It's just like Ascent. They're not driving them off angles. They might be doing other things right, but they have to remove this dude from some kind of line of sight. They're running it down C right now, and he's just gonna turn. He's just gonna turn and look outside the Garage. There is a smoke. Try and let them get in, but he's not smoked off, and he's gonna get a kill every single time.
Down, C.
Kevster making such a good decision. Lucas here playing in the fringes, communication as well. Looking for a second, no follow-up. There's a Hunter's Fury as well coming out. Trying to connect. Tagging Banana Kush for 1 and 2. It's a low HP Cypher and a deleted Cypher at that. Go ahead and wipe off that agent. 4v2. Still, the paranoia is present. Puck a punch forced to play the tight angle.
One enemy
Gets the 2
remaining.
and the 3. Oh my goodness!
Here.
Love the choices. Love the
Flush for the land, but he's got the 4th. Oh my god.
Clip
This
it.
deja vu. Clip it literally, that happened in a sense.
Towards at least one.
Clip it,
Remember
baby.
in Tree when he just goes through the smoke and accidentally finds 2 kills when he turns left? That is the same thing. This guy, I guess this is why he's playing Omen. It's the king of smokes. Fair enough. That's how they get around. It looked a bit rough at the start. Again, they don't smoke off. They don't smoke off Kevster. It's happening every single time. And then Bucket Punch has to come up with a hero play. Great for him. It's absolutely amazing. Like, you'd love to see that. But that
be
kind
fair-
of thing's not consistent. So you gotta find another solution. That is one. Good stun. They found the first slot, but he's gonna take the angle again.
Say, to be fair, Kevster's kind of everywhere, though, Anton. Like, 1 second Kevster's garage, the next it's long C, the next it's on short. So you're trying to play the lottery and to not smoke off everything to be able to find an opening pick. But at the same time, you have Kevster, who's just
One enemy remaining.
everywhere.
Flawless.
Lucas, Doom, and Kevster as a trio, as
We
I'm
crushed
speaking
them.
for 8 seconds flat, lock down the site and deny the take completely.
You're not even wrong. Like, he
hard
is
to predict.
actually everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's the hard thing to play. Like when you're playing against a team like this, that you have like an it's kind of like playing against what is their name, EDG. Like you kind of know Kong is just on an op at any given time. So it's like either you take a gamble and you might just lose a life somewhere, or
Correct.
you do have to do you just have to smoke off everything. Like you just have to, if you know you're taking an angle, you have to be prepared at least. Like you might not have to use
out of my
something
way.
as committed as a smoke. But they do have tools, right? You have a Sova with a drone, you have a Jet with smokes, which are a bit more short term. So it's not as committed. But speaking of committed, Koyang catches Jet very, very deep committed in mid with no cover. This is Delaware are doing everything right now. It's so beautiful to see.
Lucas,
One
you have that
enemy
angle.
remaining.
Kevster continuing to aggress
Spike
down the
down
grass,
mid.
and they continue to pinch
Flawless.
everything out and block every bit of opportunity. Everything that U Delaware is pulling out right now is leaning well into every agent's bit of utility, the strengths, the weaknesses. I love using Breach for those quick little peeks there, Anton. Just sending a flash in through any particular wall and just peeking out. The chances are you're going to catch somebody naked and exposed, and in that case, it worked out wonderfully.
That's exactly the point, right? Like sometimes you just use utility. Like a utility is here to be used. If you're just sitting on it forever,
Placing
like what's the
swarm
point of it, right?
Placing
Same thing on the
swarm
defense. Like if you want to do something, if you want to go for a peek, if you want to take an angle, use utility, use a flash, use a smoke, use whatever. There's a flash and it gets a free kill. And here we go, another stun. This is great. They're trying to do the thing now where they just play the game correctly, and Kevster can't find a frag. That is so beautiful. It's a 1-for-1. Are they gonna keep walking into the site? They are, but it's gonna
enemy
trade across the
remaining.
board, and Harissa
Spike down,
locks
C.
it down by herself.
The problem was there is Harissa in the open. If 2 or 3 swung, I think they could have got that omen, but it was a 1-on-1-on-1-on-1, and they just cascaded into the crosshairs. That's where things go wrong for them. So the intention's there. The execution could be a little bit more refined, to put it lightly.
This is true. That puts them in a 2v1. As this single execution has been pretty much, it's the same thing, right? A single duel is 1 by 1 by 1. And this one is even going to be the same. What's the timing here? He's going to hear the dart.
One
He's going to know
enemy
Toon is going to take the
remaining.
angle. It's another 1-on-1. But Kuyangi is close enough to do the trade. Yeah, dude, there's no way Puto is going to expect that kind of a position. Very nicely done. And yeah, a little bit messy from Delaware, but it ends up just fine. Once again, I keep mentioning, Bowling Green, they're doing more and more things well. They're actually solving problems at this point.
They are.
They're adapting
Right
the
there.
situation, and they're using util, pushing the jet off the angle wherever they want to go. And like you mentioned, the only problem is they just 1 by 1 onto the C site. So fair enough. That is the next hurdle. Can they figure that out in 2 rounds? It's already 8-2. They have a little bit more time.
One can hope, and you are correct. And the learnings taking place is making sense. It's coming together. But again, shift position change or shift change for Jet now, having left garage and B now onto the A log area. This time, great smoke. You like to see it. That's one problem solved. Sending 4 down short, leaving 1 alone. But Blue Toilet
Spike
peeking
down
wide and
A.
doesn't utilize the flash, knowing Kevster was in the neighborhood. The rest of the team heading up short now, but there's so much presence on this A side and so much utility from the Breach, the Jet, and the Sova there to halt any opportunity for BGSU to get on site.
Oh, they're counting their lucky stars that they actually got out in time. And they're making the quick decision to go over towards the C, which is great. They're going to be a 1 versus 3 over here. But Lucas has a lot to help him. He's got a molly to cut off long, a turret to maybe spot in when that might be actually crossing into the site that bypassed the molly. Dart's going to go through, flash in the corner, and they're going to check. Great stuff.
Plant going down.
Spike planted.
See how they work this out now. Rolling
I
Thunder
know
from that breach is
exactly
going
where
to
you
be incredible for Delaware if they can use it at the right time. Goyangi getting set up from garage now. And the ultimate going out. They know where it is, so there's no canceling this one now for us. They have to commit to it. Here is the Rolling Thunder Anton off to go to site while the opposition plays in the fringes.
One
Side,
enemy
alright,
remaining.
Kevster has finally secured it, and Banana Cook getting 1. Traded immediately by that breach that you mentioned. The util is so important, the shots even more so. If the shots don't come in, everything is for moot, but they end up getting the headshots. Goyangi, she's done so well to come back into this round for the retake, and even Bowling Green Oh god, it starts so beautifully. They smoke off the long shot. They can get
round
into
before the
short.
switch.
They can take the site. The breach even gets into cubby with some massive potential to get some util out. You can stun the jet. You can flash them. There's everything, and then they just decide to walk out in the open. It's a little bit unfortunate, but they're getting their little baby steps, right? One more chance to get it to a 9-3 half. Maybe this is what they were hoping for. Get the curse on their side. Maybe they have drank some witch's brew, and this is exactly the round and the scoreline that they will need to close because they do have the capabilities to do it. They have the guns, half armor for most people, but Toilet also has this rolling thunder on the offense. And they're looking towards a C with the Cypher lurk, so this could be one of the biggest rounds that they've had yet.
This is very reminiscent of about 6 rounds ago. Here's the rolling thunder that you mentioned as well, Anton. Lucas opening things up nicely for us now. On the retake is Harissa. Kevster missing a shot after a hot minute.
Planted.
Harissa continuing to redeem and get one out of the way. That is no comply eliminated. Goyangi buying some space now in garage, so the control in that vicinity is there as pop flash again. Buying time, buying space. Keeping
One
everyone on their
enemy
toes.
remaining.
Doom swinging out, clearing along. They know where the last one is. Got to deal with him. TP to platform. No bueno as Goyangi cleans it up. And yet again, Delaware take another round.
Oh, Valor. I was about to combine Very and Valiant, but yeah, that's the idea. Very valiant effort there from Bowling Green. Start baby steps. It takes a while. You know, they are getting better, but Delaware are. We can even. I mean, this 13-1 first map. They're a step above. I think everyone kind of saw that coming. So now they go into this one 10-2 on their attack, where this is honestly is slightly attacker favored. It's one of the only maps in the game that is such. Even Lotus is like kind of debatable for whichever side it is, even though it is also has 3 sites. But Haven is definitely one of the ones where it's like, yeah, you feel the 3 sites really hard. So this is going to be really difficult for Bowling Green if they want to try and take it back. But it all starts with a pistol, and it all starts again with the confidence that we see coming out from No Compliance Sense. The same thing that we had in the last half, right? Same thing we had in the last game, even with the Fade and the Jet. You have the double sheriffs on these 2 players. So able to get those body shots in, they just have to find the opportunities where they can find these angles. Fast stun, this is the standard stuff that you see on the Ascent. Make sure you get into this aiming, that you have the cross. Boots that even has this under lock. Does he want to give up the angle? He's just kind of jiggling it. And there's some timings here, but he's seen no one for the first 30 seconds, or excuse me, 20 seconds. And he's content with giving it up. But with that noise, he's going to know long smoke's going to come in. Is going to be slowed down. Kevster straight in. But there's a back sight. Is he going to get the kill? Not quite. Finally goes down first.
It's much of what we heard in our last interview, Anton. It's not always about the kills, right? If it's going to be one, it'll be an entry pick or a first blood kill. It's not always going to be the right end game, but it's going to be the right beginning for the rest of the team. And you can see just how efficiently Delaware funnels in after Kevster runs in. It creates momentum. It creates a flow for the team on that site take.
Speaking of flow, look at this. Those darts are flowing through. They're straight into spawn. They know what these 2 guys are. The headshots land. Don't need to. With those sheriffs.
One
They mentioned the
enemy
body
remaining.
shot demons. Only one needed for Puck a Punch. Putting the 6 back in the chamber and going for the peak. And it's clean 11-2 for Delaware. What a shocker with a bunch of pistols. I'm probably going to see a big buy up in this round. They only need 1 more to get the match point, and they have a 10-round buffer strive.
It's a lot of rounds, man. It's a double-digit situation. You can't sugarcoat it 2 ways sideways, but let's see how it works out for them. I'm on the backside of BGSU here. I'm hoping they can pull some magic out of their back pockets and hold on firmly. We saw a very similar fight in Map 2 from the last teams that we casted. One can only hope that this is the same, but they're on such a light buy. It's just difficult to get to that point. You know, you don't have anything to back up your intentions. We'll see what they can do.
There is a hero SMG on the breach. Solo
Takes
defending
one.
his B. Ooh, let's see one. Not quite a kill yet. There's a smoke going down. At least the scent is like one of the maps that you would like the stinger on. Sense does not have one. And he goes prodding for some information and goes down immediately. Fast reaction from the entire team of Delaware, but same from Bowling Green. They're going on to this A expecting the Jet to be wanting the information and pushing up alone. But Lucas is doing alpha year things and just walking into the B site with a sheriff. And everyone else is taking control of pretty much the CT side of it.
Kevster holding a tight angle. Poo Toilet continuing to block off things as best as possible. Love this Harissa smoke setup. They're so confident. The gun spray transferring, continuing
One
to not
enemy
enough,
remaining.
but Harissa's there. Again, momentarily, boom. Something goes sideways. Delaware trades it out, leaving to the one lonesome moment of BGSU.
Wait, we need to see this from Poker Punch's perspective. This is a firing squad. Absolute perfection from Delaware. And even this, like, even in these
Match
rounds where they're
point.
12-2, 11-2 up, they're playing the game so well. Like, this KJ solo loaded up B, you have this guy alone, which means he's not the one with the gun, but you trust his aim enough to just go in with the sheriff. So just in case he does die, he doesn't drop a weapon, which is exactly what happened. It's just, oh gosh, it's so beautiful to watch. I love this team, honestly. Sorry for the bias, but Delaware, I mean, they're playing well. Like, what are you gonna say? 20-8 for Kevster, Goyangi, Doom, Lucas, all at double digits. Harissa is just solidly supporting the rest of the team, and even Fast Up Cat, or excuse me, Fast Up C, does put the shotgun inside of the little pocket here, but
Oh my gravy.
util used exactly what you want to do, and that is pretty much a free C site.
Nice setup here from Banana Kush. Connect on it. Set steals that away. Wire hit now. Continuing to fend for oneself. Oh, Banana Kush, you gotta hit those. Smoked off now. Jumping on through. They're playing in the smoke. Harissa
Last
continuing
player
to hunt.
standing.
Omen v Omen for match point.
Ooh, not fast enough on the quick draw. Pucka Punch survives. They got a round. It's already better than first half, right? They've tripled the round count already from map number 1. So Bowling Green with a bye. Delaware, their money is all right. They're gonna have enough for a couple rifles. Lucas is confident enough with his first bullet aim that he's gonna go for a Guardian. And Kevster is the only one with the short end of the stick. He has a sheriff, no blades, not quite. It's only the fourth round of the half. And he hasn't been absolutely popping off in the first few. So he's gonna be sitting on a little pistol, ready for his own little sharpshooter montage.
Lucas now on the hunt. Oh, the tension is real though. A lot slower and a lot quieter than what we're used to seeing from both sides. No one really venturing out too far. C open for the retake. Jet kind of lurking, keeping things frosty. Things are super duper quiet in lobby as well. Poo Toilet's holding the slipperiest angle NA right now. Into the judge. Oh, that's traumatizing. Poor Breach. That was looking so good if they just crossed and didn't clear it, but that plan is foiled, and the opening pick to Delaware gives them some chance to work with.
So clean, man. They even, like, for those that didn't see it, they actually pinged the box and they knew he was there the
They
entire
knew,
time.
yeah. They hard cleared it.
So nice. And a Sova ult. If that dart pings, no comply might be dead here. They don't go for it. Disciplined. Want to save it for maybe a post plant or the prepped exec where everyone is there. Lucas has even made some noise in B. So it's not even confirmed to be a 4-man A-take right now. And he's going for the Asian flank. Excuse me for calling it that, but you see so many Asian teams like DRX
30
go for this
seconds
flank.
left.
Garage. There is going to be someone watching for it. There's gonna be a fight here. And Lucas wins it.
Opening pick. Space has been earned on C as everyone now fighting for Garage is migrating over. Off they go for the plant. This is super. The saving grace here for BGSU is they do have the Smoker Omen alive along with Cypher. So there's potential for them to get a kill, get some information, and go ahead and retake. A lot's going to have to happen in a very short period of time as the attempt to get on grass is halted. Harissa and Post block that down. And again, look at the post-up, Anton. 2 in every position. They're ready to trade it out.
Oh man, Goyangi's not even going to need any assistance because first shot lands,
One
dart
enemy
even in,
remaining.
and honestly, if she had the gun out, she guts that kill. But Lucas is there to clean up
Attackers
as well as
win.
Harissa inside a garage. So much control for Delaware, and just it's like everything goes so well. I don't even know what to say. It's just they're playing absolutely beautifully. They know what they're doing with the strats that they're doing, right? Because some teams, like you run into some teams that just go and watch pro games and they just copy things and they don't know why they're copying what they're copying, but if it works, it works. They're like, okay, these are good strats. And if it doesn't, they're like, okay, well, how do we fix this stuff? Like, there's no really answer, right? But Delaware know why they're doing and why they're going to the places that they're going to, like that garage flank. You're like, okay, if we take A, we have a massive flank. They're never going to expect us to spawn. This is the best timing that we could possibly have, just shift walking through the entire spawn. Or if we get a kill here and we don't have A control, we just rotate back towards C because we've done so much attention there. It's going to pull rotates. You have this cut off where the KJ gets a kill and then no one else can get past unless the KJ knows about it. And it's just such perfect gameplay coming up from Delaware. that is, I mean, it's a wonder why they won 13-3, right? They have played this absolutely flawlessly. Ascent was even better of a masterclass. Maybe they slipped up a little bit on a Haven. Bowling Green came out with some massive hero plays to win out a couple rounds and some nice stuff there, right? Playing the time well on the A site post plan and even backside C. Just a highlight reel clip. Find that one on Twitter later. But for now, Delaware are showing us how to play Valorant. This is textbook Ascent, textbook Haven, and they've done amazing for it.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love the series. It was strong. It was very confidence inspiring for Delaware, and it gives me something to look out for the weeks to come. Anton covered all the highlights for me and pointed out the strengths, and it goes to show that truly the brains and the bronze do go hand in hand. They had the shot, and they had the strategy and the macro and the putting yourself in the enemy's shoes type approach to the situation, which worked out well for them. So bravo across the board. That summarizes this series, though. Unfortunately, there's still one more best of 3 to come this evening. If we do have an interview, we're going to be back with you very shortly to catch that. And if we don't, stay tuned. Don't go too far. The next series, onwards and upwards here on EGFC, week number 2, season 5. Welcome back. So interviews are indeed a thing right now. We have the fantastic Goyangi joining us here. And Goyangi, first of all, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. So my question is pretty straightforward. Talk me through map 1 and map 2 to whatever extent you want to, and bring up some of the key points and things that you guys worked on or were focusing on in those two maps that led to your success. You guys obviously were super successful on both maps. You ran things down. Anton pointed out some great things about your guys' play style. Very direct and forward, calculated, good macro, good micro. Everything about it was just really fun to watch, and we truly enjoyed watching you guys execute. What was the, I guess you can say, basis of your strats? How did you guys build your plays? And do you have a plan walking into these maps? Were they your favorites, not favorites? Kind of just give me some general gist and flow of how those two matches went.
Sure. First of all, thank you for those kind words. For Ascent, basically our plan was something that we've been working on recently was trying to be more aggressive. A lot of times previously we tended to overthink things, but this time we kept our cool. We read the map. We did our best to kind of take our map control and keep everything, our spaces in our heads, all of us, all five of us consciously. And then making sure that we're playing off of one another. Those were two key points that we kept in our head. Like honestly, for both Ascent and Haven, taking advantage of like our positioning and then rearranging when needed to, as you can probably observe from our play style. That was really key to our rounds. And then also moving that op around, that was also very important for us. But other than that, we're just playing, keeping ourselves calm, having fun. Those were our main points for Ascent. As for Haven, Haven is one of our favorite maps. We like the 3 sites. It gives us a lot of options. For defense, we were kind of deciding like which spaces we want to keep, which spaces we didn't want to keep, and then we would try to make plays off of one another once again with our breach stuns, flashes, or with our woman flashes, and then also with our darts and our ops and everything. But yeah, it was a lot of coordination, a lot of having fun, making sure that everybody was in a good mood to keep on taking these rounds, keeping our momentum up, that's for sure. But yeah, those are our 2 maps.
I love that. And it's like so fruitful when you mention those things because in both interviews, the previous and this one, the individuals and what they mentioned were truly reflected in the gameplay that we watched. And the things that you pointed out, if you do go back and watch the cast again, you'll see the things you mentioned are things that Anton and I both mentioned throughout the games. And it's great to see what you guys were intending to focus on was visible to those that were watching it. So a big thank you to that one. I'll pass the question off to Anton now.
Yeah, I think tagging along with that as well. I mean, so going back to last season, you guys ended about like middle of the pack in terms of the entire standings of the league. And I mean, just looking at you guys and how you performed today, there has been such a massive step up in terms of just individual. I think individual as well as team-like capability. And you dove into how that was the case, which is absolutely amazing. I appreciate your in-depth answer on that. But also, I mean, going from the matchup that we just had before, I think it was Arlington again versus Auburn. Arlington ended at the top of the league last season, and they got absolutely dumpstered. Do you guys have plans? Because I mean, we've seen the level of gameplay that we have here in EGF Season 5. Like, how much more do you think you need to grow? If you think you need to grow even more, or do you think you are at that level where you can take on the Arlingtons, where you can take on the Auburns and be able to not only butt heads against them, but also beat them?
Oh man. Well, first of all, I think there's always room to grow. We can always get better and better and better. Depends on how much time we have. And I appreciate my team a lot because a lot of us are pretty busy with our schoolwork, but somehow we managed to make time to keep on discussing with one another and with one another, grow that experience. With that being said, I do think once again we need to grow. There's a lot of things we can work on. However, with our current roster, I do believe that being able to beat these teams that you listed is definitely within our capabilities, especially with like the pathway that we're taking, like the growth that we're experiencing. We've gotten a lot of help from our school recently, and our coordination is just out the roof currently. So a lot of things are getting better and better as we speak.
Awesome. Happy times. It all sounds really positive for you guys. Things are looking up, and you can't complain about much of what you've shared. So again, awesome. Final thing, Guanki, it's a very simple question. Any shout outs, anything you want to share while you're here with us?
Yes, of course. First of all, I'd like to thank my team, that's for sure. I appreciate them for showing up. every single practice, staying committed, staying devoted to getting better. I'd also like to thank our coach Ruin for helping us get through our strats, keeping ourselves like coordinated, organized, and I'd like to thank our sub Doom for showing up this week because we had a couple absences, but we managed to get through it just in time for the match today. And then I also like to thank once again like our UD program for supporting us in every single way, and then also helping us stay on top of things.
That's awesome. The full support is there. Everyone's backing each other. It's all happy times here with UD. Goyangi, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. For our beautiful viewers that have been with us thus far for this evening, thank you so much for sticking by. It's been an absolute pleasure. The party doesn't stop here, albeit we're going to be on a bit of a hiatus, about 45 minutes or so until we come back for our next matchup, upwards of maybe even an hour. So stay tuned. Get yourself comfortable. A lot more Valorant to come. Another best of 3 series is around the bend. With that, off to a quick break, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Two decisive victories to open up the day from Auburn and Delaware against their respective opponents, all to lead up to this thrilling conclusion of week number 2 of the EGFC Season 5. It's been a heater of a day so far, Strive, and so far we have William and Mary versus University of Hawaii to close out the day.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. Very much looking forward to this matchup. We built up a great little story this evening. Got to see a bunch of great teams play a bunch of great maps, and by great maps, I mean mostly a set, but that's okay. No one's really upset at that. Oh, geez. Here's that lineup that we were talking about earlier. Again, you saw Auburn going up against UTA. They swept that 2-0. BGSU put up a great fight against Delaware, but Delaware was absolutely hot on it, much like Auburn, and completely took the series 2-0 as well. And with that, we have landed here, the third series of the evening. As Anton mentioned, William and Mary up against University of Hawaii. Very, very excited for this map lineup as well, especially because we have a very spicy decider map that could come to be if we get down to the third. But that's all hopes and dreams for now, Anton.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit disappointed to see it floated all the way through, but yeah, we finally have a sunset actually in the map select. It's not quite guaranteed. We still have 2 maps to get through, right? It's third map, like you mentioned. It's the decider.
Yes.
But sunset was floated all the way through by both teams until it was banned out right at the very end last match, and banned out at the first match right away by, if I'm correct, it was Auburn. No, excuse me, it was their opponents who were, it was Arlington that banned it out instantly. So now we finally have a potential, at least. So I'm excited to see maybe a third map. I'm hoping we get there. But for the time being, we do have the rosters up on your screen. Hawaii going up against William and Mary, Faint, SHK, Unique, Scare, and Fishy going up against Bob, Proxy, Waved Earth, Broom, Kaze, and Levi. Gonna be 2 exciting rosters because William and Mary, for you guys that have stuck with us over the seasons, I almost said, said the wrong league here, but EGFC Season 4, these guys ended pretty close to the top of the entire standings. They ended up, if I'm correct, 4th in the entire tournament, and Hawaii was about middle of the pack, similar to where Delaware was standing, but given the fact that Delaware has just shown us how monumental of an improvement they've had, I'm super excited to see what we've got here. Of course, no one is surprised. No one in their right mind would be surprised at our map pool right now. We have Ascent, again, for map number 1. Always a guarantee here at EGF. Buy-in for map number 2. And like we mentioned before, exciting to see Sunset. We had it day 1. Will we have it day 2? Well, we'll have to wait and see. One of these 2 maps, or these 2 teams have to actually butt heads for us to be able to get there.
Catch us here on episode 4, season 5 of EGFC. Will we see sunset? Is the question. Anyways, just having a Daniel giggle here. Yeah, great stuff. Looking forward to the lineup. I'm happy to see a nice little distinct map number 2. I've had the opportunity to cast William and Mary in the past, and I like to talk about them because I've seen them play. They are absolutely spicy. So can we see some a bit of performance from her, a good performance from University of Hawaii? That's the objective. That's the hopes and dreams as we wait for these two teams to settle in. Anton, where's your mind at with Ascent? We've seen a couple different approaches to this map so far, and majority of them have been very aggressive, up in your face, and generally the team that's got a clear plan in terms of their map control, ability to stay together and work in 2s and 3s and trade off kills have been the most successful here this evening.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen like both different ends of the spectrum, right? We've seen absolute chaos, complete nonsensical gameplay coming out in their first match from Auburn and winning. And then we see the most fundamental, beautiful style of Val that we could possibly play. Everything under lock. There's no risk taking, no nothing. We don't do anything we don't need to, and we still win coming out from the last game. And I really don't know what to say. Delaware really showed us a masterclass. Maybe we'll have some middle ground here. Because again, there's no surprises, right? We saw maybe a couple of variations. We saw Fade instead of a Sova. We saw a Cypher instead of a KJ. But these two teams, none of that. No messing around. William and Mary are going with a standard comp. And the hover of the standard comp across from the other side is also going to come through. Likely, I don't see these two initiators really deviating too much. They both want to stay with what they know. And speaking of what we know Ascent. We've mentioned it 50,000 times before. It is the most standard map in the pool. Everyone kind of knows how to play it. You want to take that mid control. You want to actually be putting aggression and putting some attention towards most of the sides of the map. You don't want to just be barreling down a one
Choose
angle,
your
right? You don't want to
agent.
just be going B main or A main. Usually doesn't work. We saw that coming out in the last matchup against Delaware, and Delaware were able to shut it down really hard. And William and Mary are, so far, what we know, we haven't seen them face off against each other, but so far, they have proven themselves in our past seasons to be above and beyond most of the teams in our league. So can they replicate that this season, or have Hawaii done some work in the offseason to maybe bring themselves up in the standings a little bit? It's still early. We still don't know, but this is going to be one of the little testing grounds that we have to see.
Yeah, I mean, great questions, and the beauty is we have 3 maps to figure it out together. And yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head for me as to what Ascent's going to be. Let's just watch it unfold. Let's just enjoy the journey that we're going to go on with these two teams and experience another look at Ascent. It's kind of fun, actually, low-key, to play 3 same maps in the evening, as much as it becomes a tedious chore for many, and some people don't like it. As casters, I personally, I'll speak for myself. It's a great way to see how different teams approach the same, math equation in front of them, and what they've been working on. And being a standard map that gets played so often, Anton, you have to be prepared for it. Both teams, there's no reason why it's not in their map pool. You know what I mean? Like, whether you like it or not, you're going to be running this map, so you have to have it figured out and be ready to play it at any given time. And this is that series where we see it on map 1 again.
Yeah, exactly. So these two teams, I expect them to be very prepared, and it looks like they are. Another quick B, perhaps, a one-way coming up from the defensive Omen and William and Mary. Maybe stuff stymie off any aggression, but no, flash straight through. They're going to be able to get into B main at least. Sova with the first line of engage from the market position. Going for some pot shots. Drone's going to clear, and he's got help. One person on stairs, and even the Jet right beside him as well if they want to opt to actually go for this. But so many people are here already from the side of WNM. Don't think this should be committed.
Already very, very regimented, disciplined approach to this B take. Nobody decided to go full send and run through a smoke Hail Mary with a pot flash. Like, they're going to go ahead and back away, give that space up, and refight for mid. Luckily, no one is there. Sans SHK, who's posted up here. However, smoke's going out to block it off. And off they go to short, hopefully, and get across. The top of the head might be spotted here by SHK, but no, the smoke coverage works quite well for now.
Back to its cat. Most of these players. It's very close up. It's a risky spot. He's being burned down by the molly, and it's a good job by Levi to try and finish off that kill, which he does. SHK on the flank. But these guys are trapped in cat. They have to choose one way or the other to go because they're getting shot in the back of the head and in the front through a wall by
30
Faints.
seconds left.
2-on-3. The Spike is all the way in attacker spawn. They might have made a lot of noise towards that A catwalk, but Omen has snuck all the way through the site. And we see Broom just holding for the rest of his team to get here. And even the Jet on the defense, SHK doesn't want to go for any risk. It doesn't want to catch the player on the cross, potentially. So
10
they're going to make it
seconds
on.
left.
And it's going to be a 2-on-3 for the post plan.
Yeah, Spike goes down with 8 seconds to spare. All good in the hood here. I like to see Broom going on a side quest, adventuring very, very deep and buying some site control for the time being. Now for the retake, a low HP Fate has to get in and get by a button. Proxy's got a nice little nano swarm to zone off one. Turret on the other side pings it out as well. So they have a lot of information to work with. It's a matter of the synergy, a matter of the crossfire. SHK gets the first. They know Proxy's in the back, and SHK, good for the 4-piece combination. Fries it a Coke, take it to go, run and gun with it. William and Mary take that first round.
Great stuff from both teams to start off in the pistol round, putting some prod towards B main and having some option to go back towards the mid side of the map, but honestly, everything went wrong in Cat, right? SHK going out mid, getting aggressive, and just taking them 2 heads from the back, and then Feint getting a shot through the wall as well. Was a little bit fortunate, unfortunately stealing the ace away from SHK at the end, but obviously we wouldn't know that would have happened. But even still, Hawaii making a lurk happen all the way through B, so they still have good macro. They have a good sense of what to do with the map just in case their plan A and B don't go the way they really want. But at the end of the day, SHK good enough on the shots and a little bit disjointed at the back of the B site. Let WNM come out with the pistol round and a very nice and healthy second round by. Jet with the rifle and full armor. Nothing else in his kit other than a smoke. Doesn't invest in the updraft because he wants to go for the heavy firepower. And the rest of his team, I think Feint's probably saving for an op for him in the future. And Unique already has the machine gun spamming through the B wall, of course. Does get shot through the smoke a little bit. And he actually gets taken down very low. Good start for Hawaii.
SHK dancing with the devil there, but makes it out as Jets do best. Unique holding down this B. And while a whole different fiasco happens, that turret of Fate catches the low HP Kaze, so that's a great opener as well for them, and a sight unseen one at that. Still dancing with devils all across the map. Everyone looking for a ones opportunity here, peeking and seeing if they can get one just to get a little bit of space, but nothing too crazy. This has been the University of Hawaii tactic so far. Very patient, very diligent, looking for the right opening.
Good timing here too. Ooh, shot's not landing. I mean, yeah, hard to get a kill with the gun at that range, but Levi is getting pushed by 2. Gets 1. Is fortunate for that one, but SHK has been taken down very low towards the start of the map.
30 seconds
Scare though,
left.
does secure 2
Spike
towards
down
that
A.
A main position and wave to earth with a classic. Does clean up because he was taken down so low. A lot of targets on a screen, and now it's a 2-on-2. KO might be very low HP, but they want to make the play. These guys are getting aggressive. They're up towards the heaven spot. But now with the glass being broken, these guys now have to worry about that, and they don't know where the other player is. So Fishy on the watch. He's the one with the gun, and he's the one that's going to stick the spike. A little bit interesting. Molly to take him off. Is he going to get the half? I think he's got it. But the time is still ticking. He's got to get the kills very quickly. And no, there was no half. So even more of an opportunity for a spam fest going on the spike. There's one, but Fishy finishes it off. He's barely saving the round. 19 HP, by the way, with the rifle investment from the Jet. He barely wins that one out.
Yeah, happy times. I mean, the halftime or the half defuse would have been better, but they played that so well. I was very much expecting them to smoke out Tree, to be quite honest with you, but instead smoking the bomb, relying on each other to support, and the Sova to watch the swing out. I mean, really well done from Unique to back up his teammate. It's well played all across. So they take that gun forward, they take the round forward, they keep the morale high, but I don't think there's too much of an issue for U Hawaii here. They played their money really well. They're back at their full buy, obviously being round 3, so we'll see how far they can get here with this gun buy.
Bunch of sheriffs on the back foot for Scare and Unique, but they want to go for a fast mid play. Good flash already. Can he secure a kill? Of course he can. Kaze goes down first with some support at the back. Tagging even more. Big flash coming out, and I think they know SHK is stuck in this corner. The question is, can they get the frag? That's a yes at the end of the day. Broom with 2 headshots and Levi cleaning up, and he gets dinked, but everything's all good. And WNM at this point, no, because it is a 2-on-4, they have to make a play and make something. And Spin and Feint has done just that.
Prayers were heard, they were answered, and they delivered with that awesome push. That was very that round very reminiscent of our first series, Anton. That mid-aggressive push early on really catches the opposition off on their back foot. Fate spotting the one on Proxy here, choosing to play it relatively safe. Alarm bot goes down, and with that information, the rotates need to come through. If Fate can survive here as long as possible, that would be superbly great for the support.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, they actually go for the
Last player
fight.
standing.
Feint gets 1. I mean, he's done more than enough for this round. He's the only one that made it look doable. Wave doesn't have any idea where Unique is coming from, and the gun is now out, but his Wave is looking the wrong direction. He just wants to catch the cross.
30 seconds left.
They must have saw him. It must have been on the minimap, which means he's going to be running all the way to that A site, and he's going to have all the time in the world wherever he wants to play this post plant. Unique also running knife out, so he's actually going to get here in time to catch the plant sound. And this is very early where he's gotten.
Spike
I
planted.
don't think Wave is going to expect him here so soon.
Nice. Just a better shot, Anton. Not much to say there. Well played. Good rotations, good fluidity. Part of me high-key wishes that there was a little bit more of a delay on spawn, allowing the support to come through. before the pick, but I mean, being in a precarious position, getting pushed on by Proxy and Co, there's not much you can do there. So shake it off to chance and however else it played out. But a great round. Awesome to see it on the board. University of Hawaii with the first. Happy times. Happy times on a set.
Yeah, it's good ults already, and the cycle is already going for both teams, honestly, with Blades on SHK, Wave to Earth has got the Hunter's Fury ready, and Levi is only one off, likely going to collect, and that he does. There's a big offense on this A right now, but the defense is also strong, so I'm going to expect the KO to be popped first. The KJ's not going to be able to activate any of his defensive utilities. Straight in goes the Jet, and Spotted is faint. He's going to be taken down immediately. That is a beautiful attack from the side of Hawaii.
Yeah, that's called an entry for you there. Really well played. Kaze just goes ahead, closes the gap, and you love to see the rest of the team come through. That has been the theme this evening with these duelists, is playing their roles to their fullest, committing to the takes, and just saying, listen, I'm going, you're coming, hop on the bandwagon, because it's happening. And it creates that momentum and that rush into a site. And off the momentum, you can see just how quickly it's halted the side of William and Mary. They're going to go ahead and back away, lace up those Jordans, and sit in the back of B site, have a drink or two, and just wait out this bomb explosion for the time being.
Yeah, they know that this is way too valuable of a loadout that they have to save into the next round. Out in for Unique, they have rifles on both the other players, and everyone else is virtually broke. So Hawaii keeping 5 alive. This is huge. You would think that you would really want to go for at least one kind of exit here, maybe send SHK up. He can get the Blades for next round no matter what. Proxy is the only one that goes down, but he had a Bulldog, so he doesn't really want to save that weapon over the next round when they're winning like this. And everyone is rich. Everyone has the money that they really want. If Sliggy watched that kind of round, he would have been really mad at everyone on WNM, because again, the money is going to be stacking up 25, 31, 24 on everyone on the side of Hawaii. And with the alt cycle that they have going on, they still have a Hunter's Fury to be able to secure if they need to. Feint is only one off the lockdown, so that's one of the things that they're going to be working towards in this round. No matter what happens, they will have it in the future. But everyone else not having too great of a buy. They have 3 hero rifles. And they're going to be stacking this KJ utility on B. Like you mentioned before, it's good to move that KJ around, and that's exactly what they're doing. Strong side towards A, but that's not what they're going. And WNM are definitely going fast towards this B site with a tag on a feint. He's half HP, and all they have to do is find some extra bullets onto him.
Unique looking for that good old Jet on the button situation, and doesn't connect off of it. Proxy and Co. funnel right on through sidewalk here and get on site. So that's superb for University of Hawaii. 5v3 now. SHK Bladestorm is hot and active. Wave to Earth sitting in main could be very pivotal here as the retake is coming on through. Fragment to the closest room. Everyone up close to personal. SHK indeed Wave to Earth does come to play in this one. Still posted up in main and swings out of the smoke. Love to see it. Better to leave one offsite, of course, Anton. On that note, Hawaii pick up the round.
Yeah, very nicely done. Even the spam through smoke was perfect for the side of Hawaii. And I get the idea, right? You want to go for the spam. You know where he's going to dash to, or you think you do. But in return, the Odin Fire, especially, it's just going to give you away. You kind of just draw a straight, like, connect the dots line from where you are to where you're spamming to. So nice job by SHK to be able to find that frag. And of course, Solo Defender on site. Beautiful flashes coming out from Hawaii to be able to secure that. And now, speaking of cycle, 2 more alts, Broom and Proxy. Feint to fight against that. Fast towards A, they try and get some information and some space, and they have taken that. But I don't think this Jet's going to want to steal the orb away from this. It's going to be real risky, and that's exactly why Kaze's going to punish.
Yeah, huge choice there. I don't know the motive behind it, knowing that there was presence there, especially being so far away from the all that for an orb. You've lost the body now, and that gives Hawaii that upper hand in terms of numbers now. You can see they're still very fluid. Minute 11 on the clock. They've got presence at B, presence at A, and Jet's doing exactly what Jet does best. Dashing in, going to go ahead and single out that KJ on site as well. Levi eliminates that, and with that, site is for the taking. A quick trade comes through. This late Silver rotate could be a saving grace, perhaps?
Spike planted.
She?
They know he's there.
Yep. Move to Earth, not capitalizing as much as offside as we saw on B, but still getting some value now. Coming on through, Kaze halts out Unique and having us down to good old Fishy now in the 1v3.
It's going to be a miracle for him to win this one. Double up in heaven. First, of course, the transfer. It's actually kind of close because Levi was only at 1 HP practically. And then it's a 1-on-1 at the end. And Hawaii have been doing this so well. They've just been trading out everywhere they need to. A little bit of a mistake there by the Jet of WNM, going for that orb wall. He honestly, he might not have known that these guys were all the way top cat. I'm not entirely sure. But even if he didn't, like that's quite bold. No one's with him.
It's early round though. Like you'd expect them to be running a default, right? You have no other information on
Yeah.
anything else. If you saw a 5, then okay, go for the orb. But else, there's nothing in your strat book that should say, all right, I'm just gonna go for an orb there without any information at all. It just didn't seem right. That's all.
One suppressed.
Yeah, it's not round losing, but it's definitely like it's weird. It's I can't agree with it. So we'll see if he fixes that up. Probably he's never gonna do that again. Like it's one of those mistakes that you make. It's like, okay, well, I guess I can't do that anymore this game. They're gonna be defaulting. Admittedly, this has also been a weird day, right? Like this entire day, we have seen a lot of 5-man stacks. So it's like, okay, I get it. Like some teams will do it, but just not this one. It's a low buy. 1 rifle for SHK and a judge right where you would want it. Like this is the best place for a judge on this map probably. And slow goings for Hawaii. They're playing real disciplined here. They know it's a low buy. They know that they could maybe give up a weapon if they go a little bit too fast. Taking this mid control, alarm bot's gonna chime, shot out, and there is the pressure that you want. These guys are gonna be worried about sending Sova back. It's pulling rotates already. KJ being a little bit pressured on this B site, and pressured indeed is the skull because it gets blown right through, and it's a free B site for the taking.
30
Wrapping
seconds
now, you
left.
can see Unique and Co rotating, clearing out the pizza. Doors closed. They're gonna have to break through that and see if they can gain some space. Spike being planted. Broom being the lurker aficionado, hanging around towards middle and seeing if we can pick up somebody through market and such. But we'll see how this pans out now for Proxy, who's still alive and out of utility now. So in terms of getting on site, this should be a little bit less painful for the side of William and Mary.
Good flash. Great. Beautiful. Ooh, that was a beautiful one. Kaze, though, is cleaning up. Doesn't miss a shot. And Scare last alive. They did what they could, right? They got on the site. They threw some good utility. And now it's all up to Scare to try and get some exits. And they do seem to be exiting towards his position. Nice ventilation of Broom's skull, but Kaze is the one to clean up. And it has 4. Unfortunately, no ace for him this round. But there are 5 on the board for Hawaii in total, and he's got the Blade Storm as well as the fact that Broom still has from the shadows. He's been sitting on that for a while, maybe waiting to save around, but they haven't needed to save around because they've been playing so well in the early game.
Hawaii's had an impeccable B take, by the way, Anton. Like looking at the past couple of rounds, the memorable ones at least, their playing off site towards main has been pivotal in their post plans, and that's something that if William and Mary want to tidy up, would be to really worry about B main as much as possible, either via a fragment or something to help them from getting picks or smokes. And here's that same rinse and repeat push there from SHK. Pop flash goes on through. SHK getting pressure from both sides now, so it looks like there's some good counteracting abilities here. And the dink goes out, and a well response from Hawaii there, halting SHK right in their foot, and they're right back at it again.
Whoa. Still a 2-on-3 though. It's really good
Last player
adaptations from
standing.
both sides.
Totally.
And it looks to be working out for Hawaii, even if for WNM got that entry kill. Yeah, they don't allow the same mistake twice to happen. And this is really showing Hawaii monumental improvement coming out right at the debut of the season. Remember,
Spike planted.
I mentioned before, WNM ended like 4th in the standings last season, and Hawaii were like a solid 4 places below them at that. So this, especially on a map as tenured as Ascent, is so nice to see how far Hawaii has developed.
Unique now, 32 hit points in a dream, looking for maybe an exit kill, some economy whacking if anything. Doesn't seem like there's a lot going in favor of the clutch. We'll see how it pans out. The moment a drop occurs, Broom, ooh,
One
just a
enemy
hair.
remaining.
Whoa! Okay. Absolutely fantastic.
Concentrate,
That's 1 down for the road. Taps it, Jet knowing that there's nobody on that as well, and hanging out in wine. Kaze gets the pick, but Unique does what Unique could have done to the best of the ability of Sova, taking the 1 on the go. The round, though, to Hawaii, continuing with this siege. I mean, they're looking so strong now. 6 consecutive, Anton.
Yeah, it's difficult to really find answers for WNM because it looks like they're trying to think ahead as well, but Hawaii are thinking like 2 steps ahead. They're even after the mid play where they had WNM got an entry again, SHK, and he had support from behind him as well. It's the same thing as before. He has support from 2 different players to make sure he doesn't die. And yeah, sure, they do just that, but Hawaii are adapting to that and sending people top mid, which is exactly how you counter that mid play. And they kill both his support players, and then SHK has nothing to do but to just accept his fate down in tiles. Now they try and get back into A. They're just trying to go fast at this point. Hawaii, they're not even scared. Kaze's made his way in, and the angles are taken. Unique's got 1. but that's pretty much all that he's gonna get. Feint with the lockdown. Interesting. Doesn't do very much. Forces him to the back of the site. And Kaze, though, wants to stand his ground and try and get one before that even has to be the case. But the SHK goes fast. Flash goes through. And he knows where they both are, but his teammate's already fallen, and he has to win both fights. And it's not going to happen. Broom with that little headshot angle spots his ponytail. And SHK has no chance.
Much of our conversation for this matchup, Anton, has been around the gunfights. I think if you look at the side of William and Mary, despite the 5-round disparity, they're playing their roles right to, I think, what their full capability is right. SHK is not afraid to get up close and personal, dashing into middle. We've seen Square consistently pop flash out and not be afraid to swing and look for an opportunity and hope for a trade to come out. You see Fishy utilizing the same paranoias and Unique looking for great recons all across the board for the team. So everyone's kind of using their kit to the way that it's meant to be. The lacking is the individual fights and the gun battles that are happening, but that's nothing that can't be fixed and worked on as they warm up and get accustomed with each other.
That's absolutely true. It's weird to say, right? Because like it's 2-7. It's kind of deja vu because like every game has kind of been at the scoreline. But I definitely agree with you. I think this is like mechanically, this is the most even that we've seen these teams, and even like strategically, kind of. It's just Hawaii eking out these rounds, like a couple 1v1s here and there, go their way. And even this one, it's a trade back and forth. Fair enough. Both teams can land these headshots when they need to. It's just like, yeah, sure, the other games were also this scoreline, but like, there wasn't even any fighting back. But this one looks like William and Mary are trying to punch back, and Hawaii are winning all like the 50-50 scenarios.
You nailed it. It feels different, and that's the bottom line. For those that have been watching all evening, you've seen the ascents. You'll feel the difference as you watch this. And even right now, we get the one-on-one pick the trade, and look, 40 seconds again. We're back down to something very strategic in a way, right? There's no one continuing with the same type of pressure. Early trade, there's no cascading effect. These guys are not afraid to back away after a duel goes down, and Unique here about to send again a very critical recon dart to get the pings off. So that's going to be enough to say, yo, B's the play. Get over here. As Broom goes for the connection, gets it in. Feint utilizing the utility. It's all great. And look how late this rotate is for William and Mary. They have so much time to get on site.
And Hawaii are through mid as well. The only reason Levi falls there is because he's got 2 targets at his back, but still a 2-on-2 with the Hunter's Fury, mind you. So there is an option for Sova to literally leave the site. But at this point, time is of the essence. These 2 guys are already through the spawn smoke, but Broom with that advanced position. Hawaii are playing so darn well, man. Everything is going right for them. They're making all the right choices. And even right there, the little micro decisions here. William and Mary are, like I said, they're punching back. They've even got the really ridiculously nerdy setup where KJ has mollies on B and is playing A. Like, what kind of caliber team do you have to be to play like that? Like, you're making sure you don't get KO knife, you don't get KO ulted or anything like that. That's the supreme KO, like anti-KO setup. But even still, Hawaii are coming out on top of these, like, all the tiny little decisions. And now, they just make it simple. They just go 5-man A. And Sova is alone here. How they've read this, I don't know. But this is, again, another perfect decision. And WNA have to react very, very fast to try and get back on the site. There's the KO ult. You can't KJ util anymore. And there's no KJ util here, so it doesn't even matter. And they get on, and they're going to plant within 20 seconds.
Beautiful. SHK and, sorry, Kaze now occupying that SHK type of role. And being very on point with the dash on through. Let's see how this works out, though. There's no lockdown available for the KJ as it's being eliminated. Broom is on a side quest, gets the 1 and the 2. Here's a lockdown from the attackers who just were successfully able to take the site. Fishy has to respect it. Square respecting it. Unique says, I'm not here to do any kind of funny business. They all run away, and looks like a repeat of, I think it was round 3, if I'm not mistaken, or 4. But off we go to Boathouse or somewhere in Maine to hang out, have a chat, exchange some kind words, and wait out the spike explosion. Saving the money, and rightfully so. They're so well positioned, and even if they get on site, there's a Sova ultimate. So good luck with that one.
Yeah, at this point, like, you're gonna be 2-9 down. Your opponents have so much money that it's not even worth it going for exits at this point, and you're not close to all. It's like, whatever. There's no reason not to save. So fair play to WNM. They have to bring as much as they can into the last round. They haven't had us like. They haven't been able to get anything going, right? There's been no ops because they haven't been able to afford one. There's no chambers, so it's not even like an ulti op or anything like that. There's no blades on this round as well, which is the worst thing that they could possibly have. So Hawaii have done everything that they possibly could to make this entire half the worst that WNM has ever played. And it's not even a fault of their own, right? Because again, I think WNM are playing just fine. Like they're doing everything right. And then Hawaii are just outplaying them at every single angle, every single scenario. They are on B with like crossfires to their own site. And Kaze, just confident as all heck. He peeks mid, just takes a 1v1. It's a complete 50-50 duel. SHK has a rifle and he gets shot in the face. Like it's that simple.
They're making it look pretty easy now. They're definitely warmed up and feeling good with those shots. And obviously, like you said, the confidence to take a duel it's a big thing, Anton. Like you have to be thinking much bigger. That if I take this 1v1 and I lose, I've just completely shattered my team, and that's really hard to do. But even Levi goes fearlessly and goes for a walking peek onto square. So Hawaii feeling confident in themselves, confident in each other, and not afraid to take opportunities by the horns and run with it.
Oh, big flash though. He's making himself work on this site and giving himself smoke to play around. 2 bullets on the Guardian. He's able to get the reload off. And he gets spammed out this smoke. Everything is going wrong for WNM. It's barely. Hold on a second. He's still alive. 5 health. But they're running away from him because they know they have this shorty. And he gets out alive. And the... In fact, there's a random turret in the middle of A site.
Hey, how you
Switching
doing?
sides.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Turret. I heard you were low HP. You have a moment to talk about your car insurance? Just gets bonked in the head. Oh boy.
What? Why is your turret there?
It's there because it wants to be there. There's no rhyme or reason. It just belongs. It wants to participate. You didn't get the memo?
Dude, it is destiny that we're gonna have one-sided games today.
It's been a roller coaster, Anton. Very tough to swallow for the teams in the back foot of things. And this is not the William & Mary that I've seen last season. So it's different. It's different for all of us this evening and different for these teams. But with the new half comes new opportunity. It's best to be positive and look into the horizons and look to get pistol round out of the way. That's optimal for them.
Yeah, there's always a chance. Like both teams are great teams.
Yes,
So
sir.
never count them out. This, like you mentioned, it doesn't feel the same as the games before. It is kind of crazy that we're 2-10 right now. It really shouldn't be. Let's see if Hawaii can make it any more one-sided, or if we're going to see a pullback. There are going to be shots missed, so at least they can get onto the site. But Broom is making
down
everything
A.
happen. He gets 3. He plays aim labs on the players in a main. And Feint finally takes one back. Broom has fallen. Smokes are down. And out of the dust from WNM, and they have a chance to win.
Numbers say going to be difficult, but momentum and shots say I can do it. See how far they can get. Nice shot onto Proxy, and look at the entire Hawaii team all coming through together from spawn.
Player
Double
standing.
swing. Proxy does a great job,
down B.
backed up there by good old Wave to Earth, and they connect.
One
Feint,
enemy
oh,
remaining.
yes!
Clutch.
Oh, yes, please, that was so
I had to
good.
focus for a second.
Feint lighting him up, storming him down, getting the 3rd round with the combo.
Man, that would have been so depressing if WNM lost that. I think the hero story in that round alone, Broom with 3, and finally getting taken out, and then Feint makes his way with that beautiful lurk through B site, getting a kill in mid. And then I think, I'm not sure if they thought the spike was on the wrong person or what, but then like the KO closed the door, Feint went back through market, and I'm like, they've just completely outbrained them. And then the spike drops, and I'm like, oh, well, maybe Feint can save the day, and he does too. Thank goodness. Big weapons now for WNM. And I say big, well, as SMGs. Bigger than their opponents. Hawaii are still very, very confident. They're going for a 4 mid. And nothing to lose, and a lot to gain from winning a round. And they have a Marshall on Kaze. Still got to watch out for this guy. He's been on point this entire series. I say series. This is map 1. But he's been very on point. This is map number 1. And he can definitely make some stuff happen. But it looks like they're playing full retake because they were so heavy on that mid. And with that, site taken, plant secured.
100% now. Everyone posted up. Levi, oh my goodness. Low HP just comes out with a classic and 2 dunks square in the forehead. SHK trades it. Proxy and Co now. They know B main is the domain for William & Mary. Gonna go ahead and try and clear it out. Rightfully so. Kaze, nice shot. Trading it in for a Sheriff. And off they go now as a trio to come out of this main and hopefully get on this retake. SHK shuts it. Continues to push on
enemy
through.
remaining.
Absolutely clapping everything in the way. Going for the ace. Unique gonna shank it, but that's all good as long as it means the round is secured as William & Mary take another one.
You gotta give it to him, man. That's
What are we
a
to
pretty decent one. I don't think there's a way to lose that round at that point, but fair enough. I mean, Unique I don't know if they're at LAN. I don't know if they're playing in the same room, but if I was SHK, I'd be looking at them like, bro, come on.
Yeah,
But it is
could
good. that they-
Could you not? Like,
come on, man.
Come on.
You can't lose that. But yeah, fair enough. I get what you're saying. They need as many rounds as they can.
yes.
And they're gonna be bonusing pretty hard this round, but the good news is that they have a buffer to work with. They have a couple that they could lose. Hawaii with full rifles, half armor forward. This would be an absolute wonder for WNM to win. Look at the money right now for 400, 0 on Kaze. So this is the most massive swing one that we had the entire game. And WNM would be building up a bank, going for a solid default across the entire map. Solo lurks on both extremities with the Omen and the KJ, exactly what you would want. And it is quiet all across the board. No one on Hawaii is getting aggressive, and WNM are just methodically making their way through. I think the alarm bot has even been spammed out of mid by SHK, and for the first spot is actually up in back. There's a little bit of support, but Scare wins the fight. It's their trade. Good stuff by Broom, but he's actually going for some more duels before he takes a bit of damage and decides to back off.
Roxy hits the door, maybe cheering a I'm rotating signal to the opposing team, but that's far from the case as both KO and KJ are posted up. Turret as well confirms that there's a lot of B presence, and I'm curious as to what Sova and Omen are waiting for. The rotates should be happening anytime soon, but hey, lucky to see Levi keeping things on lock with 30 seconds to go. Spike not spotted, so potentially, yeah, they are expecting
One
an
enemy
intake.
remaining. 30 seconds left.
Attempted dive from SHK goes wrong. KJ has already made his way onto the site. And Levi, shot reset.
I'll clean up.
Great mechanics from the entire team of Hawaii, and he just wants to make sure he's done the job.
Yep.
11 rounds now for them, and that was a much needed win. WNM with a buffer means that they have another buy. No op. They could afford it if they wanted to, but I don't think they are opting for that, no pun intended.
Nice.
It's going to be simple stuff. They went for a default, and I think it worked out, but I don't know what exactly went wrong, honestly. Broom just peeking cat and getting a kill, perhaps, and even trading one back because Scare got the entry, but he just doesn't have the bullets to trade another one that went for him. So maybe it was his gun diff, honestly. Now with the rifles, WNM with a much bigger chance. But they do have to end up winning this round because losing it means that they don't have any money in the bank.
I have this right here.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything specifically wrong with how things unfolded. Levi just held things down really well, and it was a cascading effect from there on out. But you can see they've definitely decided to slow that tempo down about 6 notches. Very much focused on B, and this round has been a little bit different, or this map rather has been different than the previous two, Anton. We don't see too much of the defensive team getting super duper adventurous on a consistent basis. They'll poke and prod, but they're not looking to make adventurous plays on the regular, which has been different and interesting. Instead, very domesticated setup, especially on that A side, not looking to get anything, any control out of long, darting for anything at all.
Yeah, I think, I mean, look at the shooting back, right? Faint's got a kill. These guys know that they're going to be demanded of the respect from WNM, so they know they just have to play passive. They have to play standard ascent. And what's that? Okay, SHK, he's not playing standard ascent, he's walking at them, but it ends up working. I don't know how the shots miss, but Proxy's got one back finally, but it is a 2-on-3. So disadvantage in the retake, no utility at all for the KJ. The Sova, all he has is a dart and 2 shocks. Likely not going to use them. They just want to have the guns out and prepared for whatever might get thrown at them. It's a 1-on-1 now for the Sova, and finally he's got the presence of mind to use the little utility that he has in his pocket. And what's the timing like? Brave! That is a fast shot. Scare had no time to react in Hawaii. Yet again, mentioned it before, it's all 50-50s, 1-on-1s to win out these rounds, and another round where it's a 1 versus 1 for Hawaii to take it across the finish line.
Match point.
Impeccable duels. I mean, if you guys wanted to see the battle of the fittest when it comes to gunfights, this has been the match for you. We've seen heavily, let's say, aggressive plays. We've seen the strategic teams, and now we're getting the gunfight-based teams, and it's really fun to watch. So, congrats getting to this point. William and Mary for their final round and kick at the can are going to go in with Bladestorm SHK, the rest of the team on gun buy with half armor. Take it or leave it at this point, Chief. This is match point for map 1. We'll see what they can fare with.
Get out of my way.
This is the round where they should have some plans, right? They're one off the KJ ult, and she is taking first engage, and she's actually going to go down to Kaze, because they're doing the mid play again.
Yep.
And with that top smoke, Hawaii have adapted. They're solving the problems that WNM shown on their own aggression up mid. And a Wave to Earth has found himself in Sub Rosa, and he found himself a kill. Great stuff. SHK even spotted, and Wave to Earth might be stuck here.
Not ready.
But he spotted everyone. They know where the entire team is.
Jiggling. Look at
One
my
enemy
goodness.
remaining.
Chief, it's the gunfights are one thing, but they're so quick on the mouse one. Like those swing peaks like that, it's very, very hard to counteract it. Like they are just absolutely dueling their way to victory.
This guy's stuck in spawn. He's stuck in spawn.
Yeah.
This guy is back. Oh, okay, wave.
Defenders win.
He's up in space. He's so high up. This guy, the whole team. I mean, we can just look at the numbers when we get to the scoreboard here, but these guys are just playing out of their minds. W&M have been shell-shocked, to say the least. I don't know if they expected this coming into this season or whatever, but I mean, just looking at the numbers, it's not even like that uneven. Like I think that's why I mentioned. Like I think these two teams are actually like butting heads pretty well in terms of kills. But Hawaii are just like above and beyond, just winning all these little duels. Like if you look at the scoreboard, you guys can't see it, but we can. There's 15 for Kaze, 15 for SHK on the enemy team, then 16 for Broom. Again, switching teams. So at the top of the entire scoreboard, it's alternating colors for quite a few quite a few players down. So it's like both teams are getting the frags happening. And Hawaii are just finding like every single situation, like on the A site with a turret, just rando kills the dude. There's 1 HP back site, and on the 1v1 back B, where it's like the Sova just barely ekes out that clutch. I don't even know what kind of thing you would have to change from the side of W&M. Like you just have to not get into situations. You cannot be in a 1v1 against Hawaii because they will win the clutches. You can't be in a 1v2. You have to win the round in such a convincing manner that it's like there would be no chance for Hawaii to come back. Like in the pistol, like in the anti-eco, where they have these massive advantages in terms of guns. If they can convert that to like manpower in other rounds, if they can convert that to map control in other rounds, when they do that, then they might have a chance to get this a bit closer. But as we see here so far, Hawaii have done something in the offseason. I don't know what's happened. They've practiced, they've grinded so much that they are just on one of the most staple maps in the pool. They are clearly above and beyond W&M right now.
Agreed. 13-4 says it all. And what we saw on our screens in terms of gunfights and everything else says it all for me. They're here to play, and they're here to play it for keeps. And our second map of the evening, a new one for us, is going to be Bind. Before we get to that, though, a quick little break. We're going to recover and recuperate and bring that map to you right after this. Welcome back. Map number 2 of the final series of this evening. EGFC week number 2, season 5 continues on. William and Mary against University of Hawaii. Hawaii had a amazing sweep on Ascent. It's been the common theme this evening. Ascent has been a roller coaster and a half, and by roller coaster I mean it's basically going 90 degrees vertically the entire time into whatever is at the bottom, and the bottom tends to be the end of the game. But alas, here we are. Anton, as you can tell, I'm excited because it is time for a new and fresh map this evening. We are going off to the land of Bind, as you can see here. Sunset, that decider, is still very much a decider. We don't know if we're going to get there, but I'm excited. Let's see how Bind plays out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely hoping we get the Sunset. I haven't casted that map yet. I want to. I have had a desire to ever since it came out. I love that map, but we're gonna have to get through this one. And speaking of I think more like William and Mary are gonna have to get through this one because arguably map number 1, a little bit of an upset. Right? Hawaii having not the best showing last season. They were kind of middle of the pack, as I mentioned before, beating out one of the best teams that we've had in the league, season 4, William and Mary. They did not look like they were well. I can't entirely say that. They were all right, right? They were okay, but the clutch rounds weren't going their way. Hawaii were just winning every single 1v1, and now even maybe trying to show off a little bit. Fate is going with Reyna, and Levi might do the same thing. We have seen this before. There have been a couple teams, especially even in pro play, that opt for Reynas on this map. Like I think even EG was like, they wanted to go Reyna if they happened to play Bind, but they just didn't end up playing Bind in the finals. But that would have been interesting to see. So it's not like a bad pick. It's definitely viable if you have teams to back you up, which WNM should theoretically have. Again, I don't think the 4-13 was very, very indicative of their skill level because they played pretty well. It's just that Hawaii they were just that much better. I don't know. Their individuals were just shining every single opportunity they got. And we're going into this one, which we have a very banger matchup coming up, maybe on Ascent, if WNM can make this, if they can survive a little bit. And they end up picking Arena, which is one of the most individual agents that you have in this game. Probably the most, not even debatably. So maybe they're expecting that they are warmed up. Maybe they're just thinking, okay, we just have to be a bit more confident. We have to trust our own gunplay a little bit more, and we'll end up winning this map.
Yeah, the thing with Reyna too, I mean, all things said and done, yes, the agent relies on being, let's say, kill hungry to succeed. But the one thing that Bind has that goes in his favor is one of the more tighter proximity maps. Like, let's say we're comparing it to a Breeze, for example, for fun. So it gives you a lot of opportunity to get in and out of positions that you would typically be completely exposed and naked in another map. So Reyna fits in well for me. A lot of great gap closing potentials. Raze is almost mandatory on this map. It feels like you don't see a Bind without a Raze. They're synonymous. What I have my eyes peeled on is going to be the difference that the Viper and the Harbor can bring. Two different approaches, two different kits, but very much the same intentions. And I can say in my personal experiences from playing on a variety of different maps, a good Harbor that can understand how to use the wall and the, let's say, the safety bubble, as I call it, to its fullest, can do so much for you. It's actually mad if you have a Harbor that's so aware and able to set up to play. And the cool thing about Harbor is you're not committing anything off the rip. You can save it for the later, and it also allows shaping that I don't think Viper walls permit as much. So again, different usage, different approach, cool kit. I'm just happy to see a Harbor if you can't tell.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what Unique can do because he was on the Sova last map and he played pretty decently on that one as well. So
absolutely.
See, they're on the attack and he's gonna be looking towards his A side. It's gonna be very, very quiet. The Rain is gonna take first engage just at this B and actually just straight up duel. He's not even trying to get out and he doesn't end up landing a kill. And I don't think he's actually landed any damage on these three players inside Hawaii. So this is looking great for the side of the defense. A side has been breached. Back goes the Harbor, and they're wrapping spawn. I don't know if Hawaii know that this has happened, but everyone from the side of WNM has walked through the spawn, and they're on B, and the B site is open.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's like that wall is basically a magic portal that permits you spawn taking permission. So as they go, here come the rotate. So nothing too major, man. I mean, it happens. Kaze, quick little opener out of teleporter, gets backed up as well. So a little 3-2 split. Long and Hookah is on the agenda. No grenade available to clear up back site. They're going to have to make a quick move onto site here via bodies pushing through.
One enemy remaining.
Out of heaven, Unique gets one, and Fishy, they literally each trade out 1 for 1. The only player that doesn't manage to get a kill is Scare, and of course they lost Feint all the way outside B main, right at the start of the round. So Hawaii playing just pure fundamentalists, just go and play as the numbers. They go one by one, they trade out one for one. It's just pure maths at that point, and there's not enough people in WNM to match them up. That was an interestingly sophisticated round that ended up just being really simple at the. I don't even know how to describe it, because like I've never seen that before. Like I've never seen that before in any tournament, in any league, in any level of play. We've seen this comp, right? We've seen the Reina Harbor. Like it's very like Paper X reminiscent, but even they're not insane enough to go through spawn. I don't know how they pulled that one off, but Hawaii recovered just because they're just fundamentally so sound. And WNM are just left kind of in tatters. They think, oh, we couldn't fight B with one person, so we're going to place everyone there. So they do end up walking up to Hookah, and they get it for free because Hawaii are playing on the site, but they're also playing a very fundamental game. They're double up in Garden, and they're going to be able to take one either long or B, depending on where they choose to do. And Unique getting one. This is very blessed for them. They have got the site and the plant on their eco.
Spike planted.
So up to Kaze coming through spawn here. Smokes are down as well. Brimstone saved those for the right opportunity. Retake now coming in. How far can they get through Hookah? Kaze poking and prodding for the one. Gets the one, transferring for the two. Not going to happen.
One
Square two
enemy
pumps it
remaining.
with the shorty. Levi, though, cleaning up shop. Anton, as much as it looked good in the beginning, it all went downhill really fast once the fine folks of Hawaii showed up to the party.
That's kind of like round number one, right? It looked great when they walked through A site and walked through spawn to B. It was beautiful. I
It was,
did
art,
enjoy
it was actually
watching
art.
that.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, it was beautiful. But
It's like
tough times.
it's the same thing though. Like Hawaii are just winning like whenever they need to win, they win. Like there's at the end of the map there, like okay, they bait for the guy coming out of spawn. The Raze is gonna get the kill. Then Arena falls before that was ended up happening. It's just a little like the little things from WNM that are going wrong, and Hawaii are just capitalizing on every single one of those scenarios. Now with the full weapons, WNM finally have a chance. Something that I didn't get to mention before, but I talked about in the break with the Strive here. The only rounds that WNM won were the rounds where they just substantially had the advantage, right? They won the pistol and they won the anti-eco on both halves. That is it. Those are the only rounds they won. And now, because they lost the pistol, they finally had the advantage in the third round with the guns. Unfortunate circumstance, they have lost the entry kill to a sheriff at the back of showers while this guy is sitting on the old TP wall. The longest range sheriff build that you could take, and this guy with the pistol wins it, and Levi gets a kill up mid as well. WNM are imploding.
Yeah, this is in shambles at this point. For them to lose two people so early on in the gun round without any kind of trader response is really, really tough to swallow. On that note, too, you've got Harbor who split off that A, keeping those two fine folks in showers a little bit busy now. They do know that there's a broom present. Reina, high flash here.
Last
Wait for
player
Earth.
standing.
This is the judge to Earth, apparently. I missed the memo, but it looks like Hawaii's delivering every bit of justice to this matchup right now. William and Mary, tough round, Anton. That's the round we needed to see, and it didn't come to light at all.
After that, I'm so scared that this might be a 12-0. It is
No.
so possible.
Why? No, don't be like that. Don't be like
I'm-
that.
Like, they
Lost a couple gunfights. It happens on gun round. Don't be like that.
It does. You know, you're not even wrong. Like, it does happen, and I would love
It's
more than
just tough.
anything for William and Mary to just like completely reverse sweep this series, because like I love this team, man. Like they were so good last season, and I want to say that they played well on Ascent because they did. It's just that every single 1v1 at the end of the rounds was lost, and this time, when you lose fights to Sheriffs, a double peek from Hawaii out shower. This is beautiful. They know Wave as a judge here. Again, are they going to try and... Okay, they got him out. Made all the util being thrown is great. They have hookah control. Now, what do you do with it? You can choose to leave someone there. You can just choose to put pressure and leave. The latter is what they're doing. They have vacated hookah after completely clearing with like 3 pieces of utility. And now they're finally walking back in, all right? Even harder clear. But Wave is still here. He's still on a very close range angle with the judge.
Got to be careful of this, and nice to see Hawaii, after an aggressive previous round, really go back to the roots and play their sites. We'll see how this works out. Please jump out of hookah. Wave to Earth needs some love. Does get the love indeed. still holding firm as they come out from Long Garden. No fear though, Wave to Earth has support left, right, center, upside down, underground, all is secure here at B site. And it's down to Unique, who just can't make anything happen, as the deny has been occurring left, right, and center on this B. Tough times here for William and Mary. It feels like whatever they try knocking on, it's a closed, sealed, shut door for them.
Oh god, remember how Auburn said that? Oh, they take a lot of inspiration from PaperX. I think Hawaii are a little bit more like PaperX leaning, because like they not in terms of the agent cops, maybe not in terms of like the macro style, but the fact that they just like they have no shame. This guy runs a judge in hookah for 2 rounds in a row. He has more than enough money to go invest, and even because they lost members, so they could just rebuy and just get a judge drop to them or something like that. But he's gonna keep it, and it's just like. The fact that teams can have no shame, I've preached this all the way to the start of the game. When you don't care about what your opponents think about you, like if you don't care about being cringe and running like cringe guns or whatever, and you start running judges and Areses and Odins and all these nerd guns that people hate, I think that puts you above and beyond in a way. Like he's doing exactly that, right? It's not like a judge is bad. Like it's in the game. This guy uses the judge to do exactly what it's supposed to do. He's holding a hookah, which is the closest range angle that you have on this map, other than like if you're sitting like outside shower door or whatever. And like, if you're WM and you're a team of that caliber, they are an excellent team. You gotta find a way to deal with that and like actually punish Hawaii for trying to make these decisions, because the judge isn't always good. Like you can't always fight at an angle that you want. Like Wave, if he gets pushed out of hookah, he's kind of screwed. But they just don't do enough that he feels uncomfortable, and he just has the time of his life just sitting out under hookah and just going for some pot shots. And now it's big default for WM. They don't want to just run into him again. They're sending Util in. It's a dog. That's it. And okay, they've naded him out. This is great. It helps a lot. But they still don't have map control, and he can still sit here and hold down hookah, and the rest of his team just sits strong on A site. The Chamber's got a TP, sitting very wide. Kaze is first engaged, baiting his teammate in. Everything from the side of Hawaii is just perfect, and he's going to get a fight.
Fight indeed. Pop flash comes in here. Levi's there to try and stop things off. Here's Harbor trying to buy some space, and very good respect coming out as well as they bounce their way and permit the site take. They're happy to play the retake as Viper and Sky both show up to the party. Spike now down. Harbor's protected that plant as well, but now here's the post. This is where we've seen Hawaii shine time in and time out.
This is true, but big heat still for WM. They have the Brim ult. They have to keep him alive. That's a good start. Scare gets dinked, so it's still good shots from Wave. But the shotgun now taking control of hookah. That's exactly what you want. Excuse me, U-Haul. And even the wall to cut off that front angle as well. He can walk out and spam the corner if he wishes to.
One enemy remaining.
Cut off by all the smokes. I think they've ended up getting this round. They have one WM. Post plant way too good. Flash going through, almost blinds himself out, but everyone else also turns from it. And Fishy doesn't even need to use the ult. Has the manpower and the gunfire enough to secure it. And WM, they've gotten one.
Touching on a thing you brought up the last round, I truly felt that it's relevant for this round as well that just passed by, is when you're, let's say you say the notion of shame, right? And I get where you're coming from, right? As if a judge is something lesser, or it's not right to buy a judge in a situation in overall, let's say, competitive play. I'm just putting that out there as a light term. It's different though. I think when it comes to Hawaii is that they have a play style and they play to it, right? They know they're going to be playing under window, so they're happy to buy the correct weaponry to support that type of gunplay. And that's also pretty critical. I think that's really respectful of them to do so. And again now, Levi again adventuring down to that long, looking for an opportunity. TP's neighboring by, and Wave to Earth somehow is doing tons of work as we're basking in the glory with Teleporter. Picks up 2, and off they go. So yeah, building what I was saying and trying to make that action pretty useful. I like to see what Hawaii does with the right weapons in hand, and they definitely play to it every single round.
God, Wave is playing to exactly his calling. Like he knows he needs to try and get at least one there, else the B site is under lock for WM. Feint trying to go for a play, knows that they're down a man, which means there needs to be something happening. They can't just end up letting Hawaii trade back on the site like they do every single time. The strength from them is playing together, and they do just that. They just completely steamroll over everyone. God, this team, it reminds me of like Delaware, how satisfying it is to watch what they do. Does that ult, I'm pretty sure that ult was actually to try and kill Levi, because Levi with the op is going to be TPing somewhere. Where is he going to be TPing to? Either like back in the elbow or in the garden. So you ult the TP, right? But instead, it's wave in garden. Levi takes the teleporter, keeps the op alive, so they keep the money for the next round. And then Wave just stands his ground. They don't think that someone else is there. And then he just gets 2 free kills. Sure, he burns, but he's done enough for the rest of his team to do exactly what they're good at and play the numbers and just walk back on the site. It is so nice to watch WNM are doing. Oh, that's risky. It reminds me of what Bowling State was doing, but at least they get on, and this guy doesn't die, and Levi actually goes down. Beautiful entry for WNM at the end.
Yeah, huge. Now, Kaze, though, got to be careful.
Spike planted.
Precarious position does have Showstopper, however, is getting pushed up. Fake flag, still gets the 1, about to convert the 2. Not
Last
gonna happen.
player
Fishy shuts it with SHK. They leave it down to Wave to Earth, who is not new to the term clutch, so we'll see how this works out for the Viper.
Free to find. Spots 1, already a dink through the wall. Great shots on SHK already. He's definitely the material to do it, and he's got the shorty as well. And he's taking no damage. SHK is half HP. These guys are getting proactive. They're moving to the back of the site, making sure that he has to ask questions at every single given moment where these guys are. He's gotten 1 spam out, but SHK plays off his teammates' bait. And they managed to take yet another round. It's looking better. They might not have won the pistol, but at least they have already a buffer in the middle of the half.
Yeah, tons of goodness there in that round. They played it really, really well. And overall, they saved, I think, the best 2 players for last. You know what I mean? Happy times. And it's a bit of a different approach for them. As we start to settle in now towards the latter portion, as you call it, the second half of the first half, I want to see some more of the, we call it the Paper X type play. Let's get adventurous. Let's get a bit more aggressive again. I can see Brimstone's kind of peeking the side of Showers. We do see some doubling up in Hookah and venturing into mid. So the defenders looking to get into the outskirts a bit more and hopefully get some early intel and offer some rotates off of that.
Well, speaking of adventurous, though, look at the weapon this Brimstone has. In the smoke he goes. And this could be a disaster for the side of WNM. They're never going to expect this play. And the question is, are they going to walk through the smoke? Because now the Brim has revealed his location. Boombot through first. He's going to see at least 1. Shotgun is still strong. Can't manage to find one. And already an advantage. Levi gets 1 back. The rocket as well. And the thing that WNM needed so badly, an entry without a trade, has gone completely awry.
I'm just waiting for Kaze to go for a little satchel bump peek
1
here.
enemy remaining.
Nope, not required. Fishy just walked right into the crosshairs of the judge. It's down to Unique in a 1v4. Kaze feeling confident. The crosshair placement was good, but Unique is just a little bit quicker on that mouse 1 trigger. Gets at least 1 for the road to take it away.
Wave is teasing him at this point. Throws a gun through the GP. Not going to go through. Still going to be tough for Unique, but it's possible. 30 seconds
30
is more than
seconds
enough
left.
time that you need to actually win a round, but he's running into the site with 2 people. The Viper is so confident to just anchor this B on an off angle. And they found him, but the TP goes through. Door opens, which means Levi is very tempted to go through with him. And the shorty here as well. In the hands of Wave. The plant has to go down. And Wave is very confident to try and peek through. But there's a kill. Unique now on for the 1-on-2. The time ticking low. He has to get these frags. And his own wall is the curse. That doesn't allow him the vision. 1-on-1 at the end. He needs to get this plant just to try and get some money. But a beautiful round win yet again by Hawaii.
Yeah, great patience all across the board. They went adventurous, and you've pointed this out previously, Anton, is when you have some numbers to throw it around, it's okay to face check the safety bubble, you know, perfectly fine. And they get the information, push him off the bomb, and things worked out well in the end. So on that, with numbers in hand, Hawaii continues their lead here, 6-2, and it builds. The economy not looking the sharpest for William and Mary, which makes it a little bit more painful to digest, but still ample opportunity here. We're in the infancy stage of this spine matchup.
Very aggressive at Showers though, and they put a rifle first. So they have no idea Levi is here, but he does miss a shot, which kills Kaze. And there is Arena face-tricking him right now. He's not got the best rifle for the job, but Broom is able to get his back. And speaking of back, the entire team is behind every single opponent. At the end, it is a 3-on-3, and they're committing the spike inside this harbor bubble, but finally get shot down by so much. And every single time, there is a flank. Hawaii down short. These guys don't expect it.
Remaining.
And Skip gets shot in the back. Spike now dropped, and a 1-on-3 for Unique. Another clutch opportunity. Same thing as before, but it can't get as close because Wave has closed it this time.
Great spread from Hawaii. They had a lot of great fronts covered. You mentioned the flank coming in, and it came in very, very hot, and that gave them a different perspective on that bomb. And despite it being very much a forward and a shower center take, there was nothing to worry about. They had a great appearance backside and towards the front end. So all's good. And when you have that type of play and you're sticking to your guns, it works out well. The cool thing with that is, like, now I'm waiting for them to start pulling some more funny stuff out of their pockets. It feels like they're kind of getting, I don't want to say, no, overconfidence is not the word. They're just playing very confidently, and they're okay taking some risks, you know?
That's good. It's good for them because from the matchups here that they have shown, you really don't want to let up the gas, right? Because as soon as you let up, and as soon as your opponents realize that you're showing enough respect to them where they can start overstepping their own boundaries, then that's really where you end up losing ground, and your opponents can come back in a mental game, which is like half the game, really. The WNM, they're the ones that have to prove their own selves that they can end up winning these rounds, and that's a great start because Wave to Earth, one of the most impactful, not only agents but also players on the scoreboard right now, sitting the only player at double digits. He's gone down early. He's finally been punished for getting a little bit too aggressive, and now WNM just slow down. They heal up the damage has been done on the Harbor. Unique, good to open up this round, maybe to close in the future if he needs to clutch again. A proxy also spots one. That's some big info.
We're all going out here, and where it's going is most likely towards backside, I'm guessing, is they're going to go ahead and try and push on through. Unique setting them up with the wall here. Blocking off elbow and spawn. Feint. Running on through confidently. Empress up. Needs a kill to keep that Empress alive. And
30
you can
seconds
see
left.
Proxy is just chipping away at the situation in the wing. Set up in Garden now. Kaze gets one as well.
One
and
enemy remaining.
trouble now completely unfolds as one more time. Hookah, Spawn, Garden. 3 different approaches. Lobster pincers are out there, and they have pinched this retake and gotten another round.
It is really crazy to watch this stuff unfold on the minimap because it feels like WNM are just getting they're getting chokeholded every single time they try and go for a play. Hawaii are behind them in like 5 seconds, and yeah, sure, it's bind, right? That's probably the best map where you could probably do that on.
Yeah,
it uses TPs to both sites, so it is really fast. But they are like excruciatingly fast. There is no time for WNM to set up. As soon as they show any kind of presence, the entire enemy team is on their backs. So maybe there's a chance for them to throw a bit more fakes in. Maybe there's a chance to do like what they did on A site round 1, right? Pistol round, they just wrap the entire site and the entire map. For now, it's still quite simple. And they're just going for some information. They're trying to take some map control. They're doing all the standard stuff. The Sky's sending a flash long B. And Hawaii this time are playing the same kind of bait setup, this time with the Viper and Sky instead of the Chamber, who is all the way extended inside of showers, by the way. I don't know if he knows that Feint's crossed him yet, but there is a peek, and they do take him out. So it's a good start. They're making these good starts happen. They just have to try and find a way to convert. Oh.
Yeah, speaking of converting, we go ahead and took a 1 kill and converted it to a trade, so that worked well. And here's the huge TP coming in. After hearing that, I'd be running to B, and I think they are now. You can see Harbor bomb in hand, meeting up with the Rays, and they're going to go ahead and take some different paths towards the B. Seekers are also out, so that's some good intel gathering coming out from the attacker side, and hopefully lends them some info that the rotates here are about to hit through spawn and such.
I think they heard you. You're getting a bit too aggressive. They are very, very fast in the TPs, and exactly what I mentioned. They can just go to the other site. And that's exactly what they've done. Fishy now, his first line of defense. But he pulls out a molly. I would think that maybe a gun there would be a bit better, because with the molly out, it doesn't even stop them
Last
pushing
player
elbow.
standing.
And they don't even need to do that. They know where he is now because he threw that one molly. They have made their way all the way on the site, and Brimstone is watching this, but the gut shot lands from Fishy. Not a second. The Wave is so consistent right now with every single frag, every single gunfight he takes. He can be confident that he's going to win it at least 1 or at least 2, and he's gotten like
Last
solid triple
round
kills for
before
the
the
last couple
switch.
rounds.
Fishy there, I mean, had a plan in mind, which was to zone out elbow and not allow them to retake, but all it did was encourage the funneling through spawn. I would have rather seen Fishy just go for a wide swing, right? Take it a bit away from the wall, wind up that momentum, and just Ferrari peek that corner and at least get 1 or 2. Tough situation to be in, right? You're trying to play conservatively and be useful for the team, but when you have the likes of Hawaii just full sending it into a site, there ain't no time to breathe. You know, it's every man for himself, and a kill conversion is worth a lot in a moment like that.
Yeah, for sure, and especially like this, like it's like the kill conversion is what's counting right now for Hawaii. And again, the showers fight is just going in favor of the defense every single time. Even the ult is not going to take a life. Proxy doesn't take damage from it, but it is not quite enough just yet. They have to kill this race. They have to kill this race. Bait doesn't secure it, but there is a heal on the floor for him if he pulls it in time, and he does. But from spawn, Levi takes a head off, and the spike is now dropped, so they know exactly where it is. SHK saving them. Raises through the entirety of showers to take these two players off, but Levi is oh so confident. Doesn't get damn, but he can't land the shots. And it's all up the wave again. Hasn't gotten one in this round, but he's been good for 3 every other. And 3 is all he has to find.
Coming in through spawn with Fishy set up. They've got a good set of coverage though, Anton. Everything's kind of blocked off. They got showers, bench, and hookah presence by lamps. Or U-Haul presence by lamps, I apologize. Spots the one. It's the info they needed to know. And last round here, wave to earth. Sign us off on a high note if you don't mind. One is good. Good for one is better than good for none. We'll take it as we round off the first half 9-3. Good fight from William and Mary. They came to life at the end there with their first. A fair amount of padding as well. It's looking up. It's looking up. Let's see how they fare on attack side though. It's Bind is one of those maps, you can't deny it. I mean, you can if you want. You're free to deny, but I think it's a map that is really side-dependent more than anything. It's not an even matchup, and a lot of teams do tend to excel when they do switch out. That's my experience. I don't know if you feel the same or not, but...
Yeah, I think especially with this composition that WNM are running as well with the Reyna, ironically, some people would be like, oh, Reyna's a duelist, she's really good on attack. No, I think she's better on defense, honestly, because the escape potential that she has is really what you need, and that's somewhat not the thing that Levi was playing off of. Like, yeah, Chamber has the escape potential, but you didn't really see him using it that much. He either got a kill and full committed, or he just like got one tapped like inside of showers a couple times. So maybe with Feint, he can take advantage of this. They've already taken advantage of another thing, which is a double shot outside a hookah, but he's the one that dies first, which means there is a trade that comes up to his teammate. SHK was the one that really didn't want to fall. But 1 entry to 2 traded back for the side of Hawaii. They have the man advantage, and that's exactly what they want. That is the thing that they're so good at converting in.
With the numbers in hand and Spike as well. Getting that plant off for Garden Elbow. So with 4 people to throw around the map here, they can set up wherever their hearts really desire. They probably have a Brimstone Molly, wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a Snake Bites available as well. So from a distance utility usage perspective, Anton, I think they're going to be just fine to stop this defuse.
Yeah, I mean, Scare... Well, he's really got no option other than to just try and find kills, because like you mentioned, there's so much stuff in their back pockets. Even if Room goes down, there's a double swing. Oh, he's good for it. Good for a third. He's gotten... Oh, God. I would love to see the statistics on how many triple kills this guy's gotten in this game, because it must be like upwards of 4 or 5, maybe 6 at this point. There is like, at the end of every single round, you see Wave to Earth and Roman numeral 3 next to his name. He's at 20 kills, by the way. It's been 13 rounds and he's at 20 kills. There are only 4 other people with double digits. They're all somehow at 11. I don't, coincidence, but yeah, no one else is even like coming close to this guy's impact in terms of gunfire, and also in terms of util, because like the Viper is also really good on the defense, and now he's on attack, and it's not even his favorite site. Blah blah blah. So many things going right on Hawaii, and even more stuff. They're pushing up, and the Hail Mary play coming out, no pun intended, from William and Mary, to just push down mid. You have pistols, you got nothing to lose. They lose 2, get 1 back, and it's the same thing as last round. Unique has to find a potential right click here, and he's actually got a dink on a broom somehow, but it is not enough. It's a 2 versus 4. Sheriff in hands, and he has to pick up a weapon. Maybe, if Feint can get this kill, this could be a round, but not quite.
The difference has really been the support plays coming out from Hawaii. They're so good at working together and swinging as 2. Even there, right? In such a menial situation, what might seem like an opportunity to play individually, in a 4v1, they still swing as 2 on Garden, and they're there to back each other up. On short, exact same thing. Swinging it out, you can see there was Levi coming in, backup was there from I can't recall who, but there was backup there on the double short swing. So it's this common theme, right? Dual swings, supporting each other, and hitting pretty clean shots all across the board. It's a working recipe. It's what makes wonders happen.
That's crazy. It's not even close as well, man. It's 11-3.
No.
And I feel like Ascent
Tough.
was a better, yeah, it was a better back and forth than this. And now this, it's just hard. It is actually just difficult for W&M. And even that flash play, they don't find anything. It's because they're double swinging too. It's SHK and Feint outside hookah a couple rounds. And I don't know if it's luck or judgment, but Hawaii with the timing, catching each one by themselves, even though they're both walking out at the same time, is just like, it's so cursed. I'm sorry to say it. Hawaii they're finding every timing, every single one. No, it's 3 through shower, excuse me. And it gets 1. That's big. Keeps spawn over, keeps the smoke down. But Hawaii, they're putting people back. They want to hit this A anyways, and he's gonna go blind outside showers and find a completely empty site. And they're aware of the presence, of the potential presence inside U-Haul, and he does get traded.
Just like that, coming off short, TP's hit, and off they go to B. A lot was committed on the rotate as well, but coming on back, 3 through spawn. Harbor's got a sticky feeling that something
30
bad could be
seconds
happening, and rightfully so. You do see that there's a Viper on the lurk, but it doesn't matter. As 1, as 2, they all come out the smoke, and Levi goes ahead with it. Broom at least manages to segregate his friendly teammate, but that's okay. It's all part of the strategy, is that Viper's coming on the flank, just buying some time. Unique, thinking that all's good and the battle's ahead, but the battle's to the left. Nice little support in late flank coming in. For match point, off we go. Hawaii, and the series is ahead.
Take a deep breath. All of W&M, just take a deep breath. You got it all to play for right now. This is literally the last round of potentially the day. They're hoping it's not. I'm honestly hoping it's not. I want to see a sunset. I want to see W&M wake up. What happened to the W&M of last season? The 4th place in the entire standings. And what happened to the Hawaii of last season? Even in win count across maps. And now they are looking to immediately take 2 off one of the contenders of the finals. What a storyline it's been for this team.
You're not.
Ain't though. Waking up onto Levi. You like to get that done, and with Spike down now, what is Hawaii gonna do? I'd like to see them find an equalizer here, Anton, before committing to anything. At least that'll be good for them for numbers, and also to get a sense as to who's playing where. But with a minute 6 and not so great in the number side of things, you can also see that despite being in the driving seat of this round, William and Mary is still playing very conservative. They're not venturing out of the fringes at all.
One enemy remains.
Okay, as you say that, it's literally
The
Fate is
opposite.
walking up short.
Yeah,
I was so worried. I was like, bro, why is he trying to make you look like a liar? But like, I get what you're saying. Like that's exactly what they should be doing. Like they get the 2 kills, and they cannot lose the round. It is fundamentally impossible to lose the round. And Feint,
We hope.
he's trying to get his confidence back up. So I get it. You know, you're the Reyna. You're like, okay, I can't end this map with 3 kills. And like, yeah, you probably get flamed by chat. But like, dude, it's not even his fault. I don't even think it's his fault, genuinely. Like, it's not the Reyna's fault either. Lothar's gonna think differently. But he's been caught out so many times. Like, when he's got a fair gunfight, he wins it. Like, down short, it's fine. Like, he had a 1v1 and he just insta-headshot him. It's just that everything else is going wrong. So I get it. And if that kind of thing happens a couple more times, if Hawaii overextend and they lose a couple gunfights, then W&M are going to have chances. They are going to get their opportunities to try and make a comeback. But it has to do that. It has to be Hawaii losing fights. Because W&M has not been winning them. Kaze is very, very deep in his own nade. Almost a big mistake there. And Fishy is up close and personal with a shorty. Perfect weapon for the scenario.
As they get on site, comms are completely quiet though. Kaze here is trying to be a bit of a ninja, but I don't think Brimstone's going to fall for it and doesn't want to face check it either. So it's a battle of the brains here. Who can better predict the peak first? Fishy's also waiting there for the trade to support things out. Rather for the close pick. Spike, fake tap, and here we go. Committing to it. Kaze, oh boy. Such a precarious situation to be in, but decides to back away to safety and get a heal instead. Love to see it. Feint, though, coming in as that Reyna, needs to do some work, and he does not do that indeed. Levi also good on the three-piece combinations this matchup,
Last
Anton.
player
Really
standing.
contributing for the win, for the W. It's Unique gets the one, but it is insufficient to take it all the
Attackers
way.
win.
Congratulations, University of Hawaii sweep this series 2-0.
Same map score as well, 13-4 on both of the maps that we've seen here today. Ascent, a very fundamentally well-played map by the side of Hawaii. And then that Bind where they just, I don't know, they threw the textbook out the window and they just went for it. And Hawaii, excuse me, W&M could not find answers around any corner. It's only when Hawaii made mistakes, when Hawaii was doing the missteps, when they overstepped a couple boundaries that were set by W&M. It was when that kind of thing happened that W&M could kind of seize the opportunity and end up winning a couple rounds here and there. But other than that, if Hawaii didn't end up misstepping, if they didn't throw away a couple leads or whatever, then it was just an entry kill and then a big snowball throughout the entire thing. It was over and over and over again. Like W&M couldn't even win a pistol. That was what they were so good at in map number 1, right? They won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, the anti-eco, and then they couldn't find footing in the other rounds, but it was kind of fine because it was still close, so it kept some amount of confidence in them. This map, it was so much more one-sided, so much more towards the end of Hawaii. We're just like kind of winning the rounds from the get-go. Like it genuinely felt like when Hawaii got an entry, they were just guaranteed to close the round. And when they didn't, they were guaranteed to lose the round. But that latter one didn't happen as often. And then that is what made Hawaii win the second map 13-4 as well. The two different stories, same scoreline at the end. And at the end of the day, Hawaii put up, again, a masterclass, which has been kind of the story of this entire day.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with that, that summarizes this best of 3 series. Congratulations again to Hawaii. We're going to get off to a very, very quick break here, get settled in for an interview that we're going to set up. So don't go too far. We're going to get that to you here in just a quick moment. Welcome back, everybody. So, interview as promised here. We have 808 Proxy joining us from the side of University of Hawaii. Welcome to the party. We're going to get your cam here and get chatting away here. First of all, congratulations. You guys did absolutely amazing.
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Love to hear it. I want to quickly ask you a question that I've been asking this evening and talk about it because it's been the common theme. We've seen a lot of, let's say, roller coaster, and I said in the beginning, like just downhill, absolute run it down type games, and they haven't been run it down in the sense of the actual strat per se, but the scoreline has very much been that way. Talk to me about your guys' preparation in the off season. What have you been working on? Is there a specific play style that you guys look to achieve and adapt? And what are the different roles and focuses? And knowing that you're also the IGL here, how does that play into how you've kind of orchestrated these different maps and played it out in this series so far?
Well, that's a loaded question. For just like the for just the playstyle in general, for us we have to take it a little bit slow. I think the reason why like there's so many just like stomps is because there's so many mirror comps. People just knowing the comp better, so there's no any counters or anything or any agents because you're just playing the same exact agents, right?
Sure.
So just whoever is the better player, better team will win.
That's interesting. That's a really fun way to approach it. And I'd actually never thought mirror comps would lead into that type of thing, but you're right. And a lot of it has come down to a lot of gun battles as well. You guys are definitely sharpshooters. We saw amazing plays. Anton pointed out, I don't know, I think was it Levi or was it someone else that was getting like 3Ks left, right, and center? It was just
It
absolutely
was
crazy.
the
And-
Viper.
yeah, which well, Anton will probably talk about it at some point, so I'm not going to steal that thunder. But yeah, appreciate you telling us that. That's really cool to hear. Congrats on your win, by the way. You guys were really clean out there. So I'll pass it off to Anton.
Thanks, appreciate it.
And also, it wasn't my question. Yeah, I mean, that was a loaded question from Strive. I think he stole like 10 of my questions in that one question, but it's okay.
Sorry.
No, I'm not about But I guess the main thing I wanted to ask, because, okay, I've been going on the little storyline of the fact that you guys were kind of middle of the pack last season. Hawaii was literally like right next to Delaware. You guys were like 8-9 or something like that. And William and Mary, they were up at number 4. They were solidly winning a lot more like percentage games than you guys were. What the heck happened in the offseason that led you to this kind of form where you are kind of nigh on dominating them? Like it doesn't even feel close. Like maybe the first map they were kind of fighting back a little bit, but as I mentioned in the cast, which you might realize when you watch it back, the second map felt like you guys were just like getting an opening and then just winning. The fundamentals were there. Everyone was just playing together and trading off the back. Why did not that exist last season? And then why is it here now?
I think overall, just like we learned a lot from last year. Just the structure and just knowing what kind of players we want. There was a lot of trials that happened, so I think the coaching staff really put a lot of time and effort into it. And I think just for William Mary, I felt that like they were so undisciplined. Like they're just running out smokes without any setup or anything, and they're just like taking 1v1s. I think they were pretty disrespectful to us. Not gonna lie.
All right.
Okay, that's a heater.
Hey,
Oh, is it really? Oh,
hey,
shoot.
no,
I don't know. That's okay.
It's not a heater. It's a reality. And we did see that you guys did punish them time in and time out for those types of mistakes. You guys learned, adapted, and just played into it. You guys weren't afraid to capitalize on situations, those precarious moments. And we noticed that. So that you're right. Part of it is as an IGL and as a team overall is to make sense of the situation at hand. And you just can't be susceptible to that all the time. You got to react and address it accordingly. So that's really cool. Final question. It's not really much of a question, but a chance to for any shout outs or things you want to mention on desk here before we send you off.
First off, I want to shout out to the organization EGF, just like hosting everything. Really appreciate you guys just giving us the opportunity to compete. Second, just to our staff, our support staff, and my players as well too. Worked really hard, and it's nice to finally show it and really make do with it. So yeah, thanks everyone. Really appreciate it.
Happy times. I'd love to see it. Congrats to your team and keep that momentum and the morale high. And on the opposing end of things as well, I want to just go ahead and say, William and Mary, GG, you guys played super well and keep that morale high. It's the beginning of the season. There's a lot more here to talk about in EGFC Season 5. So again, 808 Proxy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Awesome stuff. On that note, Anton, I'm going to go ahead and summarize this evening in saying it was eventful. It was a roller coaster. It was up and down. It was crazy to watch. We saw some amazing plays from everyone this evening, and I'm happy that I had the chance to cast it with you. It was a great evening.
Likewise, and honestly, even if all the games were pretty one-sided, I think they were bangers. Like I think the first match was like it's just kind of like 3 different points of a triangle on how like the play styles of the game. There we have the first match of Auburn was absolutely chaotic. They mentioned Paper X style, just send it into their faces. They cannot deal with us. If they can't find a solution, we will keep winning. Second match, Delaware winning that 2-0 as well, with Ultimate Fundamentals is playing very, very solid. I don't know why I keep mixing up those two words, solidly and solidify, but whatever the case, yeah, they did that. And then finally, Hawaii here with the glow up, and some might say an upset, but I would say I'm pretty happy to see them doing so well because, like you mentioned, a lot of stuff happening in the offseason, a lot of trials, and the fact that they have a coaching staff that is obviously very, very talented and very, very good. Everything is great to see from them as well. So congratulations to all these winners today. Consolation to all the defeats, but that is how it goes, right? This is a competition. Some teams win, some teams lose. And for you guys, though, in the audience, every one of you is winning because all of you get to witness some amazing games. For us casters, all of us are winning as well because we're observing some amazing games. But for the time being, it is quite late. It's been a long day. It is literally midnight on the East Coast for all of you that are living over here. For everyone else, it is still pretty late. So I hope you guys have had some good dinners.